What is going on, clan? We finally have an all-in-one guide for Elden Ring. This guide will work on PC, Xbox, PlayStation. It's going to get you all the trophies and achievements. It's going to focus solely on getting those trophies and achievements, and in an efficient manner as well, to make sure that we get the trophies effortlessly and we have a good time doing so. And as most of you may know, we make these all-in-one guides as more of a journey to have fun. We're playing Elden Ring, and that goes to my first recommendation. If you've never played Elden Ring or even a Souls game, I recommend playing the game blind. It is a lot of fun, but if you want to just jump right in, follow the guide, that's fine as well. There might be spoilers. I try to avoid as much as I can, but end of the day, you can only do so much. And if you are new to the channel, I just want to say I hope you enjoy the content. We do a lot of these all-in-one guides. They're more of like an experience, try to make them fun, entertaining, and straight to the point. You know, I just want to make sure that we get everything covered for you guys, nice and easy. We've had a lot of people lately ask how they can support the channel, so we have finally made a Patreon. I was hesitant for a long time, and now I've just finally done it. And we have different tiers of subscriptions, and depending on what you do, you could be immortalized in the videos at the end of the credits of the video, and make sure that I give you a proper shout out. For being one of the real ones that are supporting the clan, I just feel that it's necessary, and just to really know that the support you guys give me, it is beyond appreciated. And if you don't want to do Patreon, that's fine as well. Just share my videos, like my videos. It's going to help the YouTube algorithm kind of cast like an incantation of some kind, and then maybe I get, you know, my content recommended. Hopefully we can help more people get the trophies and achievements in some of these games, but also have a good time doing it. Alright guys, other than that, I've spoken more than enough. I'm ready to dive right in. But again, if you are new around here...
Where's the money, Lebowski? Where's the money, Lebowski? Where's the fucking money, shithead?
It's down there somewhere. Let me take another look.
Now the beautiful thing with my guide is you can use whatever class build you want to use. You can use anything at all. However, I'm going to give you a build that's cheesy, and it's really good for, you know, new players and things like that. Makes it a bit more accessible, and it's essentially having an easy mode. Now, it's going to be the Astrologer. You're going to choose a golden seed for your keepsake, which is going to give you an extra heal right at the start of the game, which is going to be very useful. Other than that, you can create your character and make them look however you desire. Then you can just hit finish, and we can get this show on the road. Once you spawn, you're going to be in this area here. It's basically going to be like a tutorial. Go ahead and loot everything in the area, and you'll eventually come to a boss. Now, it's basically just to kind of familiarize yourself with the controls, and there's actually a proper tutorial that kind of explains the buttons and things like that a bit further that I'll show you. Now, this boss, more than likely you're going to die. It's kind of scripted in a sense. You can kill it, but, you know, likely you're going to die, and then you'll have a cutscene, and you'll end up here. Now, once you're here, if you jump down into this hole, making sure that you land on the ledge first so you don't die, this is going to be your tutorial. There's like a mini boss at the end and things like that. It's going to teach you the controls. So if you're new to the game, maybe you're not a Souls veteran, this is the best way to learn the game. It's going to teach you about the Sites of Grace, which basically are your checkpoints. This is how you can restore your flasks and things like that. Now, after you've done all that and you've gone up the lift, you'll exit the building and you'll be in this area here. You're going to learn about summoning pools, which is for the co-op. So if you get stuck on any bosses, you can always summon a random player or maybe a friend. However, I did aim the guide around single player, so that way everyone can get the platinum and the trophies without needing that. So yeah, after you learn about that, there's going to be a Site of Grace up ahead, and there's also going to be an NPC. You can also, you know, open up the map, kind of familiarize yourself with it a little bit, because that's how we're going to be using fast travel, which is amazing in the game. Alright, so after you activate the Site of Grace, we're going to speak to this guy here. And whenever I say exhaust an NPC's dialogue while we're playing the game, it basically means keep talking to them until they repeat themselves. That just ensures that we are progressing their quest line and we're not, you know, basically not talking to them enough. So make sure you do it until they start repeating themselves. Now, unfortunately, the first person you talk to is a fucking asshole because, yeah, he calls you maidenless.
Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless.
Who don't got no bitch? He said I don't.
And look, that statement might be true right now, but by the time that we get to the end of the game, you're going to have so many maidens that I'm going to wish I was one of those maidens so that I'd be yours. Once you're done with the dialogue, we're just going to jump off the cliff here, and we're going to avoid the kind of path in the middle there. There's actually a boss that's riding a horse, and we don't need to fight him. He's not for a trophy or achievement, so you can completely skip him. Again, if you're playing blindly, then go ahead and fight him. And yeah, we'll just go around and we're going to make our way to what's called the Church of LA. And it's right here where these kind of abandoned, destroyed looking churches. Out front is going to be a rune, which you can grab. Whenever you use these, it gives you some runes, which is in the bottom right there. That's what you use to level as well as purchase things. And then we're going to run to the anvil, sort of by this campfire to the right of us. And this is how you upgrade your weapons. We're not going to do that just yet. We're just going to speak to the merchant. And with the runes that we've collected so far, we're going to buy what's called the crafting kit. And it's on the first row at the very end for 300 runes. And once you buy this, it'll allow you to craft items throughout the game. We don't really need to for the kind of stuff we're doing, but it might prove useful for you, especially if you're doing co-op, because you need a certain item to do co-op. So as you can see, that's a little bit about the crafting. But before we leave the church, just make sure you activate the Site of Grace. And do you guys want to see something pretty cool? You just see how I'm teleporting around so effortlessly? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Now, I know you guys are going to be like, dude, you're just using the Bloodhound Step, Ash of War. That's basically how you're able to do this. And honestly, if you're one of those people, I'm sorry to say it, but you're wrong. I'm doing this by using ExpressVPN to constantly change my location. Now, ExpressVPN is so useful in the sense that it can block your data as well as hide your IP address. That way you can safely, browse the internet, do what you gotta do without worrying about your data being stolen. And it can also be used to unlock content that would be otherwise blocked in your country or in your region. And all while keeping that connection secured. So for example, I'm in Australia and I wanna watch some Hunter x Hunter, but it's not available in my region. Well, ExpressVPN makes it easy to switch servers to the US, and then here I am enjoying my sweet, sweet Japanime. It's literally that easy. So if you're interested in protecting yourself and getting 3 months of ExpressVPN for free, then head over to expressvpn.com/BushidoCypher to learn more. That just taught you about fast travel as well, which you can do at any point when you're opening the map and you're not in combat, and you can just click a Site of Grace to fast travel. After that, we're going to run north. So we're just going to be heading north down the path, and you're going to see a knight and some other enemies as you go forward. You can go ahead and quickly kill them. They only take 2 hits with magic, and they give you a little bit of runes, or you can just run past them as well. So you can see there's some on the side. I'm just going to run past that one, and then I go ahead and kill this guy as well because he's not even paying attention. And we'll head north again, and you can see your first statue of Marika. Now, as you see in the top left by my HP and things like that, it's given us a buff. That means whenever we die, we have the option of respawning where that statue was. They're basically a checkpoint, and they spawn you back with all of your flasks and things like that. So it's really useful throughout the game if you're halfway running to somewhere. We're going to make our way northeast sort of from where that statue was, and you're going to see a Site of Grace in the distance. Make your way there, activate it, and we're not going to leave the area just yet. There's going to be a camp that's sort of west. And you'll see these caravan type carts that are on the side. And you can see a knight, kind of guarding it. We're going to take the knight out and grab the item in the back. Now these are just some kind of like shitty weapons that we're just going to sell for some easy runes. So just go ahead and grab them. I don't recommend using them. They're dog shit. But yeah, go ahead and keep going. And we'll head west. And in between these two sort of ruins type area right here, if you make your way over this rock and you're sort of facing south, southwest, you'll find an enemy you can take out. And you can drink the magic flask, the Cerulean Tears, whenever you need more FP, which is your mana essentially. And you'll see this pillar here. And whenever you see these throughout the game, they're actually a map of that area. So they're really good to grab. So that way, whenever you open the map, you can actually have it cleared and kind of have a better understanding of where you're at. Now, quickly take out the enemies in that area, or you can just run directly, northwest. They may follow you though, so I recommend just taking them out quickly because we're going to grab this chest that's on this caravan. And it's going to have another item that we're just going to sell. All right, so quickly grab the item. And then we're going to make our way to the left, which is west. Go up, and we will find another Site of Grace. We're going to meet another NPC here. What you need to do to trigger this is rest at the Site of Grace to trigger a cutscene, and you're going to meet her. And she calls you Maidenless as well. It's fucking great. And basically go through her dialogue. She's going to give you a steed, which is your mount throughout the game. And you can put it in your equipment tab or on these pouches on the right. I recommend the pouches, they just feel a bit quicker and smoother. So now I can put it on my triangle button, and you can put your co-op stuff on there as well if you are playing co-op. But for me, just gonna go ahead and put it on my triangle and down. And then whenever I need my mount, I can hold triangle and press down on the D-pad. This mount double jumps and it's really easy to get around. You can also avoid a lot of enemies with it. Okay, now that we've got our mount, go ahead and rest at the grace and make sure that it's nighttime. And if it's not, you can use the pastime option to make it nighttime. After that, open your map with the touchpad, and we're going to fast travel to the Church of Ele. And we need it nighttime so we can meet the reason of my existence. And we're just going to speak to her and go through all of her dialogue options. Now, just keep going through the dialogue options. It might be a bit hard if you have your hand down your pants, but that's okay. Just use the other hand, and you'll eventually have to let her know that you can summon the steed, and then that's not the only thing that she can mount. Once you get the Spirit Calling Bell, this is going to be very useful through the single-player journey because you can summon these ashes to help you out in battle, and they work on bosses. And they're only summonable, actually, in specific areas, which I'll show you the icon when it comes up. But yeah, it's going to basically make the game a lot more trivial as well, and it's going to make sure that we get these trophies and achievements much easier. Now, eventually we're going to replace the wolves, but for now, if you want a little bit of help, you can put them on your quick action button so we can summon them for bosses and things like that. After you've done that, before we leave, we're going to go to the merchant. And we're going to sell the weapons that we grabbed from those chests earlier in the carts. So you'll see the sword and the flail. Sell the sword and the flail, and then we can open up our map. And we're going to fast travel back to the Igil Lake North, which is northeast side of where we're at. Once you arrive here, go ahead and rest at the site of grace. And you just want to make sure that it's morning time, because there's a boss that can spawn at night, and we don't need to kill him for a trophy, so we can just completely skip him if it's morning. And make sure you go to the Add Flask option, and we can add that extra charge we got from the beginning of the game with the Golden Seed. So now you just got an extra heal, which is great. And then we're going to head southeast down this road. You're going to pass a telescope with a fucking pigeon on it, and you'll know you're in the right way, because if you keep going southeast, you'll see the path with some enemies on it, and then eventually a campfire kind of looking setup, and then a bridge with a broken side of the bridge on the right. And we just want to loot the smithing stone that's here on the right of the bridge, and then we're just hugging the wall, going east, and then we're going to go southeast over this rock, and we're going to find an item that's on a dead body that's sitting in a chair. Grab that for a somber smithing stone. That's our first one. After that, we can make our way southeast still past Aaron and Zeke that are pulling a cart. And there's going to be these ruins, and you just want to navigate through the ruins. Now, we're going to come up on our first, I guess, real boss. And you can see that icon in the left side there. That means you can summon ashes. So whenever you see that icon, the little gravestone on the left side of the screen, you can summon those ashes for help, like the wolves. So go ahead, walk down the stairs into the ruins, and let's meet our very first boss. Alright, so he's not too much of a boss, but basically, as long as you're hitting his body and not his head, because it's armored, you're going to do really good damage. Now, you just want to try and dodge his attacks. He pretty much just swipes and a headbutt, and then try and lock on, and then go behind him and get some hits in. Again, you can summon the wolves, which will make this a lot easier. Don't ask me why I didn't, maybe because I'm an idiot. But yeah, summon the wolves if you need to. It's going to be 3 other things damaging him at the same time, and then eventually, you're going to kill him. If you do die, you can summon from the statue of Marika outside and then just retry again. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, so after you've killed them, we're going to unlock the Site of Grace in this area, and we're also going to unlock another NPC that we can speak to. Now, she's great because she's going to give us a lot of new sorceries as we progress through the game, to become more overpowered and cheesy. So go through her dialogue, let her know that you want to be her apprentice, and then we can move on. You'll know you've gone through it all as well when you can see that she has a shop with some spells in there. Don't have to worry about buying anything yet. Alright, so you can rest at the Site of Grace if you need to restore anything, and then run up the stairs from where we came. And the first thing you want to do is get on your mount and head west, sort of where the Titans were. And on your way out, you may as well just kill one of the Titans, so you can just kind of stay on your horse and keep casting. And you can just kind of avoid enemies until you kill them. Once you kill them, you're going to get 1,000 runes, and then we can go ahead and move on. We're just going to follow the path down south. So we're going down the same path that the Titans were coming up. And we're just going to keep going south alongside a cliff. And again, you'll see a road with more enemies up ahead. This is where we're going to break off. We're going to go sort of southeast up the cliff. And you're going to see a camp up ahead with some enemies inside. But we can actually hug the wall here to the southeast side again. And we can climb up the cliff and kind of basically just avoid a lot of the enemies. The reason we're going here is we're going to get a scroll for a sorcery spell. Make our way up the cliff. And then once you're at the very top, you can jump over to this platform that has a magician on it or a sorcerer. And just take him out. And then there's an item to the right of him on a body. Go ahead and loot that for the Royal House Scroll. Now before we take that back to her, we're going to actually go back to the Church of LA. So go ahead and use your fast travel. You can press square from the equipment tab over the shield and sword to unequip them easier. And then we can go over to the anvil and strengthen our staff. This is going to basically make us do a little bit more damage, which will help us while we're grinding some levels. After that, go to the merchant who's right next to the anvil and then sell the shield and sword for an extra bit of runes. And then we can finally fast travel over to Selin in the Waypoint Ruins. Now once we're back at the Waypoint Ruins, speak with Selin and give her the Royal House Scroll to unlock a new sorcery. Alright, after that, open up her shop and you're going to see the spell Carian Slicer. This is what we want to grab. It's actually a really good melee spell and it has a lot of uses. So then you want to go to the Grace and then use Memorize Spells to actually equip it. After it's been equipped, you can also go to the Allocate Flask option. And you can turn those all to just, for magic. So we're just going to be doing a farming method. This is a farming method you can do up till level 20. I wouldn't really go any further than that, but it's going to be a nice way to kind of get us started on our way to being cheesy. We're just going to farm those Titans. So you just come right back outside, make your way to the west, and you're going to see both of them, and you just start casting on them. And again, casting on him. After one's dead, the other one just sits there and takes it like a man. Actually, they both just kind of sit there and take it, dude. I'm going to be honest. These motherfuckers just take it. After they're dead, you can just fast travel back to the Waypoint Ruins using your map. Again, you can't do that if any enemies are aggroed, but that'll make them reset. And then again, this is what it looks like with the Carian Slicer spell. You can just kind of run around him and just slice his legs. It's very relaxed. Here are my stats that I kind of got to at level 20. You can copy those so that way if you're following the build, pause the video, grab those stats, and just level to 20. Don't have to get further than 20. We're going to use a different farming method a little bit later that's a lot more effective and a little bit more time efficient as well for you guys. Now after you've hit level 20, we are done farming. You can come back out past the Titans going to the west. Go towards the cliff side, and when you look over the cliff, you should see a platform you can drop down to. So look for this platform. You'll see some little glowing rocks on there, and then we're going to head north. So start going north, northwest through this sort of river swampy type area, and then we'll be going straight north past some enemies. They have a bow, but we'll just keep running. Eventually you're going to get dismounted, and it's because you got invaded by an NPC. Invasions are basically the PvP side of things in the game. And this one's just an NPC, so it's not a real player. But it's going to dismount you because you can't use the mount whenever you're invaded. Keep running forward, you're going to see him spawn in. And you just want to start fucking wailing on him. What might happen as well is a hunter might come in and just start helping you. And you can just kind of roll in with that Carian Slicer spell and just start going to town on him. You can see it does a lot of damage. He can heal, which he went to do there, but he was already out. So eventually he does run out of flask, and then you can kill him. And as you can see, the hunter's helping you. Dude, what the fuck? He's dead. Chill out. He's still going in on him. And once he dies, then you're going to get the Reduvia dagger. This dagger causes some really good bleed damage. And then after, we're going to fast travel to the gate front, which is to the west side of the map. So after getting that weapon, go to the west side of the map, fast travel to the gate front, and you're going to go through this area with a lot of enemies shooting arrows at you, and that guy's going to just dive bomb on you as well. So just run past it all. You can grab some loot on the way if you want, but it's nothing really too worthwhile. We're going to go all the way up the path. Again, we're going west. We're going to get another golden seed, which is to upgrade our flask, basically. So we'll grab this, and then we'll make our way northeast. You're going to find like one of those weird fucking cults that like drank punch together and died, and one of them has a smithing stone on him. After that, we'll head north. So you should get a smithing stone 1, and then you can head north up this cliff. Just double jump with your mount. And then to the west, you're going to see a shack. Once you get into this area, you'll find a Site of Grace. Go ahead and activate it. Perfect. Now that's been activated, you can rest if you need to. And right behind the Site of Grace is actually some kind of scaffold you can jump up. You can get a stone sword key, which will come in handy a bit later. Then inside the shack itself, you can talk to Little Red Riding Hood. And, bro, that's not her name, but, like, come on, man. You see it, right? Now, just exhaust her dialogue so that way we progress with her quest. And then she'll go back to basically our hub world that we'll see a bit later. She's going to give you a jellyfish ash as well, which you can use that if you want. And then we're going to go on our mount, and we're going to make our way east. Now, going this way, you will see a path, and you can see some enemies on there as well. You can hug more to the right, so that way you don't aggro them. We just pretty much want to go right past them. So go to the right, past the wagon that's destroyed there, and then you'll see a Site of Grace in the distance. Now, this Site of Grace is going to come in handy a bit later when we do something required for a trophy. The trophy's actually pretty much revolving around this guy here. And just go through all of his dialogue options and let him know that you're firm. I probably paraphrase that a bit, but, you know, you could be firm. And, yeah, there you go. You can just click the talk option on the left side. Just go through his dialogue until it has learn skills and leave, and then you can choose leave. And then we're going to get on our mount, and we are going to make our way west. Make our way west, kind of hugging the cliffside, and then eventually up the cliff. Now we're facing southeast, and you can see a bunch of these crypts. You can go ahead and grab the rune items here. Those are just bonus runes. Watch out for the exploding balls there. Look, man, that's what they are, okay? Go ahead and grab those runes, though. They're free extra runes for leveling, and then head east towards the cliff where you can see some eagles hanging off the side, and you'll see a shitload of titans down there. There's also a statue we can break down there, so you're going to want to taunt one of the titans.
Damn, boy, he's thick! Boy, that's a thick-ass boy! Damn!
Alright, so after you taunt him, he's going to run right through it and break it. And then you're able to loot the smithing stones with... Dude, this guy is fucking chasing me, bro. And then just, you know, when he goes to hit you, just kind of move away and grab the stones. And then get out of there. We're going to run southeast towards the cliffside. Hugging the cliff, we're just going to keep going east. You don't want to fall down yet because you will die. Keep going all the way to the east, and you're going to find a tornado that's shooting up. These are called Spirit Springs, and when you jump into them, it's going to give you an effect under your mount's feet, and you're going to avoid all fall damage. And you can also use them to jump right back up, so they're really good for kind of traversing the cliffside of, you know, the map, which is really nice. And then we'll head northeast up this little rock kind of cliff, and we're going to grab another smithing stone. After that smithing stone, you can just kind of run over to the east, jump down, and we're basically trying to get out of combat. So we have a lot of titans that are pissed off at us. You can just run east, keep going east around the cliff, and then north. And around here, you should eventually lose aggro since they can't see you. You kind of broke the line of sight. Now they should leave you alone, and then you can open up the map to fast travel. We're going to make our way over to the Church of LA yet again. And then we're going to upgrade our staff just a little bit more to make it stronger. We're also going to upgrade the dagger that we got with the Sombering Smithing Stone. And after that, we'll open our map up again and we'll fast travel to the Stormhill Shack. So from the shack, we're going to head north up the path, past a lot of enemies. And we're making our way into the castle, basically. Keep going north and you'll find a bend in the road, and you can either keep going up the road or just jump up these cliffs. If you jump up the cliffs, then you can go around the side and avoid a lot of these enemies. Make your way all the way on the outskirts. You can avoid so many of the enemies there, and then run south into the entrance of the castle. It's going to dismount you, unfortunately. And there's a site of grace up ahead to our left. If you're quick, you can quickly grab it and then rest before any enemies come to you. So as you can see, I rested in time and he wasn't able to get me. Now, we're just going to do a bit of preparation because we are going to fight our first actual boss. So again, you can use your wolf ashes. You can use the summon sign. Try to find a friend. Whatever you need to do to kill this boss. But he's not too hard, so let's go ahead and meet him. Alright, so we have Margit, our very first fight here. And he can be a bit intimidating for a first real boss. But you guys got this. You're fucking legends, okay? Now, once the fight actually starts, you just want to quickly summon your ashes if you are going to use them. And probably don't, waste time like I did, because I pretty much almost got hit, and then I also made my wolves take unnecessary damage, which means I won't get as much help. So don't be stupid like me. You guys are better than me. Do better. Alright, and basically you just want to avoid these kind of attacks. These are very slow until the very last hit, and then you can roll out of the way. Now, your spell doesn't hit very far, so you do want to make sure you're in range. Otherwise, you could potentially run out of magic. He does these throwing daggers as well, so just dodge those as they come at you. You can take a fair bit of hits, to be honest, for a first boss. So, just kind of learn his attack patterns, and then before you know it, you're going to finish him off. And even despite my mistakes, I had my wolves most of the fight. There you go, guys. Our first trophy. You're also going to get a talisman pouch, which will allow us to equip talismans to basically better our character. And after you beat him, you also get access to a site of grace. So go ahead and activate that and then rest at it. Once you rest at it, you're going to have another set of dialogue with the NPC we met earlier who gave you the steed. She basically asks you if you want to go to the Rountable Hold, which is our hub world essentially for the game. You just want to let her know, you can hold my hand. Never really touched a girl before, but first time for everything. And once you do that, you're going to have a quick little load screen and you'll be in the Rountable Hold and get yourself another trophy. Alright, so once you're here, there's a few NPCs we just want to talk to. The first one is this guy here. And you can just kind of talk through his dialogue a little bit. After that, we can head to the north side of the room and talk here with 50 Shades of Grey. What is he wearing, bro? Just go ahead and talk to him. He teaches you incantations, which are really, really good throughout the game. Just choose the option that you see it, and he will basically teach you some incantations. And anytime you get prayer books, you can give them to him as well. After that, make your way through the hallway to the north and speak to this guy with, plenty of words to say. And he's going to give you a gesture. Now, through the doors to the east is a very valuable shop, and we're going to purchase a longbow, which we will use a bit later for that farming method to level. So make sure you buy the longbow from here. Other than that, we don't really need anything at this present time, but that is a really good shop to be mindful of because you can get a lot of really good things for it. After that, make your way back to the center room with the table in the middle, and you can level up your dexterity. We need at least 14 dexterity to use the bow. You should have some runes after you killed the boss. So level up your dexterity. And if you don't have runes, you can use those runes from the inventory and just get more runes. So again, you should have bought the longbow and you should have leveled up to use it. Talk to that guy there that was by the table and then come over to the blacksmith here on the southeast side of the building. He actually does a lot of, enforcing your weapon and things like that. And then into the room to the right of him, you're going to meet Stepmommy. Don't do that shit, dude. And you're just going to go through her dialogue and she's going to, give you the option to, let her hold you. And then you'll get this item. And then if you don't want to go through like a 20-minute animation of you standing up, you can just open up your map and we can fast travel. So open the map up and we're going to zoom out and go towards Limgrave and we are going to Margit, the Margit side of grace where we killed him. You can go ahead and allocate your flasks to 3 heals and 2 restores for magic. And then we can head up the path to the west and go to the castle gates. Welcome to the Stormvale Castle. Now at the front of the gates is a site of grace on our right side up the stairs. Go ahead and quickly activate that. And you're going to see a doorway to our left past the gate. And before we do that, we just want to boost our poise. This is so if we get blasted, we're not just going to get staggered. We're going to go in here and speak with this guy here. He's low-key pretty creepy, but just let him know you're going to use the main gate. And as long as you choose that second option, no, I will use the main gate. When you come back over to the gate, the guards will be like, hey, it's the future Elden Lord. Let's get this motherfucker inside, right? So they open up the gate, and they're going to just start blasting you with the ballistas. There's some ballistas on the left side, and there's some in the front of you, basically, like already blasting. So you just want to keep rolling to get those invincibility frames or iframes, and that way you can dodge the attacks. Keep rolling, maybe pause for a second to get a little bit of stamina, but you want to keep rolling. If that shit hits you, it's going to do some damage. After that, you'll make your way into this courtyard to the east side, and there's going to be a giant lion to the right that attacks you. We're just going to ignore him for now. Just completely sprint by him and go through this room here with the soldiers. Or I guess the armor sets. They don't come alive or anything. You're safe. And then keep going to the east and activate the next side of grace. Alright, so after you've activated that, you can turn back around where the lion was. So now we're going west. Through the room with the armor sets again. And to avoid him, you can try and hug the wall to the right. It might give you enough time to run away. We're going to keep going west past these soldiers here. Go up the stairs to the north. Again, there's going to be more of those fucking ballistas, but these also explode, a few seconds after they've actually landed. So you just want to keep rolling, dodge them because they do initial damage and then explosion damage. Keep running up the staircase, dodging these enemies, dodging this guy with a fucking flamethrower, and then up the path to your right. You can hug the wall right here so you can avoid all of those enemies in the center. You can hardcore parkour off the tree and then go out the back. Make your way northwest towards this staircase here. Up the staircase, we're going to make a way to the left side on the west to grab this side of grace. I think it's really good to grab because if you die, you don't really want to run through all of that again. So we'll quickly grab it. It's a bit off of the path we are going, but it might be good to grab and to also rest if you need to. That way, if you die, at least we can start from here, and then we can head east. You're going to see the most intimidating thing in your life. It's a fucking pigeon with swords on its feet. Just go ahead and quickly start farcasting it from back here. And you should kill it before it gets up to you. If it does get to you, good luck, man. Good luck, bro. You got this, though, okay? Just kill them. It ain't that bad, man. All right, so after you kill the pigeons, there's going to be one little soldier off to the left. Go ahead and quickly take him out with 2 hits, and then run east past all of this barricade type nonsense, and then to the right. And on the south side, you're going to see an entrance. Now, if you go in here, you're going to meet an NPC that we kind of need something from later. And go ahead and exhaust her dialogue. Make sure that, you've gone through all of it. She's repeating herself, and she'll go back to the Rountable Hold. All right. After we've done that, head back out the doorway. Make your way to the right. You're going to find another golden seed, which means we can upgrade our flask. Grab the golden seed between these 2 trees. After the golden seed, we'll head north up those stairs, which will be past 2 soldiers and a titan. You can completely disregard them. Okay, so make your way up the stairs, go past them, and then into this little hallway or entrance. And to the right is actually going to be a site of grace. So go through this doorway and activate the site of grace. And you can rest to reset those enemies if they're aggroed on you as well. After that, we can head into the boss room. This will be our next boss. There is an NPC you can summon here. It's the lady you just spoke to in that room. But then after that, once you're ready, let's meet the boss. Alright, so welcome to your first boss that has 2 phases. So in the first phase, you just want to familiarize yourself with his moveset. You can summon the wolves right away, and again, you just want to be close enough to use magic. Now he's going to do this move here, and you can just roll away at the last second, and if you're close enough, if you're kind of like probably about that distance, he will keep doing that move quite often, and it's such an easy move to dodge. So you're just getting free hits. Same with this one here. If you just dodge at the last second, you're just getting free hits. Like, he's just letting you pelt him. You can see this. He's taking the wolves out really fast with that. So unfortunately with the wolves, they're not really the best of help on this fight. But again, this is going to be kind of an endurance test of your spell casting. You want to make sure you're always in enough range to be able to hit him with the spell, because you could potentially run out of mana. And since we don't really have a melee weapon aside from that dagger, and you definitely can switch to the dagger if you do run out of, FP or mana. But yeah, it might make it a bit trickier. So just be aware of that. Once you get him to about half health, he will go into his second phase. All right, so now we're in phase 2, and yes, someone's got to ask it. But he's going to do that attack, and if you roll to the left at the very last second, or to the right if he's on the opposite side, then you can just dodge right through the fire. Now, again, his attacks are sort of similar. He only learns a few new attacks with the second phase. And again, you just want to be close enough to use the spells. Now, when he does this, it's basically that same roll move, but on fire, and you can roll out of the way at the last second again and get some free hits. Now, when he does this move and he burns the ground, I like to run really far away because it's pretty hard to dodge otherwise. But if you run really far back, it'll miss. Then you can come in and get a few hits. And he'll probably do this again, and that's just free hits for you. He does that also where he throws the tornadoes at you. They're pretty easy to dodge. And again, you can just roll through the fire breath when he's doing that sort of arc type attack. And ultimately, that's it. Run away again for that attack, and just be mindful of your mana or your FP the entire time, and you guys will kill Godrick. After a bit of talking, you're going to get your trophy, and you will learn about Great Runes. Now, the Great Runes can be really useful because there's one, for example, that raises your attributes by 5%. And yeah, you just use a rune arc to activate it, and then you get some extra stats like health, mind, all that stuff. It's really good. Now just activate the Site of Grace, and then we can head forward. Oh, this guy's got the right idea. He must be one of the real ones. Lead by example, guys. Let's get it. Now we're going to go through the doorway to the northwest, and then we're going to be in some sort of throne type room. You're going to head to the left and then to the right, and then you're going to go down some stairs. Once you're at the bottom of the steps, you're going to make your way left through the pillar here, and then just drop down and you'll see a doorway up ahead to the north as well. Go up the stairs, you're going to be outside on the world map again. Now if you head outside, mount up, and then go left, you're going to see a Site of Grace right there for you. Go ahead and activate the Site of Grace. And then after it's activated, open up your map. We're going to do a quick fast travel to the Limgrave Tower Bridge. And we're going to head east up the staircase. And once you're up the stairs, there's actually a talisman to the left. And you can equip that if you'd like, but eventually we will get talismans that'll be useful for our build and our kind of cheese setup. Again, if you're not using my build, you can do it kind of however you see fit, really. And then we'll be on a bridge here. And as you're getting further on the bridge, just running east, these giants are going to basically come alive, and you just want to try and avoid them. So when they go to swing down on you, you can just roll. You can't use your horse here for some fucked up reason. Don't ask me. Like, ask Miyazaki. Doesn't make sense to me. He really just wanted you to get gangbanged by these giants. Now, the archer at the back is going to come alive as well, but you still want to be wary of the two giants behind you, unlike my dumbass. And you can use these pillars here to block the archer. And then once he's reloading, you can just run past him. Now, as you're running past him, he is reloading, so you want to make sure he doesn't shoot your ass. Now, as long as you're pretty quick about it, you should be able to interact with this without him shooting you. He will start to face you, but it takes a while for him to actually reload again. And then once you get to the other side, you're going to see a giant gate. I've sped all this up just because, I don't really think you need to watch me for, a minute and a half going up a fucking elevator. It's terrible. So, yeah. Once you're at the very top, you'll activate the Site of Grace here. It's just past the lift. And you are going to activate your first Great Rune, which is really good. It's actually, arguably the best one in the game. It's probably the only one I recommend you guys using. Now, I'm a bit jealous of this Great Rune because when you activate it with Triangle, a lot of things are just going to come inside of you. And then you'll get a trophy. All right, so we've got that trophy as well. I'm popping a lot of trophies right now. So what we'll do is we'll fast travel by opening the map. And we're going to go to the Lost Grace or the Rountable Hold. And once we make our way into the Rountable Hold, just go to the right side here. You're going to see a staircase with a door that's now open. Now, this is the lady that you can turn the remembrances into, and the remembrances are the souls that were dropped from the boss. So go through all of her dialogue. You can interact with that statue over there for a emote as well. But talk with her, go through all of her dialogue, and then she's going to open up her remembrance type store. And basically these boss souls give you, different items or even spells. As you can see there, that's Godrick's. Now, unlike previous Souls games where these are required for some of the trophies, none of these are. So we're just going to use it. And we don't want to spend the runes just yet, so don't go ahead and level with it. But we're just going to use it so we have some to buy a few things. And that should give you 20,000. Now, the next thing we're going to do while we have those runes kind of stocked up, we're just going to speak to Roderika here by the fireplace. We're going to exhaust her dialogue, and then we're going to run over to the blacksmith, which is through that doorway, or that sort of hallway here. Now speak with the blacksmith, and he's going to have a dialogue option about Roderika. Go through all of his dialogue, then we have to run back to Roderika again. Speak to her again, go through all of her dialogue, and use the first option to tell her what the blacksmith said. And then keep going through her dialogue, and then again back to the blacksmith. Again, going through his dialogue, just make sure you exhaust it and it's repeating, and then choose the top option. Okay, then we can head back through that hallway and we can speak to Roderika again. And she should just be saying the same thing. Alright, so after you spoke to her, you can go into the equipment and then equip the dagger on the right armament. So that way you can switch between the staff and the dagger. And we're going to head north through this hallway to the Twin Maidens. Alright, so once you get over here with the runes, you can buy the items. Now, for some reason, I used my runes. Like I told you not to, you know what I'm saying? That's okay, though. As you can see, in our inventory, we have runes that we picked up earlier throughout the playthrough. We're going to use those to get some runes and buy those. So again, after you use that Godrick one, just don't use the runes. Be smarter than me. Alright, so after we use those and get some runes, we can go ahead and buy a memory stone. We're going to use this to get basically more spell slots for our sorceries. Alright, after that, we can make our way back towards the center of the room. There's one more quick shout I want to do. There's a lady who can fine-tune your ashes, which are like your spirit wolves and other summons that you get throughout the game. Upgrading them gives them more health, and basically the survivability is increased an insane amount. So this is Roderika. She just doesn't have the red hood on, and she's going to be the one that you talk to whenever you want to tune your ashes and upgrade them. So just keep, like a mental note of her for when we do upgrade those. After that, we will make our way back to the other hallway. There was one more person that we wanted to talk to, and he's just to the right here, and he is now in this sort of study type area, and just go through his dialogue options. Now, he's eventually going to have like an option to go through like a bunch of fucking people. You actually don't have to do that. Like, don't waste your time. Just say deuces, finish your sentence, and then you can just leave. All right, after that, open up your map. We are finally going back to the progression. We're going to go to the lake facing cliffs. And once you're here, you can go to the Great Runes and you can actually equip this one. It raises all attributes. It's really, really good. It's only active when you use a rune arc, and when you die, you have to reuse a rune arc. So just be very aware of that, otherwise it's not active. After that, get on your mount and go south to this church. This is the Church of Irith, and there's a sacred tear here, which is going to be used to increase the potency of your flask, so that way you get healed more. Now you can just turn around, go outside the church, head a little bit northwest to these sort of gravestones. At the very back of the gravestones, you can quickly grab this item, which is an Academy Scroll that we can give to Selin a bit later. And then you can go to this cliffside here, and that's where we want to go down. You can see we need to get down there. This is a bit too high though, so what we do is we jump down this side, and then we can go down this way. So as you can see, there's the path, and we're going to go northwest. That was just more so a reference point, so you can see the camp that we're making our way to. Now keep going northwest through the camp. You don't have to kill anyone, just, you know, fuck that guy, and grab the item. That's going to be a cookbook. And then we're going to keep running north, down the path, and eventually on the side of the lake you're going to see a fire. And that's actually where the merchant is again, and also a site of grace. So go ahead and quickly activate the site of grace. And if you have some runes, and if you don't, you can just, you know, activate a few runes. So as you can see, I'm going to use those. Then you should have more than enough runes to go to the merchant and buy a nice little lantern that comes in handy in the darker areas of the game. I do recommend it because the game is insanely dark at times. So buy this little lantern, and whenever you use it, your guy just puts it on his waist. You know, it's like a permanent lantern without actually having to dedicate a weapon slot for like a torch. Now, once you have it assigned to a slot, you can easily just use that command to equip it. And as you can see, we're nice and bright. Okay, and from the side of grace, we can head northeast on our mount. You can see this little pillar here. As you remember me saying in the beginning of the guide, these are where we find our maps. So we're going to quickly get the map, which is north. You can follow this path with the lights. You can see that the path is kind of covered with water, and you'll find a few enemies here, but if you're quick, you can sort of just dodge past them, grab the map, and then get out of there. You can remount and then head north a little bit around the ruins and then head west. You want to head at the back of the ruins because if you go all the way west from the ruins, you're eventually going to come across here. Keep going down past the crystal, and you should see a site of grace. So if you're at the back, you can avoid a lot of those enemies, and you can easily see the site of grace. After that, we're going to grab this item that's next to it, so you can mount up, grab the cookbook, and then head northwest through the Lasciar ruins. There's going to be a lot of enemies that spawn here, but you can just keep running through. So jump through here, and then head northwest, past the tree, keep going, and then kind of start going a bit north. And as a reference point, you'll see that enemy on the horse, and then you'll see another path, and you can see a telescope over there to the left. So that way you know you're in the right area. So there's the telescope. You go up the stairs and just speak with this lady here. Now exhaust her dialogue, and she's going to send you on an errand to basically get her necklace back. So go ahead and click hear the request, and then we're going to help her out. Alright, after that, turn around, and we are going to head northwest. And as you keep going, you'll pass a few, lanterns that kind of signify a path. Keep going northwest. You may, spawn a Deathbird boss, but you can ignore it. If you're at nighttime, this boss does spawn in that area. But just keep running northwest, avoid it, and you'll eventually come across this sort of house. Okay, I stand corrected. It's a shack. So go ahead and activate the site of grace, and you can rest if you need to reset the bird. And after that, you can speak to the ruffian here who stole the necklace. Tell him to give you the necklace, and he's an asshole and he charges you. And we'll just say deal. We'll be civil this time. And we can go ahead and buy the necklace back for 1,000 runes. If you don't have enough runes, just kill an enemy in the area. It won't be too bad. Alright, keep talking to him, get through his dialogue, and then you can see that he's kind of got a shop, but we don't really need to worry about that. After that, we'll open the map. We're going to go back to Raya the Scout, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a detour and go northeast. And we're going to grab ourselves a map. That way we have another bit of the area unlocked on the map. Try to avoid these big-ass lobsters as you're going northeast. And in the distance, you can see a side of grace, and you can see one of those pillars that have the map resting on the side. Quickly grab the map and activate the side of grace. And as you can see, we've unlocked this whole type of lake map area. You can remove the marker, that way it doesn't kind of mess with you, and we're going to head down to Raya the Scout, which is south. Now after you grab the map and the Side of Grace, we can start making our way towards the south. But before you go directly south, if you look a little bit southeast, you're going to see another one of those tower type areas, and there's going to be a smithing stone inside of that area. So just go up the stairs, grab the smithing stone, and then continue going south. After grabbing that, we're just going to continue heading south. That's a bit of a run, so there's not too much really to talk about, except for if you are a new viewer and maybe you don't know some of the content on my channel, well, here's a few all-in-ones that you can maybe check out that might interest you. I mean, guys, we've got Demon Souls, The Last of Us, Witcher 3, Mortal Shell, South Park. We even have, like, you know, Skyrim if you want to play the 500 different releases of that. But once you make it south, you're going to be back at the lady who had her necklace stolen, and we're going to go ahead and give her necklace back. Now, for her gratitude, she's going to give us a Volcano Manor invitation, which we'll use a bit later. Go ahead and exhaust the dialogue, of course, as always, and then after you've done that, make sure she's repeating herself, and then we can head over to the northwest rock. So you want to mark it at that rock, and then if you go northwest a bit higher, kind of where that finger lady is there, and you can mark that rock as well. So there's two rocks that we're marking, and the first one we go to is northwest. We're going to make our way all the way northwest. The reason we're doing this is there's actually a Side of Grace we want to grab, and it's going to make traveling around this big area a little bit less tedious, honestly. Like having the mount and everything is nice, but when you have to run back and forth a lot, it's not exactly a good time, you know? Alright, so the first one we've gone to is we went basically west, and you're going to find an item by these enemies here. You can quickly grab the Dexterity Knot Crystal Tier, and then head north. Get off of that landmass, and then kind of head a little bit northwest, but you're still sort of going north. You're going to stay going north for quite a while. I recommend staying more north anyways because of all those lobsters there, or they're just going to like have their way with you. Sign me up to be a lobster, you know what I'm saying? There it is. There's the marker, so we're going to just dismount the horse, and then at the very top of this rock is the Side of Grace. Go ahead and activate that. That'll just make fast traveling a bit easier. Alright, so open up your map. There's another area we want to mark, and it's sort of by the finger reader. And you just want to put your marker somewhere in between those rocks, and then also this circle area that kind of looks like a boob. See that? Take a minute if you need to. Once you've marked those two spots, we're going to head northeast, and you'll see a bridge up ahead, but you want to go to the right of that bridge, sort of where this crystal is here, and then we're going to cut through into this little town. And the reason being is there's a golden seed right up ahead. So this is the Academy Gate town. You should find a golden seed here. It's next to the bright-ass yellow tree. It's pretty hard to miss. And then you can head north. Now we're going to our second marker, which is the boob. And then we can use the teleporter that's there at the end. I think there's a few lobsters here as well. Those little, like, land masses there are actually, like, lobsters. So just, yeah, be careful going next to them. Jump off the horse, and then use the teleporter. Perfect. Once you teleport, you're going to be in this area here. There's going to be a map to your left, and there's going to be some ruins to the north. So you just want to go north through the ruins. Should be the King's Realm ruins. Go all the way north to the very back area. Just be careful. There's a lot of sorcerers that are invisible, and then they just kind of appear. But you can cast at the wall, and it's actually a fake. Then you can jump off, quickly activate the Side of Grace, use the iframes to dodge that guy's magic because he's a bitch. After activating the Grace, head south over this wall. Or you could like use the doorway we made if you're normal. But you could just jump the wall. And then head to the east side where there's the cliff. And you should be able to fall off right around here towards the end of the cliff. And then we're going to make our way north, hugging that cliff. So you can kind of use the cliff as a guideline to go to the back area here. And then we're going to be heading northeast into the corner. And then you're going to see this little ledge here on the left side. Jump up the ledge and past these hands and grab the item here. You just want to avoid the hand that's in the ground as well. You can see his fingertips there. And then we're going to head back to, well, we're actually just going to kind of get out of combat because we can't fast travel when they're aggroed on us like that. So you can just run over here. You can maybe jump off the ledge again as well. And then you should be out of combat. Then we can fast travel at the Lasciar ruins that we unlocked here on the southeast side of the map. And we wanted to grab those things because we're going to use them a bit later on. So make sure you did grab those. And then we're going to head northwest again through the Lasciar ruins. But this time we're going to this area right here where the stairs are. Again, you just want to quickly avoid the enemies. So you want to interact with the teleporter fairly quick, or they might get pissed off at you. Alright, so once you spawn in, you're going to be at this top sort of castle gate entrance. And up towards this magical barrier is actually a map. Grab that really quick and then go ahead and activate the Site of Grace. After you've activated it, we are going to fast travel to the fallen ruins of the lake, and we're going to head west. Okay, so once you're here, mount up and start heading west. We're going to a landmass that's a bit over that way, which has a church. But it actually also has Var over there, which you may not remember him by that name, but he's the guy at the beginning who called you maidenless. We're going to start his quest line. So here he is. Go ahead and speak to him and exhaust all his dialogue. Go ahead and just choose the first option. They didn't seem right. And what you have to do for this first part of his quest, he gives you these festering bloody fingers, and when you use them, they actually invade other people's world. We don't have to win the invasions. You do have to do 3 invasions, but again, you don't have to win. So you can just go into your inventory, use one of them to start invading another person's world. Now, if you do find that you're not invading anyone's world, I will have an alternative location that you can try it at as well. But basically, it'll just start invading, and once you're in, you can just start, attacking them. Now, I actually saw that this was Johnny Sins. I don't know if it's the real Johnny Sins, but yeah, I remember him because he was a doctor for my mom and stuff. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I just got fucked up. So like I said, you don't have to actually win. I didn't really want to kill Johnny Sins either. He's actually a really good guy, and yeah, there we go. So the other place I'm going to show you is called the Liftside Chamber, which is in the southeast side of the map in the Stormveil Castle. I found after my first invasion with Johnny Sins that I wasn't really finding anyone. And I read online that this place is a pretty good hotspot, so you could try that as well. And you can also try before boss doors, because as you see, as I went into the area, I got kicked out, and that's all we need. And then we can go back to the fallen ruins of the lake after we've invaded 3 people. Again, don't have to win, just have to invade. And then speak with Var again, and he's going to give you Lord of Blood's favor. What he wants us to do is get a maiden's blood on that cloth. We're going to take a little bit of a detour first before we do that. We're going to head northwest to these little ruin type looking things on the map, and then to this rock just northwest of those ruins. So you got 2 markers just to kind of help guide you there. And don't worry, we will definitely go back to Var's quest line. We're just multitasking so we can kind of feed 2 birds with 1 stone, if you catch my drift. So just keep heading northwest to the markers, and you can see these sort of destroyed houses and things like that. You're going to see a lot of flowers. You can just keep running past them. You'll know you're in the right area because you'll see those guys there. And then you want to just go northwest past that flower. And on the side of these buildings that are kind of just the roofs, you can see a Site of Grace. So go ahead and activate the Site of Grace. This is just a checkpoint in case you die, really. There's a dragon that we're going to see up ahead. And you honestly shouldn't die, but if for some reason you die, or, at least you have that there. So we're going to head north after getting that Site of Grace, and you'll see the dragon by the rocks. Now, if you're quick, you can grab the items and then just leave. And he might not even, aggro to you if you're really quick. So I don't think he did for me. He just got up. But the main item we want is that one there, the Academy Glintstone Key, which is the second item I looted up against the rock on a dead corpse. And then you want to just keep heading north until you're out of his way. And since he didn't aggro to me, I can fast travel. We're going to go to the South Raya Lucaria Gate, which is where we found that magical barrier. And you're going to head up to the barrier until it gives you a prompt with the triangle button. And then it's going to bring you into this area here with a grace right at the center. After we grab this grace, if you head northeast, you'll see this little magic barrier here, but you can just run right through it onto the bridge. We're going to get another golden seed. This one's a nice free one. You just got to double jump over or just jump over. And then you'll see the golden seed at the end of the bridge next to the golden tree. So quickly grab that, and then we can open up our map. And we're just going to fast travel back to the grace we just grabbed, which is the main academy gate. Now once you're here, you're going to go up to this magical barrier thing. And instead of running through it this time, we're going to hit triangle. So it's the one to the northeast. Make sure you go to the correct one. It'll bring you to the Bellum Highway. Once you're at the Bellum Highway, to your left is going to be another site of grace. Activate that site of grace, and then we can make our way to our next point. So we're going to open up the map, and we're trying to get to this area here, which is just kind of to the northwest, just a little bit. So we'll go up this way onto the path. So at the moment we're going north. And we'll just keep going north. You'll see a bunch of destroyed ruins. And we're just going to go around onto this path. And the path actually leads into where we want to go, which is another church. Go inside the church, you're going to find another sacred tier, which will upgrade our flask yet again. And there's also a site of grace here as well, so you can mark that as a checkpoint. So quickly activate that. After that, we'll open up our map. We're going to be going north yet again, up this road all the way to this top section of the map. Okay, we're going to head northeast, so just go ahead and jump over the church wall. Head forward, and of course be mounted while you're doing all of this. You can get, traverse a lot faster over the world. You can stay on this left side here because there's going to be trebuchets and stuff like that that are being fired at you. That's just a fancy word for catapult thing that's going to hit you. So yeah, if you go around the left side, they don't really like aggro to you. You can see that one went off, but that thing was not going to hit me. So just run on your left, keep going northeast. We're going all the way up the path and then into that doorway there up ahead that's up the stairs. Again, I'm constantly narrating everything just to make it easier to follow along. I just want to make this as easy as possible for you guys. We're already smashing it out. We're an hour into the video. You guys are absolute legends. We'll make it into this area here, and on the right side is going to be a site of grace. Quickly activate that one as well. Now the next part, we need to go to this church that's up here on this hill. So we have to go all the way around here, as you can see where my cursor is. It's a little bit of a journey, but just bear with me. If you do die, we have to run all the way back from this area here, which kind of sucks ass, but you guys won't die. Right? So just head south. So you went down the steps from the side of grace, and then you went south, sort of southeast up this hill. Now there's going to be a thing that gives you madness. When madness is full, you take a lot of damage, but you also take damage while it's filling up. So that sun thing up in the sky, whenever that's active, you just need to hide behind something and break the line of sight. And you can run to this wall here, or you can keep going all the way up, and you can see I'm starting to take damage. Now the main thing while you are taking damage is just to be mindful of your health, because you are losing health as it damages you. But if it also fills up all the way, then you get hit for a fair bit of damage as well. So you can stay on this side here, and you can even wait for it to go down if you'd like, if you're not quick enough. But once you're ready, go ahead and run south. We're going to quickly sprint across after the eye just went away, and it should just come up now, and it's only going to get me a little bit, and then I'll run through. Now once I'm here, we're going to go sort of northwest through this village. There's an item we want to grab that might help you out later if you're struggling on bosses. So quickly grab this talisman. This talisman allows enemies to basically focus attacks on you, and that sounds terrible, but I'll tell you, later in the guide what that's for. So again, we're just hiding behind these rocks, hiding behind the pillar on the side, whatever you can hide behind whenever that's active. Otherwise, you're going to take a lot of damage. And then we're heading up the mountain to the north. So this is northwest of that village we were just in. And there's going to be a few cliffs that you can climb up. And then again, you just want to hide. Once it's done, you run up. And I like to hug the wall right here because you're going to get invaded by an NPC and it's going to kick you off the mount. But if you're behind that rock, then the madness shouldn't hit you. Now, what you want to do is just run like hell. Don't worry about fighting him right now or anything. You can kill him if you want afterwards, but the main thing I want you to do is to run inside the church, is quickly activate the grace, because then if he kills you, you're just going to spawn right there. As you can see, he kicked my ass earlier, and I didn't touch the grace. So learn from my mistakes. You guys are better than me. After he kills you anyways, he won't respawn yet because you'll be in this area here, and he needs to trigger from the outside. So this gives you a chance to loot this stuff off the maiden, and then also to press triangle for that quest to dye the Lord of Blood's favor with the maiden's blood. And then after you've done that, make sure you grab the blood for there. If not, at least you have the side of grace. But we're going to go south there where that little pond is, so make sure you leave a marker there. And you can try hugging around this west side here. You'll likely still get invaded, but you can run away. You don't have to kill the invader. You can if you want, but yeah, you don't have to. You can just keep running south. And as you can see, I got kicked off. But I'm going to keep going south to this edge of the cliff. And when I feel like I can go down, like this one has a little bit of a ledge, then I can just roll down and pray for the best. As you can see, I didn't take any damage, so we'll keep running south. We'll go a little bit southwest to avoid some of these plants. They'll start casting magic from like beneath the ground, so just make sure you're not in that when that goes off. And then you'll see another cliff here. You just want to hug the ledge and go west. That way you can make sure you're dropping off without killing yourself, because the fall damage can hurt like hell. We're going to keep going south and west. So it's a mixture of southwest to find where we can jump down. That was a big drop, but we're able to live. So you can jump off of that ledge. Just be a bit careful. And we've also hit a statue of Marika as well in case we do die. You can now mount up as well since we're no longer invaded once you get far enough away. And then if we run south where this statue is, there's going to be a side of grace to the right of it. Alright, after you grab the side of grace, we're going to fast travel right back to the fallen ruins of the lake, and we're going to head back to Var. And we're going to give him the maiden blood. So again, we're just running to the west. I'm just going to speed this up because you've done it a few times now, so you should see where he's at pretty easily. And we're going to give him the quest item. And after you've done that, he will basically ask for your finger, and he'll do some like weird shit to your finger. And yeah, you'll get a bloody finger. But if you keep talking to him, he'll also give you the Pure Blood Knight's medal. That's what we need, because when we use that item, it's going to unlock a new area for us. Now, exhaust his dialogue, and then what we're going to do is we're going to get set up for a rune farm, so that way we can level very easily. Now, if you have no runes at the moment, as you can see, I don't have any runes. What we're going to do is we can fast travel all the way to the southeast side of the map, to the Sellen's ruins, basically. And you remember those titans we killed at the beginning? You can kill 3 of them, and that'd be more than enough. Just to kind of get us something that we need for our farming. So head to the west, kill them, get enough souls for it, and then we're going to head back to the Church of LA where the merchant is. And the reason why we needed some souls, as you can see, I have about 3,000. But he sells arrows, and we're going to use those with that longbow that we got earlier. And this is going to be part of our farming method. So you can see I bought around 300 arrows or something for 3,000 runes, which is really good. And then once you've done that, make sure you have the bow and the ruins, and you can use the Pure Blood Knight's medal to travel to the Mohgwyn Palace. You can slow that down if you need to, but basically we need those arrows for the farm, and then we use the item to go to Mohgwyn Palace. And when you first arrive here, there's a map to the south, and then there's a staircase that you can go up. And that'll be to activate your first side of grace. Now I'm going to show you how to get to the farming area. So what we do is we can use all of our flask golden seeds and our sacred tears to upgrade our flask. And then we're going to go northeast, jump off the ledge, and then you'll be able to use the mount in this area. And as you can see, we're going to go up to this cliff over here. So I'm going to show you how to basically get there. We're going to run past all the enemies here. So go north, and then we're going to turn right and go northeast. These enemies will spawn some giant skeletons, so you just want to run through them quickly before they even spawn. You'll see this tree here. You can go to the right of it. You can grab some of these items as well as we're going through. For example, that's a Smithing Stone 7, so that's really good. And you can get a Golden Rune 12 as well. So you can grab those. Just try and be quick and keep moving so you don't get blasted by the skeleton from behind like I almost did. And then we're going to hug the wall and then go into this little alcove here. You can get trapped in here, so don't stay in here too long. Grab the swarm of flies. Sometimes the enemies come rolling in at you and then you get kind of staggered. So if you die, you just got to reset basically the path we're going on. But just stay on your mount, keep running. You should be able to dodge without getting hit. And we're going to go south and we'll be up this mountain. Now once you're up here, there's going to be another side of grace just on the side here. And this is the area that we're going to be using to farm the runes, so that way we can get to level 100. Now in order to do the farm, you need to equip the longbow. You can equip it in your left hand and then equip the arrows if they're not equipped already. And then you can press L1 to basically two-hand the bow, and then L1 again to go into like a first-person mode, and then R1 to shoot the arrow. So you just want to try and hit the bird, and when you hit him, he's going to run off the edge. And if you're slow enough, when you go to rest, you'll get the runes as you kind of kill him. So you'll understand the timing as you're doing it. I'm hitting him, I'm letting him fall off, I'm waiting a second, and then I'm resting at the graze. If you rest too early, you're not going to get the runes for it, so just give him a chance to fall, but you don't have to wait too long either. Now, let's say you're not a huge fan of the bird. An alternative I'll give you, which was patched, as you can see by these rocks. There's actually a workaround after the patch. Now, it could be patched again by the time you watch this, so just be aware of that. But basically, we found another way to climb up this cliff. And if you climb up the cliff right here where I'm showing you, the side of grace was to the right. And you'll see this kind of bloody looking wall. And the jumping's a little bit tricky. But once you land on that ledge there, then you can kind of squeeze your way onto the cliff side here. Now, this definitely isn't as fast as the bird method, but it's something different for you. Make sure you have the dagger equipped and then follow this shadow like line right here as a sort of guideline. Jump off the ledge. You have to use the dagger because it's a fast weapon, and you need to keep attacking as you're falling or you're going to die. Once you see that rune drop in the bottom right, you want to quickly open your map and fast travel before it kills you. You have a bit of time, so don't worry too much. And then when you fast travel, you can see I have 110k runes, and that's pretty much it. So that's an alternative I gave you instead of the bird. And again, it may be patched, but I thought I'd at least give you another alternative. Here's some stats on the screen in case you want to quickly copy them. This is my stats at level 101. Now, if you do want a little bit more bleed damage, you can sprinkle a bit more into Arcane, or if you overlevel a bit more than 100 doing this method. It should take about 25 to 30 minutes killing enough birds for this. And you can allocate the flasks how you want, and then we can head to the Rountable Hold and continue with the guide. So once you're in the Rountable Hold, we're going to go the left path here. And then to the right here, you're going to see Nefeli. Go ahead and speak with her and exhaust her dialogue. Keep talking to her. She's going to give you a talisman, and then you can just keep going until she repeats herself. After that, go over to the Twin Maidens. You can buy some rune arcs if you want, which will upgrade your abilities, like I said, or your stats. And you can buy the 3 stone sword keys as well. So make sure you have a bit of runes from the farm, or you can go back and farm the bird a bit more if you need more. After that, we can head to the top left side of the map and go to the road to the manor side of Grace. And there is a blacksmith here that we are going to buy his Somber smithing stone from. So make sure you have enough runes for this. Again, you can go back to the bird if need be, but go ahead and speak to him, and eventually he will open his shop. And we can get up to 4 sombering smithing stones here. And the reason we need these stones is there's a trophy to upgrade your weapon to max. After you get the stones, you should have 3 of each, like I said, and then you want to go ahead and upgrade the Reduvia dagger, which is that bleed damage dagger. And then open up the map, go to the southeast side here in Limgrave, and go to the Stormhill Shack. Alright, so after we've made our way to the shack, we can actually go into the shack and find a golden seed that was left behind. So quickly grab the golden seed, and then we're going to fast travel. So you can just open up your map, and we're going to go to the shack that's to the right, to the east, the War Master's shack. And you'll remember this guy here. We actually need to kill him. So make sure you equip your dagger basically so we can start killing him. You can use a rune arc if you want, get a little extra bit of stats, but he's not hard at all. It's just a little bit overkill. Now the reason we want to kill him is he drops a item, a legendary armament that's going to be used for a trophy. So if you just start wailing on him with the dagger, you can probably get a bleed proc off on him as well. So you'll see right at the end, I did some bleed damage and he just dropped. And once he dies, he's going to drop a weapon that's called the Devourer's Scepter. And that's the item we need for the trophy. So that's going to be our first one. So make sure you've got that. Once you do, you can go to the Site of Grace and then mount up. And we're going to head sort of east through this woods type area. And we're going to make our way up to this bridge over here. You can put a marker if you want, just to make it a bit easier so you stay on the correct path. Alright, so just keep heading east. You're going to go through this camp. This camp has some enemies in it. You can just avoid them. If you're quick too, you want to dismount and open up this chest. And you can grab a shield if you'd like. You don't have to grab the shield, but it might come in handy a bit later depending on what you're using and, you know, things like that. You don't have to grab it though. And then you can just keep going down the path. So we're just going east. We're going down this cliffside here. And eventually you'll come to another Site of Grace and a bridge. So we can go ahead and activate the Site of Grace. Alright, so after we activated it, you can make your way past this enemy here on the bridge. You can loot a smithing stone right there on the bridge as well if you'd like. But we're just going to keep going down the path, making our way east. You're going to go past these gravestones through a cemetery, and you're going to find an NPC. You want to dismount and just talk to him. And you just want to make sure that they're not attacking you, so just be wary that they might be aggroed to you, those enemies that were spawning in. There's a bunch of skeletons in that cemetery. Go ahead and exhaust his dialogue, and then after we can start making our way east down the path again, and we can find another Site of Grace to activate. Alright, so after we activate the Site of Grace, we're going to fight a really easy boss, and it's just down here in this watery type area. So you'll see a ghost-like enemy that's basically rowing a boat. It's the Tibia Mariner, and this boss is really easy. You can just jump up and start attacking her, or completely miss like me. She can teleport, but she'll just teleport somewhere else in the area, so just roam around until you find her again. And you just basically want to go up, just start wailing on her with the dagger. The dagger does more than enough damage. She does spawn adds, but you can just ignore them. Or she can just take some of them out like that as well, so that can happen. But you don't really need to pay too much attention to them. As you can see, I'm even getting hit and the damage is like nothing. So she's really, really weak to us at this point, especially if you've been following the guide and you're, you know, around the same level. And sometimes you can line it up and hit some of those adds as well at the same time as killing her. Alright, perfect. So after you killed her, we are going to speak to that NPC we spoke to a moment ago. And he's going to be, if you go out this way, because you'll see you'll get a death root from her, and that's kind of what we were after. And if we go to our right, sort of back where we ran up to initially engage the fight, he's going to actually be at the end of that path before the water kind of hits, and then you can speak to him. He's next to a tree stump. Go through all of his dialogue, make sure you exhaust it to progress his quest line, and then we can start making our way east, back up the other path. Alright, so we're making our way up this path on the opposite side of the water. We're going to go east. You'll see an Erd tree in the distance, that big, bright, glowing tree. That way you know you're going in the right area, and you can also see a church on the left side. Alright, so we're going to head into the church on the left here. You're going to get dismounted because you will be invaded by an NPC. Now, if you're quick, you can just run up and activate the Grace before the invader spawns in. But I'm going to grab the cookbook. I'm going to grab the other cookbook, and then I'm going to activate the Side of Grace. And if you do manage to kill her, she's going to give you a Sacred Scorpion Charm. We don't really need it, but you can kill her if you'd like. And then from the Side of Grace, we're just going to start running south. And we're going back sort of down the path that we came up. So keep heading south down the path, and then once you're sort of at the end of that wooden fencing, you can go towards the cliff. You can actually see a spirit jumping like tornado in the distance as well, and you can just jump down to that so you don't take any fall damage. Jump down the cliff again. Again, this is still going south. We're just making our way down the cliff by the spirit springs, and then you'll find another one after a little bit of a run down a cliff again, so you can just fall right on it. Keep going south, and you're going to see another destroyed church. All right, make your way into the church. There's going to be a Side of Grace, but it's also going to be one of the best items that is going to help us cheese through the game. We're going to get a Sacred Tear to upgrade our flask. And we are going to get our beautiful Flask of Wondrous Physic. Now what this does is you mix 2 tiers that we've unlocked into that physic, and then whenever you drink it, it gives you abilities and different kind of, buffs for a short period of time. Okay, so we're going to unlock some more of the map, and to do that, we're going to head from the Side of Grace and go southwest. So southwest from the Side of Grace, you can go over this path here, and then through the trees. And in the distance, you're going to see a cliff. Now, if you're on your mount, you can double jump up the cliff. So again, we're going southwest. Once you hit the cliff, just double jump. Make your way up, and then start heading a bit south. Keep going south, and you will eventually find the tower with the map. You do want to haul ass because there's a bear about to fuck up your day. So be really, really fast. Grab the map and then get out of there, because he was up my ass and I didn't even realize it. Alright, then we're going to head down the path. So where you got that map, we're just heading down that same path. Just follow the path down. It kind of leads back to going south. And you'll just keep following the trail down, and then it'll go a bit southeast. You can tell you're on the path if you see the wooden fences along the side. And if you make your way all the way down, once you get to the last turn here, there's actually a Side of Grace that's off of the path. Kind of on that cliffside there in the distance. So you can go ahead and activate that. The reason we're going to activate it now is we're going to use it for a fast travel later on in the guide. And if you die, then you don't have to run all the way back, which is always good. We're going to go up the cliff here around the side to our right, which is more of an east direction. And we're going to go inside this castle. There's going to be some enemies on the outside. You can just use the mount to completely disregard them. There is a golden seed out front. So make sure you quickly grab the golden seed so we can use that towards our flask upgrade. And then you can go up the stairs dodging the enemies. It is going to dismount you once you enter the fort. So just go inside, go up the stairs, make sure you dodge this guy's fireballs. They're all throwing fire at you near the fire explosive barrels, so just avoid them. Go all the way up the stairs, keep running while you're also dodging. And if you're quick, you can make it to the stairs right here. The ladder. And that guy just penetrated my ass.
Nah, bro, that's still gay. No, you're gay. He's gay. I'm not gay. He's gay.
So yeah, you gotta really be quick or you can get hit from behind. But once you make it to the top, you're gonna find a chest with a medallion half in it that we're gonna need for a bit later in the quest. So yeah, do a little victory dance, why not? Open up your map though, we're gonna do a bit of fast traveling here. And we wanna make our way back to the Smoldering Church, which is in the northeast side of the map. And we're gonna go to this dungeon entrance there that I marked on the map as well. So you can pause the video to mark it. And it's southeast of the church. That Smoldering Church that's in the sort of fiery type area of the map. And we do have our Wondrous Flask of Physic, so our next key ingredient to the cheese build is coming up in this dungeon. So again, make your way south from the church. There's going to be a ledge you can drop down. It's not too high up. and you go past these crypts. You can loot those crypts if you want as well. There's a bunch of runes there. You shouldn't really need to since you've done the farming method if you've been following the guide. But fall down the cliffside, you're going to find this little tunnel entrance. And this is going to be for the jail tunnel. There you go. So the jail tunnel, just a quick little overview on the map. Now when you enter, there's already going to be some enemies straight up, but you can either kill them or ignore them. Honestly, you kill shit pretty quick with the dagger, so I recommend just taking them out really quick. And then if you go to the left side of this ledge here, you can fall down to another ledge. And then if you make your way down here, you'll find a smithing stone, a somber smithing stone too that you can grab. And you basically just want to make your way down this hole, just going down the ledges so you don't take fall damage. And then you will find a Site of Grace. Alright, so after you activate the Site of Grace, you can also add a charge to your flask since we've got a fair bit of golden seeds, and you can use the Sacred Tier that we got earlier as well. Alright, so after you've upgraded your flask, you can go to this option when you're resting at the Site of Grace. This is how you mix stuff into your Wondrous Physic. So you want to do the Intelligence one and the Dexterity one. These are only going to be temporary since we don't have the other tiers that we want. So again, Intelligence and Dexterity, just so we do a bit more damage in the meantime. And then make your way through this dungeon. Now you don't have to attack anything. We can actually just run past all of it. Either way, they don't do much damage either. So just keep running through. You're going to end up coming to another drop. You can just hug the side and then go left through this tunnel. And we're going to be running south through the tunnel. And then you'll come to this room here. This is the boss area once you go through the double doors on the right side. Now you can drink the flask of physic, when you enter or whatever you want to do. For some reason I didn't drink it. You can also still summon your ashes, so don't forget that you have ashes if you are struggling. I found the dagger wasn't really worth using on him. Honestly, if you use the Carian slicer, since our intellect is so high, or our intelligence is so high from farming and leveling, if you just hug his ass, then you can just keep kind of going around him, avoiding damage and using the Carian Slicer. Just make sure you drink the Cerulean Tears, so that way whenever you need to restore your focus, you can just get it back. And for some reason, I drank my Physic, when he was nearly dead, so don't be like me. You guys aren't trash like me, so you got this. Again, hug his ass, slash him up. You can avoid most of the damage, and once you kill him, you'll get a Dragon Heart, but more importantly, you're going to get the item we need for our cheese build, which is the Moon Veil. Now this katana scales off of our intelligence. It has a really good, special attack and things like that. And it attacks from a range, so it's a really, really good weapon. And it's very friendly for, new players and things like that. All right, so after that, we can make our way outside of the jail tunnel exit. We're going to run directly south off of the cliff, and then we're going to activate the Site of Grace. All right, clan, so we're going to activate the Site of Grace here. And once you've got that done, go ahead and go back on your mount and head down this path south over these firewalls. And you can just run past all of the enemies, just keep going south. You'll see a sorcerer on top of that cliff. You can just ignore him. Okay, he's actually an archer that happens to... Look, just dodge him and then go up the stairs to this fort. And if you go around the side of the fort, you can see the statue of Marika there in case you do mess up and die, so it's not a big deal if you do die. But just go ahead and jump onto this tree branch, kill this dude, and then start climbing up this ladder. Holy fuck, I just got rained on. And watch out for that archer from back there. Alright, so we're going to climb up to the top of the ladder. This is going to get us access to this fort. And you're going to find a wooden beam that you can cross. You can just run past the knight. You have to be really quick here because I think there's quite a few enemies. Yeah, so you're going to run into a few knights. You can bait this guy out of the tower. And then once he goes to swing, you can just roll and climb the ladder. That way you can get away. Okay, and he penetrated my ass again. Look, is it even a Souls game if you're not getting your asshole penetrated repeatedly? Not always. Sometimes there's real life scenarios, but make it all the way up to the ladder and go through the teleporter. And once you use the teleporter, you'll be in this new area here with these sort of barricades. You're just going to mount up and run straight northeast. So run northeast past the enemies. You can kind of hug the cliffside if you want, so that way they don't even really aggro, and that guy just fucking suicide bombed his entire team. And then go up to this cliff. And in order to access this fort, we go around the back again as well. So you can jump down to this platform, and then jump down to this cliff. And then you're going to make your way around the cliffside. Now there's a few bats here, but honestly, if you're on your mount, you can run past them pretty quick without getting attacked. So just keep climbing up the cliffs, going all the way around the back of the fort. Because at the very back of the fort, there's this gap here too, so make sure you jump that so you don't fall. Don't say I never helped you guys, right? Alright, then we're going to climb up the ladder to get into the fort. And once you get to the very top, you can kind of just like, you know, don't be suspicious and just jump down. You're going to run to this ladder over here quickly before the dog starts munching on you. And then once you're up here, you're actually going to jump over this wall before the knight catches up to you. Now, you won't die from fall damage. You will take damage, but that's fine. Just go ahead and drink one of your flasks because we're about to activate another Site of Grace, so it doesn't really matter. Go up the stairs. And then you're going to dodge these enemies here. You just kind of want them to attack, and then once they're reloading, you can quickly run past them. So make your way behind them, and then you will see a fog wall. Don't go in there. You actually just want to go into this room and activate the Site of Grace. This guy ended up fucking jumping my ass, so just quickly take him out. The Carian Slicer makes quick work of them, and then you can touch the Grace. Now, we're not going to actually do what's required in this area just yet. We're going to actually fast travel back to the Rountable Hold. And you can go into your equipment tab and you can equip the Moon Veil. We're finally getting to use one of our cheese weapons. And it works really well on the fight. So it's going to help you guys out a lot. So go ahead and speak with the blacksmith and then we can upgrade that. Just upgrade it as much as you can. You should be able to get it to +4. As long as you've been following the guide, you have enough stones for +4. And afterwards, we're going to go back to the east side of the map, and we're going to the third church of Marika. And you're going to see this red sending gate just above that. You can put a marker there if you need to, but basically we're just wanting to go northeast to this sending gate. Because when you go there, there's going to be a teleporter that gets us to another new area. It just saves you from having to run there and, you know, go there a different way. So this is just a quicker way to get there. Once you're there, you're going to open the door. And inside the door, you're going to activate the Site of Grace. And then you can speak to the NPC at the back, and you can offer him a death root. Now, you may remember we got death root earlier when we killed the Tibia Mariner. And, yeah, you should have that on you. He's going to give you the claw mark seal and a beast eye. And we need that for something a bit later, so you don't really need it right this moment. We're going to run back outside of the room, and we're going to mount up. Now, it's actually a boss, but you can just run straight past him. And if you run down the path, which is southeast, you're going to see a golden tree in the distance, and that's going to have a golden seed, so go ahead and grab that on your way down. And then keep going southeast. You're going to see a bridge up ahead, and right before that bridge is another Site of Grace, so make sure we activate that. There's also a giant dragon on the bridge, and we're going to run straight past him, so you don't have to actually fight him. So mount back up after you activated the Grace, run all the way across the bridge, past the dragon. And the dragons do look pretty cool, but they did add a lot of dragon enemies in this game. So, yeah. And while some of them look cool, some of them are just kind of trash. But once you make it to the other side of the bridge, you're going to see, you know, as a reference point, we're on the other side of the bridge. We just went past a big dragon, and we don't have a compass at the moment because of the boss bar, but that's okay. You're going to start getting zapped from Zeus and shit from the sky. You're going to just keep going down to this Erd tree. You can tell it's an Erd tree with all of the pots and stuff around it. And we're actually just going to hug this cliffside so we don't aggro the boss here. And we're going to keep running down. And we're going to actually go, you can barely see it there, but it's a tower that we're trying to go to. And it's those towers that carry the map on the side of them. So we're going to try and go get that map just to clear this area up. So we're running west down the path. We've just skipped past the Erd tree, so that way you know where we're at. And you can just follow this path past some enemies. And you can see up ahead there's some dragons, or there's a dragon at least. Like I said, they added a lot of fucking dragons, but you can just hug the side of the wall, keep running west. Keep going west. We're just following the path, basically. We're just two bros having a good time. Going west, dodging dragons. You know, slaying dragons and shit. Okay, we finally made it here. Past those two dragons is going to be the map. Grab the map, and then we're going to head up this little cliffside, and you're going to be facing south now. And we're sort of backtracking, but up on a cliff. And then you can drop down from this cliff. You shouldn't take damage if you do that correctly. If you do, it's not a big deal either. Just drink a flask. And then head southeast. You'll know you're going the right way because you'll see a burning wall against the cliff. And you're just going to keep following the burning wall. And just keep going east. And we're staying at this back wall so we don't aggro any enemies, basically. There's like nothing back here, so you can just kind of coast against the wall. And you'll see this big giant-ass white dragon. And we are going to kill him. Now, he is surrounded by a few other little dragons. We only really need to kill maybe two of them. One might aggro to you, but what you do is you use the L2 and then R2 special on the katana. And you can see it does a fair bit of damage, and it's not even fully upgraded. And if you keep hitting their head, sometimes you can stagger them as well. So keep getting some hits on their head with that, and then you can get yourself a visceral attack. After you kill that one, you can go up here, and we want to equip the bleed dagger because I feel like it's a little bit quicker. Because you're just going to be slashing at the dragon here, and that dragon down there might aggro to you, so if he does, just quickly kill him. But yeah, equip the bleed dagger because eventually you're going to cause bleed damage, and it's just a little bit quicker, I think, than the katana itself. And again, this dragon might aggro to you because that's what happened to me, but just quickly take him out. You can switch back to the katana, smack him with some specials, and he'll drop pretty easy. Go back to using the bleed dagger, and eventually you will kill the big dragon, which will kill all of the little dragons around him. It's going to give you your flask back as well in case you need to heal, but we're going to go to a side of grace anyway, so you should be fine. We're going to run directly east, hugging that firewall, and then we will find this side of grace here. As always, activate the grace, and we can run up these stairs that are nearby. And we've got my trusty torch equipped, and we're just going to run up the stairs and go in the fort. I recommend having it just because it's really fucking dark in this place, and there's those annoying-ass bats. I recommend even just running past them because there's that other bat that can poison you. And if you're quick and you run to the ladder at the very back of the room, you might only just get, you know, a little bit of the poison bar and not actually be poisoned. There's a side of grace there anyway, so if you get poisoned, it's not a huge deal, but I recommend just running past them. They're not even worth your time. As you get up to the top of the ladder, though, there's going to be another item that we're going to need, which is the other side of the medallion. You might have remembered the left side that we grabbed earlier. And don't leave just yet, and I also forgot there was a gap there, so don't fall off like I almost did. And then make your way over to this area here that has a ladder, and then drop down. So it's the one at the very back. And when you drop down in here, there's going to be some rats, so just get ready to take them out. You can do the L2 R1 special or the L2 R2 special. The R1's good if you have multiple enemies that aren't lined up because you can do it horizontally, and then the R2 is more of a vertical slash. The reason it's so good too is because it hits at a range, so you don't have to be too close to the enemy, which is always nice. But after that, go ahead and jump across the gap. And then now you're going to fight a few smaller rats and also a big rat. So just get ready for the big boy. So we're just going to quickly take him out. I'm going to try and lure the big rat out because he's stuck on the wall there. And we're just going to keep spamming some specials on him, stagger him a little bit, dodge an attack. Then you can go right back in and smack him with the special. And we can just finish him off. As you can see, the katana does put in some serious work. And once he's dead, we can jump down the ladder here. And we're going to find our first legendary talisman, which is for a trophy. Once we get all of those, we're going to get a trophy. So make sure you grab that one. And you can put it on if you want, but you do get increased damage. We're going to get some better talismans later that I recommend. And then after, we can just fast travel right back outside to the side of Grace. And then we're going to run south. So as you can see where my cursor was, we're going to jump this firewall and run a bit south-southwest. And we're going to make it down this little cliff. And there's going to be a path here. And then another cliff. And we're going to try and just land on this area right here. You don't want to die. If you do, you'll be at the side of Grace. It's not a massive deal, but just try and use the ledge to your advantage. You're going to see this cemetery thing to the right, this big one. Use that as a reference point, because then when you turn around and hit the rock here, it's going to actually open up to a cave. You can equip your light if you need to because it's dark as hell, and you find the Celia hideaway. We won't be using this area just yet, but we're going to grab the side of Grace since we're nearby to just save us a bit of trouble later on when we can fast travel back. Now you can't fast travel while you're in here, so go ahead and run back outside the exit. Why the fuck did I punch that rock? And once you make it completely outside, you can then go into the map, and we are going to start sort of heading south to go towards where that map is. You can see it on the map there. We're going to try and grab that. So what we'll do is we'll mount up. And we're going to go southwest. So we're just going southwest, and then we'll start to turn south to go down this little bit of a cliff. And eventually you're going to actually see a church. So while you're going southwest, you'll run into this church. And this church has a side of Grace as well as another sacred tier, which is going to upgrade our flask. You can upgrade it now if you'd like, or we can upgrade it at another point in the video. Either way, after you've done that, mount up. And we're going to go northwest down this hill. Pranked, we're not going that way. Toxic YouTuber. We're going to actually go north through this cemetery. And you're going to see if we hug the ledge here that there's a path down that way. You can try and jump down. It's a little bit dodgy, so you'll probably take some damage, but you shouldn't die. If you can be bothered, you can go like the correct way. But listen, man, we're not about that here, right? We're just trying to get this shit done. So jump down. We're going west to find another side of Grace. We're going to grab this one in case we fuck up and die, which I think I actually did. All right, so we go back up the cliff just a little bit, and we're going to platform onto this tree branch that's on the building. You have to just kind of walk over to the edge a bit and then try and land down on it. You can sort of hug the wall. It's a little bit of a bitch, but yeah, once you get down to that, then you can sort of run down. Try not to panic like I did there. But if you run down and land on it, you shouldn't take any damage, or at the very least, you'll take damage, but you won't die. You just don't want to die, basically. Grab the golden seed and then jump over to this branch. And we're going to make our way up this ledge here, and you kind of just can jump up the side there with your mount. Okay, fuck me then. You can jump on the side here without the mount, and you can just climb up the ladder. And the reason we're going up here is we have to light these sort of braziers. That's a porn site. Yep, and just make sure you light the flame, and then we can move on to the next one. I apologize, guys. This is why you don't do commentary late, but like it's the only way I'm going to get these guides out. So we're doing 3 a.m. commentary, so bear with me, guys. We got this shit. Mount up as you get down the ladder. We're going to jump over to this building here. We're going to then hardcore parkour over to that building on the left, which is east, sort of southeast. Jump over there. And then we're going to go over to this branch. Now, there's going to be an enemy here. You can kind of just switch to your magic and take him out if you want. Just so he's not... I probably would. He's got an arrow. Like, he's got a shit ton of arrows. And he just... Yeah, dude, he's a dick. And we'll make our way over to this building here. I'd kill this guy too. These guys are like fucking kind of nuts when they start spazzing out. And then you can jump over to this tree branch here on the southeast side. And make your way over here to this ledge. And there's going to be another ladder. So we can climb up that and light the flame. Just be careful when you dismount as well. Your character likes to do a dramatic like ass thrust backwards. And you can throw yourself off. So just be cautious of that. Alright, so that'll be another one knocked out. After that, we're going to make our way back down the ladder. You can just mount up and fall down if you're lazy like me. And then you'll see this tree branch over here from this building. We can climb over to it by just double jumping, making our way on this building over here, jumping over, and then you'll see another ladder. Make your way up this ladder for yet another flame that we can light. And whenever you light these, it's actually opening a seal down below to get like some random items and chests. I think there's some talismans and stuff. It's not needed for the trophy, but if you want, you can kind of explore and look at them. If you want as well, there's this guy here, and he's got a stone sword key, so I recommend getting that. And then after, we can jump straight down to the floor and run north. And we're actually going to grab pretty much our ultimate cheese item now. So get ready for this, guys. It's pretty hype. Don't forget, it's going to be a double boss, so there's 2 bosses in here, but they're not hard by any means. Don't forget you have your ashes, you have the physic, all of that stuff. So without further ado, let's pot up and meet the boss. So as you can see, we smacked him once with the special, and he took a fair bit of damage. Like pretty much 4 hits and they're dead. And this is without ashes. So again, you can use ashes if you want. Make sure you back up and restore your focus if you need to. But as you can see, they're wailing on me and they just don't do enough damage since we're so leveled. And you can get a double hit like that too if you line them up. So there's a lot of like nice little hits you can get in on these guys. You can line them up again like that. See how they're sort of lined up. And then we can chuck that at them. Didn't quite connect that one, but still. Once one of them's low, just focus on that one. Get him knocked out. And then you should have no problem dispatching the one by himself. Like, look at the distance on this thing. It's so good. The guy was just sitting there, like, trying to figure out what day of the week it was, and he just got fucked. After that, head up the stairs, and we're going to grab an item that will eventually become the cheesiest item that we have in our build. The only way to celebrate is with Moist Critical.
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Alright, hopefully you appreciated that cameo Charlie appearance, and we can activate the Site of Grace. After you've done that, we can fast travel to the round table. Now once you're here, you can see this NPC by the table. Go ahead and exhaust his dialogue. You can see he sells some incantations, but yeah, once he does that, you can just leave. And then the next thing we want to do is go over towards the blacksmith. And we're going to upgrade our newly grabbed staff. So you're going to have to tab over to the ranged weapons. And then you should see that we have like the smithing stones for it. So you should be able to make that a +4 as well, just like you did with the Moonveil Katana. And now we can get rid of the Astrologer Staff. We can put the Moonveil weapon there, and then you can press R1 to go to your right-hand armament. And that basically just lets you equip them just a little bit faster by using L1 and R1 to switch your hands. And there you go. You got the Moonveil Katana and the staff. And if you have some spare runes, you can spend them on leveling up. Again, here's some of my stats at the moment. It's more of just a guideline, so you can kind of tweak it a bit as you see fit. But I would follow roughly that, especially the high intelligence, so you can get more damage off of your intelligence stat. After you've done that, we can then fast travel to the fallen ruins of the lake, which is in Liurnia. And we want to get up to this platform here. So the way to do it is actually, we'll set a marker about there. And we're basically going under like a cave type thing. And then we can go up a ramp to get up to that platform up there. So I'll show you guys now. We're going to run southwest. Alright, so we're just making our way through the lake. And you can kind of see in the distance there, that hole. Well, basically it is like a hole kind of underground or underside of the cliff. And if we start running south, once we see that hole, we can make our way under the cliffside. There's a Site of Grace there if you want it, but we're going to grab one where we're going anyways. And in this area, the ground is poisoned, but since we're on torrent, we're not going to be affected by the poison. And we'll just keep going south under this area here. So again, we're under the cliff itself. And you're going to end up seeing those kind of posts in the distance with some bodies on them. And that's where we want to go, because that's actually a ramp that goes up to the town itself, or the village. Make your way all the way up to the top. You don't have to talk to the NPC. You can just go all the way past her, through the village, and then into this little shack where the Site of Grace is. Go ahead and activate it. And the main reason we came to this town is we're going to head southeast up this hill. There's going to be one enemy in our way. You can just quickly kill him. It's pretty easy with the katana, to be honest. So go ahead and kill him. Keep going east past where he was at. And you're going to see a pot right here. And if you just brush up against it with a roll, then you're going to see that it was actually a disguise. And if you exhaust his dialogue, he's going to give you the Medallion secret right half. So it's for a different area. It's a secret area. And then after, we'll go all the way to the north side of the map, and we'll go to the Bellum Church. Now, once you're at the Bellum Church, go ahead and mount up on Torrent, and then head north. Make your way outside, and we're going to run down this hill past the merchant on the left. And we're going northeast now, just all the way down the hill. Just keep running. Okay, we're still going down the hill, and up ahead is going to be another sort of under cliffside kind of area. You can just run past the enemy, and once you get down into the water, you're going to see a lot of these oversized poison type enemies. You can actually just run right past them as well. Keep going northeast. And if you look closely, you can actually see a gold tree in the distance. And that's going to be another golden seed for us to upgrade our flask. So go ahead and grab the golden seed and then run past these enemies as well. And we're still going sort of northeast. And you'll see a shack. And you can grab a smithing stone in the shack. And then you can grab a Site of Grace up on this ledge. And then grab the Site of Grace and head up the stairs. There's about 2 stairs, and there's an enemy in between them as well. So just be, aware of that. You'll eventually come to this tunnel here, and there's a ladder to the left. You can just quickly run up it. And we're just going to be running through the dungeon, basically. So we're going to run to our right. And in this room, you just want to hug the wall. Otherwise, you'll activate a bunch of poison traps. And you can see I got my ass kicked. So there's a lot of these little guys that pop out. You just want to be ready to take them on. And you can use your specials to try to, hit multiple at a time. And they die pretty quick. So just dodge, hit, dodge, hit. Alright, and then you can head up the lift. Once you're at the top of the lift, go through this tunnel here. And we're going to just run past all the enemies again. You don't need to fight them. We can go through the tunnel on the left side. And you can go ahead and take out this dung beetle. Just be wary that once you actually kill him, he starts to explode. So you just want to roll away really quick. So yeah, you don't want to get hit by that. But it's going to give you a Somber Smithing Stone 4, which is always good. And then we can progress outside of this tunnel. And we can head over to the right, where the Site of Grace is. After you get the Site of Grace, head up this lift as well. This lift isn't that long, so just go up the lift. And then we go straight up these stairs, and you can dodge past these enemies as well. You don't need to kill them. Because we're going to go up the stairs. We're going to run past these guys here. And we're going to go up this ladder in the distance. Make your way up the ladder. And once you get to the very top, there's some enemies on the right over here past those like columns or the pillars. You can actually just keep running west to skip them. And then you can run up that wooden staircase there with the bat. Just kill him really quickly, otherwise he can poison you. So take him out really quick. And then you can climb the ladder and avoid the rest of the bats. I'd probably, again, only take him out because of the poison and he's a bit quicker. So just take him out and then you can skip the other ones. Once you get up that ladder, make your way around this cliffside. And at the very end of it is going to be some enemies. You can just, again, run past them and then climb the ladder really quickly. And once you're up this ladder, there's a few bats that are in the distance as well. And then there's also a lift. You can just run past them if you're quick enough and go up the lift. They usually take a minute to even really recognize that you're there. So as you can see, the poison didn't even hit me. And as long as you're quick, it shouldn't really do anything to you. Alright, we're going to hit the Site of Grace. And then we're going to go through the Fog Wall. So once you're ready to take on a boss, again, remember you have your Physic and you have your Ashes. So we'll go ahead and take on this boss. Now, this boss is similar to the one that we killed for the Moonveil Katana. He's just the actual, like, proper version of it, so he's a bit stronger. But again, you can just use the Moonveil Katana and smack him with that attack. You can also, again, use the Carian Slicer towards his backside. It just does a ridiculous amount of damage. As long as you're on the backside, you won't really take any damage. Again, you still have to dodge and be wary of when he attacks, but ultimately you could just stand behind him and use the Carian Slicer for a shit ton of damage and just avoid the lava on the floor. Once you kill him, you're going to get a trophy, and you're also going to get a weapon. We don't really need it unless you're going to use that for your build, but we can run to the Site of Grace. And I actually had a visual glitch here, which does happen sometimes, so be wary of it. You can see, like, I'm way over here, and it's saying Touch Grace, and I mean, like, I wear glasses and shit, but I'm pretty sure the Grace is over there. So yeah, there's like a few bosses that it does it on. It's not a huge deal, but just make sure that you are aware of it, and you can press triangle a bit later. Just head forward after that, and then we can go up the lift. And right after that is already another Site of Grace. Go ahead and activate that. After that's active, mount back up, and we're going to head northeast up this hill. You can just, again, run past all the enemies. Now, earlier when I said the dragons looked really fucking cool in this game, I did mean it, and it's because of dragons like this. As you run up here, a dragon's just going to come down. I mean, he's got, like, red lightning and shit all over him. It's super badass. But, yeah, we're going to skip him. So just keep running northeast up the hill, past the dragon and the other enemies. And you'll see some coyotes as well, or wolves. Just go ahead and run past them as well. And you're going to hit another Site of Grace. So we're going to activate the Site of Grace. And we're going to go up the stairs here to the Lux Ruins. And we're going to speak to that lady we helped back in the lake. So we're going to exhaust her dialogue, and then we're going to take her hand, and she's going to take us to the Volcano Manor. Alright, so once you've spawned in at the manor, you're going to see these two NPCs here. You can have a chat with her and exhaust her dialogue. And go ahead and hit Join Volcano Manor. And she's going to give you a drawing room key. After you get the key, you've done everything we need to with her, so you can go to the Site of Grace. And then you can run out the doors to the northwest. Keep going straight through the doors, all the way to the end and down the stairs, and then outside. And we're going to go ahead and get on our mount again. And we're just running northwest up this cliffside, or up this path. You can run past the Titan as well. And you can see it from here. There's a golden seed in the background there on a golden tree. So we're going to quickly grab that. After you grab that, run down the hill. And we're going south. Down the hill after getting the golden seed. We're going past the hands. And we're going to hug the left side so we don't aggro the big hand. So this part here is where the map is. And if you're quick, the big hand will come out, but he won't aggro to you. So quickly grab the map and then make your way left. past the fire, and you're going to see another Side of Grace. You can then activate that, and as you can see, he didn't even really follow me. He tried to attack, but didn't follow me. If he followed you, you can try and quickly rest to reset him. And we're just fast traveling to the Erdtree Gazing Hill, where we were at before we went to the manor. And there's actually a golden seed right here next to the golden tree. So grab that if you haven't, and then run north, up the mountainside. We're going all the way north. Just start climbing up this cliff. And as you get up, you know you're going the right way if you see another Tibia Mariner. We're not going to kill this one. We're just going to run straight past, go through the Windham Ruins, and just follow where I'm going here. We're going all the way at the back of this area, the very, very back, and you're going to go around this cliffside here, and there's actually a path back here. And there's also another Side of Grace. If you feel like you're going to die or anything, you can quickly grab it. I feel like it's worth grabbing anyways, because if you do die, then at least you have a checkpoint. After that, keep heading north. You can see a dung beetle there. If you kill him, he's got an Ash of War. It's not needed for a trophy or anything, so you don't have to do it. You can just keep running north. You want to try and avoid getting hit by that because it does a lot of damage. But on the left side of this path is going to be yet another golden seed to upgrade our flask. And we're going to keep running north, and we're going to start going west once we come to a fork in the road. So we're going to turn to the left, which is west or northwest. There's going to be a lot of enemies just fucking dropping from the sky like that. And we're just going to run right past them. Keep dodging the random geysers. And now we're going west down a path. And we're just going to go all the way to the very end. And there's going to be another Side of Grace at the very end of this. So you'll see a fort in the distance. And then you'll also see the Side of Grace between the trees. Alright, so make sure we activate the Side of Grace. And we can use this as a reference point as well, because what we're going to do is mount up. And we're going directly west up this cliffside. Again, you can run past all the enemies here. And you're just jumping up the cliff and then going around the left side, which will be south, southwest. Keep running straight past all of these rocks and enemies, and then you'll eventually see the lava. We're going to run through the lava with Torrent. A boss is going to spawn, but we're just going to ignore it. And you do take damage over time, but if you're quick, it's not a lot of damage. Torrent is a real one, and he's taking the damage for you. Immediately after that lava, there's this little left path that's kind of hidden a little bit, so make sure you go left. You'll know you're the right way if you see these crypts or these coffins. And then you're just going to head up the path to the southeast side. And then it's going to wrap around and go east. And you just want to keep running because a giant bear is going to jump from the ledge over there. And we're just going to keep running east. And we'll keep going east. Again, we're running past all of these enemies. There's a Side of Grace to the right if you want to grab it, but you don't need to. And we're going to run past another boss here in a moment. So keep running past all these enemies through the village. You'll eventually be in Hermit Village. You can, again, just run past everything. And right here is where the boss is. So you want to do this kind of quick. You're going to run over here onto this cliffside, jump off. You're going to see the Side of Grace, and you just want to activate it and then rest to reset everything. All right, and we are here because that staff we got is really good, but it's useless unless we have an amazing spell to use it with. So we're going to talk to this guy, and it's going to be our first legendary spell as well. But once he's done doing his little animation, he's going to give you the spell Comet Azur. Now this spell is part of our cheese build. There's one more thing we need before we can actually make full use of it. But we're going to want to fast travel to the Waypoint Ruin Cellar, which is all the way at the southeast side. And you'll remember Sorceress Cell in here, and you just want to give her all of the sorcery scrolls that you have. Go through all of her dialogue after you do that, and you should get the Cellian Sealbreaker. Once you have that, then we can go back over this way to the Celia Hideaway. So again, we're on the northeast side now, Celia Hideaway. Now the reason we grabbed the Grace earlier was to save us time when we come back here so we can fast travel. And we're just going to run southwest. And before we do that, make sure you use all of the runes that you can at the Grace. So level up if you can, anything like that, because we're going to sacrifice them to get out of the tunnel a bit quicker. But just keep running straight through the tunnel, and eventually you're going to hit an illusionary wall. And there's multiple of these. So whenever you see like the dead end, just hit it again to open it. And again, make sure you use the runes because we're going to get out of the dungeon a bit quicker. You could walk out of the dungeon, but I honestly just advise using the item that gets rid of your runes and then teleports you back to the Grace. Alright, so we want to come over to these crystals and drop down. Drop down to the second one and then drop down to the floor. And you know you're going the right way if you see a seal as well as an enemy or a sorcerer here who's beating the shit out of me. So quickly take him out. And we're going to get another spell. We're not really going to be using this one. You can at certain points, but this one is just one that's needed for the trophy. And again, we are going to sacrifice the runes that we have to get out of the dungeon quicker. And after his long dramatic animation, we're going to have the Stars of Ruin, which is our second sorcery. And you can use the Memory of Grace, which is going to take us back to that Grace, but at the cost of all of our runes. And then we can run outside of the cave to fast travel. You can only fast travel once you're outside of the cave. And then we're going to head up towards the top side of the map. So you should be at the Road of Iniquity side of Grace. And in here you can allocate your flasks. I recommend having enough focused flasks, so about 4 of them. And then 6 healing ones. And don't forget you can also use your ashes as well. So make sure you have those equipped. And they will help on the fight also. And the reason we're doing this is there's a boss here that drops a tier for our physic. And this tier is going to give us infinite focus for a certain amount of time. So we're going to run down the mountain here going east. You'll see, a few fires and things like that. You just run past all of this. Keep going east and you'll see a tree off in the distance, a fairly big tree. This is actually where the boss fight takes place. So I'm going to drink my physic as I roll up. And as he's spawning, I also go ahead and summon the ashes. The ashes actually get pretty fucked up on this fight because he does a lot of AoE damage. But if you land a lot of those L2, R2 specials with the katana on his head, you can actually stagger him and get some more damage in on him. And when he does this move, you want to make sure you roll away or he can actually, pick you up and eat you, which will do a shit ton of damage. In most cases, it'll probably kill you. So if you see him do that lunge, make sure you just dodge. So like that, you just want to dodge at last minute, get maybe a special in if you can. And this fight can be a bit tricky, but you guys got this. I do recommend using the Carian Slicer up close to him as well by his legs, and then just dodging when you need to, and it's not too bad. Alright, so I just used magic to finish him off. Asshole still got me. But once you kill him, the main item we wanted to get is the Cerulean Hidden Tier, and this is going to give us infinite magic when we drink our physic. So if you struggle on him, just maybe go level up a bit more. But yeah, just try to dodge his attacks as much as you can. But you guys got this. And then we're going to fast travel down to the southeast side of the map to the Mausoleum Compound. And once you're here, you're going to click the Mix Wondrous Physic option on the side of Grace. And you want to have the one that boosts intelligence and the Cerulean Hidden Tier, which is the, eliminates FP cost. So basically you're increasing your intelligence as well as not needing magic. That'll allow us to drink right before the boss so then we can cheese them. And in order to cheese them, we want to also equip Comet Azur. Now this is that sorcery we grabbed a bit earlier. And we now can cast it with infinite magic when we drink the physic. It is a limited duration, so just keep that in mind. But it does come in handy. So let's go try it out right now. Why not? And the boss that we're going to try it on is actually, he has a tier that we want as well. And we're going to replace that intelligence tier with this one. So we're just going to make our way northeast around these cliffs. Just keep following on the map. And you'll eventually come to the Erd Tree. So basically where I showed you on the map, you just want to come to the Erd Tree. And if you hug the left side of the map, you can go up these cliffs. And we're going to try the cheese out, okay? So when the game gives you enough macaroni, you're going to have to eventually use the cheese, right? So we're going to drink... what the fuck? Right, so we drink our physic, and this is going to give us infinite magic for a limited time. And then you want to cast Comet Azur. And as you can see, My dumbass was too far back. So you can be up a little bit closer. Thankfully, the boss did aggro and he started to run into it, and I was able to finish him off still. So you can see it just absolutely obliterates the boss. His health bar just took the fucking day off, and that's it. Like, that's literally the boss. Now, it won't be like that for every boss, but it does, you know, it does help, and it takes a lot of the health away. So we've got the magic shrouding cracked here, which is what we wanted. After you get that, open up your map and go to the northwest side of the map, to the road to the manor side of Grace, next to that blacksmith, and then we can head north up the path. We're going to veer off the path a little bit. We're still going north, but you're kind of just dodging, and you can go off the path, like I said, to just dodge. And we want to go northeast because you can see a castle in the distance. That's where we're trying to get to. Just keep dodging those from the sky. So just a lot of navigating through that. And then once you get here, you're going to hit the side of Grace. Now, my first time, I actually really liked this area because it was kind of creepy and cool. Now, it may be a bit tricky or intimidating, but don't worry, guys. I'll give you a hand. All right, so we're actually going to run past all these enemies here. We're just going to run straight north past this fountain. There's going to be a lot of little hands here, too, so just watch out for them in case you get pounced on. All right, we're going to keep going around, following the path, giving yourself a bit to get some stamina back so you can keep running, so that way they don't come up behind you. You can see the hand just drop down there too, so just kind of be wary that there are enemies there. There's going to be a big hand up here, but we can just run past him if we're quick enough. You can just jump up here, and he'll try and cast magic at you too, which can bind you, so just be careful. All right, and then we're going to run up the stairs, going through this area here, and we're going to find another side of Grace. So go ahead and activate that really quick. After that, we can make our way forward. And we're going to go over a lot of bridges here. And we're just going to want to run past all the enemies again, because there's quite a few. They just spawn in. So we're going to keep going straight. So we're going southeast. So you run around the tower, keep going straight. Again, all these enemies are going to keep spawning in. There's eventually going to be some enemies that you see with a crossbow. And you just want to kind of dodge occasionally so you don't get shot. For example, that guy there, he tried to shoot me. So I'm kind of bobbing and weaving, making sure I'm not going to get hit by a crossbow. And once you get up to these stairs, you will find a lift. Go ahead and go up the lift. And we're already at another side of Grace, which is great. Go ahead and activate that. And we're coming up to another boss here in a moment. It's a bit of running before we get to the boss. But there's also a golden seed right outside of this room. If you're quick, you can grab the golden seed without aggroing this wolf. And then there's another wolf behind us to the right. You can kind of see him patrolling the area there. But if you just run to these stairs, you can usually get there without aggroing him. And if you do, you can usually outrun him. So go up these stairs. Keep making your way northwest now. We're going to run past a lot of these sorcerers and a titan. I say sorcerers and they're not using like any magic, but okay. And that's fine. Just run past them and then go on the right side because there's only one enemy. Just make sure that you dodge him. Otherwise, you'll go into the boss fight with less health. And other than that, we're going to run straight to the top and we are going to meet our next boss. So have your ashes ready and your physic ready. Alright, so as you walk in, the Royal Knight Loretta is going to spawn once you go past these chairs. So just quickly take a drink of your physic and just start casting. If you're quick enough, she's going to do some animations which will allow you to get some hits in. And as you can see, we're still doing a fair bit of damage. So we did a bit over half her health bar. And that right there is usually enough cheese for you to get through the fight, even if you don't know the fight. Her attacks are pretty predictable. Again, use the L2 and R2 attack because it does have a fair bit of range. For example, I can hit her from all the way back here. And it does a shit ton of damage, really. So you can just keep doing that. And you're going to see that she's just getting kind of rocked. She doesn't really have any notable moves, though, to be honest. So, yeah, just kind of dodge all of her magic attacks and her melee. And that's essentially the fight, really, guys. You guys got this shit, though. You're going to fucking destroy her. Like, I'd hate to be her right now. You know what I'm saying? Activate the Side of Grace after she's been defeated. Alright, and then after this, we're going to fast travel. I'm going to show you basically a cheese item that we can grab. You can skip this part if you'd like. I'll have a timestamp there for you. But we're going to go to the Lasciar Ruins. And this was fixed, but we're going to go northwest. It was actually, I don't want to say nerfed because it was fucking broken. I could one-shot people in PvP. Like, it was absolutely disgusting. But go to the very back of the ruins and then head west. So you go north to the back and then go west to find some stairs. Now, again, this has been fixed, but I think it's worth mentioning because what it is it's magical daggers that float over your head. And sometimes it staggers an enemy, which can come in handy. It doesn't do a crazy amount of damage anymore. So, again, you can skip this part. I figured I'd leave it in because it's only maybe about 1 to 2 minutes. So we're going to get the Wraith Calling Bell, and this is part of how we're going to do this trick. And we're going to go back to where we fought the Royal Knight Loretta just now, which is the Royal Moon Gazing Grounds. And then from here, if you go to the north kind of direction, there's actually a doorway you can exit out of. And we're going to hug the left side so we don't aggro this dragon. So we're going southwest, hugging the left side because there's a dragon to our right. And we don't want to aggro him. Make sure you have some runes here for this because we're going to purchase something. And we're going to come over to this ledge here. And you can go ahead and kill the dung beetle as well. He tried, you know what I mean? But he actually doesn't give you anything, so it might not even be worth it. Go ahead and jump down here and then go off this kind of side of the building. There's going to be these platforms that you can land on. Land to the platforms and then jump all the way down. And then roll down again. And then you don't have to go down the ladder. You can just jump down. You're going to see an NPC here that's like licking the floor. And you're basically just going to talk to him, go through his dialogue. So he opens up his shop. And inside his shop, he has a Ash of War that we can use, which is the Carian Retaliator. You can also buy the cookbook if you'd like, or the Larva tier if you ever need to respec. But we want that Carian Retaliation ability. And to equip an Ash of War, you go to the Rountable Hold. Now, when you come back to this place, there's actually going to be an invader the very first time you come back. So it'll be kind of dark and gloomy. Oh, okay. Well, surprise, motherfucker. What the fuck? So in all honesty, I was kind of unsure on, what the hell was going on. But yeah, you get invaded, but once you beat him, you can get, I'm assuming that's a weapon, but you don't need it for the trophies or achievements. So then we can go on to actually adding the Ash of War onto a shield. And if you grab that shield early on, the one I said earlier in the guide, then you can add it onto there. And again, this has been fixed, so you add it on and you add it as magic. So yeah, it doesn't do as crazy of damage, but it might still be used for you in certain scenarios. You can upgrade if you want, but I don't really recommend it, especially after it's been fixed. And what you do is you just put the Wraith Calling Bell on your action bar. I'm just going to quickly show you how it works. And then we can go back to where we killed the Royal Knight Loretta at the Royal Moon Gazing Grounds. And how it works is you use the Wraith Calling Bell and then you press L2 to quickly parry. And that turns it into these magical homing daggers. Now, before it was fixed, you could literally four-shot a boss with these. They were fucking nuts. But now it's nothing like that. So again, that's it for you if you do want to have it. It comes in handy for staggering sometimes when you need to run up on a fast opponent. But other than that, we can go on now with the guide. You'll come out of that same exit where the dragon was, and we're going to go southwest. You can still hug the outskirts of it, so that way you don't aggro the dragon. And we're going to go to the tower that's called Ronnie's Rise. You'll see it here. There's 3 little circles on the map, and the one we're going to is the one in the middle, and that's Ronnie's Rise. And this will be Ronnie's Rise. Now, you might remember Ronnie from the beginning. She introduced herself as Rena, which was that the reason for my existence. And yeah, so you come into Ronnie's Rise, and I guess it's like a sort of play on word because they know that I'll also be rising when I come and see her. But go up the stairs to the southwest kind of direction. Just keep going all the way up, and you're going to find a site of grace. And then you'll keep going up again, and there'll be a lift. Now that you've familiarized yourself with this area, whenever I say go up these towers, I'll kind of just shorten it so you don't have to keep watching that. But again, we'll go up the lift. We will make our way to the very top. And you're going to see Ronnie there in her chair. Go through all of her dialogue, make sure you exhaust it, and then head back down. And near the side of grace is going to be her 3 kind of support people. Go ahead and exhaust all of their dialogue. And the next one's just down a bit further. Go ahead and speak to him, exhaust all of his dialogue. And then the last one you can see in the distance down the hallway. You go over to him and exhaust his dialogue as well. And this is part of her quest line, so you do need to do this if you want the trophies. After you exhaust all of 3 of their dialogues, then you can go back up to the top of the tower and speak with Ronnie again. So again, once they start repeating, we'll make our way all the way back up and then start talking to her, and she's going to let you know that she will be sleeping soon. So she basically goes into a slumber. Once you have that happen, you've gone through all the dialogue. Again, you make your way all the way back down, and we're going to exit out the front door, and we're heading to the right. So as you're leaving Ronnie's Rise, we're going to the right, and you're going to see another tower in the distance. Keep hugging the side of the cliffs to make your way down without dying. That way you can fall safely, and you'll eventually be at the end here, and you can just drop down. Now run through and go up to the tower, and we'll be speaking with Celivis. This is actually his tower. And go through his dialogue options until he gives you a potion. So hit accept the task, make sure you choose the top option, and you'll get Celivis's potion. After you do that, we can then exhaust his dialogue just to make sure that we did progress the quest. And then we can head up this ladder. And once you go all the way to the very top of the tower, you're going to get a memory stone, which increases our slots for our spells. After that, we can go to the fast travel on the map and go back to the Rountable Hold. Now, once you're at the Rountable Hold, you can speak to the NPC that's by the side of Grace table again. And just choose the dialogue option asking him about getting some D. And then after that, you can leave. And we're going to go over to the bedroom where the Dommy Mommy is and try and get some comfort. And you just want to let her hold you again. So again, I'll skip the animation to save you guys the trouble. Go through all of her dialogue options until she gives you a weathered dagger. Make sure you get the weathered dagger. Keep going through the dialogue options. Make sure she repeats herself, and then go ahead and stop letting her hug you unless you need a little bit more time. And then go back to the NPC at the side of Grace and give him the weathered dagger. After that, you only have to give it to him. You don't need to speak to him again. And we can just fast travel to the Rountable Hold, so that way it refreshes the area. We can go over to the left area now, and we can loot the Royal Remains armor from this guy. And then we can go back towards the blacksmith area to our left. And you're going to see there's 2 doorways here. We're going to go at the one at the very back. Now you're going to see Fia here again. And you're going to see that this guy got fucking wrecked. So go ahead and loot him, get all of his stuff, and then start speaking to her. And go through all of her dialogue options. And you'll see her disappear. After that, that means we can finally leave. We're going to zoom out and make our way northeast, if I know how to use a compass. Northeast, we're going to the 3rd church of Marika. Now, once we're at the 3rd church, we will mount up and head south. So keep going south down this path. You're going to see, a bit of ruins and things like that. And just keep running down the path through the woods. All right, so keep going down the path a bit, and we're still going southwest kind of direction. We don't want to go too far because, again, there's a bear there, and we don't want to aggro him, so we'll jump up on this cliff to go ahead and bypass them, and you're going to find this like mausoleum-type entrance. And you'll find an entrance on the right side if you go around, and then a lift. Now, I cut the lift out because it was legit a minute long. Like, if you last longer than me, what the fuck? On the way down, grab the side of Grace. I'm not a huge fan of this area, if I'm completely honest, but we will get through this together. We're already making good time, guys. We're at 2 hours in the guide. We got this shit. So we're going to go northeast. You can kind of loot shit as you go, but you don't really need to. And we're going up this path, and then we're going to make a sharp left here, go up the stairs, and then a right. And then you're going to see some stairs in the distance as well. Go up the stairs here, and there's going to be yet another lift. So again, go up the lift. It's going to dismount you anyways. And once you're on top of the lift, you can just remount. And we're going to run straight ahead. You can just skip all of this. There's nothing really worth looting. Southeast, we're just going straight up the path. You can grab that glovewort as well. Those increase your ashes, so I do recommend it. If you ever see a glovewort, make sure you loot them. Those do increase your ashes level. Now, in order to progress this area, you have to light these 8 pillars. So we're going to go through, and this is our first one. And then after that, we can run this way here. You can grab a map by the first pillar that's lit up. As you can see, whenever you grab one of those pillars, then the pillars on the staircase light up. From there, we're going to turn around and go northwest. We're going to try and avoid the crab or just get slapped by him either way. Keep running past him. Go northwest. We're going to run past all the enemies here, so don't really need to worry about them. And whenever you light the flame, you actually get some invincibility frames as well. So you can quickly light the frame. And even if they go to attack you, as you can see, he missed. So you can then roll away and quickly mount up and then run away. So after we lit that second one that was northwest, we're going to go south and then east. And we're going to hug around the ledge here. There's going to be one that spawns right here that you can just dip past. And now we're sort of going east again into the water. You'll see an island in the distance. We're going to go around the left side so that way we don't aggro a lot of these phantoms that spawn in. If you went around the left side like that, they shouldn't spawn, but go ahead and light this. And you can see they're not aggroed on me, which is good. So from the island, we're going to go southeast down this path that has some flame. And then to the right of that path. So we're just hugging on the right side so we don't aggro the enemies that are actually on that path. And keep going east, and then at the very edge is going to be another thing that we can light. Now there's these archers here, so you do got to keep trying to avoid them. And quickly light this, and you can dodge the archers pretty easily, to be honest. But try and roll away. As you can see, I still got hit. You shouldn't really die. You should be able to give yourself enough time to get away. And don't forget, you can drink your flask on the horse. After lighting that one, we're going to go west and then north. So basically sort of northwest. We're just going to try and dodge through. I recommend going around the trees, because you can see there's a lot of archers. There's a little bit aids to navigate through, but you can see that guy sniping me from up there. You just want to try and get through there. And then when you go north, you're going to find this one here by the 2 electric balls. Now you want to keep rolling to dodge those. And after 5 blasts, they just disappear. And then we can mount up. We're going to head north. And now we've kind of hit a checkpoint. And activate the Side of Grace. Another thing worth mentioning, if you do die, you don't have to relight all of those. So once they're lit, they stay lit. And after the Side of Grace, we're going to head a bit northwest down into the water. And you're already going to see another flame that we can light. Yo, that electric ball is just shitting on me. Alright, so light the flame here that was northwest of the Side of Grace. Try not to die. Don't be like me, guys. You guys are better than me. Alright, so we're going to go northeast from here. And then sort of kind of just navigate through the cliffs. I think there is some archers, but you should be fine. Alright, and we're just going to be heading northeast. You're going to see an archway. We're just going to go in between that cliff and that archway. And once you get to the other side, you're going to see another pillar on the right side. And we can go ahead and light that one as well. There's a lot of rats and some of those spiritual enemies, so just be quick about it. Again, you get your invincibility frames. And you'll see that part of the cliff you can actually go up. So just start jumping up to it. And this next one has a lot of enemies next to it. So what you could do is you could cheese them by just switching to your staff, drinking the physic, and then just fucking, Dragon Ball Z that shit. And you can just clear them out like that. And after you clear all the enemies, then you can go ahead and light the pillar. And then from this area here, we're going to mount up. And we're going to go north and then left immediately, just on this sort of kind of bridgy area. And you can see a golden tree there. We're going to grab the golden seed. Alright, so grab the golden seed. And after you grab the golden seed, we're actually done with this part right here. So we'll just fast travel to the Side of Grace here, the Worshipper's Woods. Alright, so after you've done this and you've come back to the Side of Grace, We're going to start heading south a little bit, and then we're going to make our way southwest through here. You're going to see like a broken column that you can jump on. Jump on that while avoiding the archer here, and then you're going to find a teleporter at the top. So we're going to quickly use that. Alright, perfect. So you'll land here, and we're actually going to grab another smithing stone. So we're going to make our way southwest, and then jump over this sort of rubble or debris here. And you'll see an entryway up ahead. And we're going to get our 5th Somber smithing stone. Alright, so after you've gotten that, we can use the map to fast travel. If you're really quick, you can do it before you get in combat there. And we're going to the riverbank side of Grace. Because we have all of the pillars lit, we can go to the boss. So go up the staircase, and we're going to make our way to the boss. Make sure you've rested if you need to. Make sure you have your physic ready. And you can also use your ashes as well if you need to. And when you interact with this body here, it's going to take you down into a room. And then it'll take you to the boss once you go through the fog wall. And once you're down here, just get ready to meet the boss. Alright, so this boss isn't too bad. Again, you can use your ashes, but what you want to do at the start of the fight is quickly drink the physic and then cast your Kamehameha wave. If you're lucky, he'll just keep running towards you. Other times he'll jump in the air and he'll just, kind of make his way towards you like that. But I still did about half damage on him, which isn't bad at all. Again, the fights may vary based off of your build, but you can still get in another kind of Kamehameha wave blast if you're quick enough. And as you can see, it drained the rest of my magic because the buff ran out. But other than that, yeah, you can just finish him off. And he's pretty easy to fight with melee up close. And you'll get a trophy as well. Okay, so after he's been defeated, you can just return to the entrance by going to the map and fast traveling. Now, the next place we have to go to twice, so I actually found out a better path for it, so that way you don't get a lot of enemy aggro. And from here, if you actually just go northeast over this island, then you can go around the back here, and then start heading east. Now, normally where those trees are off to the right, there's some enemies that spawn in, and they aggro if you go that way. But I found out if you go this way, since you have to come back to him a bit later, that you don't aggro anything. So to make your life easier, I just went back and edited that, so that way you guys don't have to fuck around with more enemies. Because as you can see, there's an enemy in the background, but just go through all of his dialogue options. So just go through all of the options until he's repeating himself, and then open up the map again so we can fast travel to the northwest side of the map. And we're going back to Ranni's Rise. But instead of going up, we're going to go off the balcony here from the side of Grace. And we're going south around the side. And then we'll be going southeast. And we'll just keep hugging the cliff again like we did before so we can jump down safely without taking any damage. There we go. And eventually you can just drop again. And we're going to Celivis's Rise, which is that tower off in the distance there. And he's the guy that gave us that potion earlier. We're just going to speak to him, go through his dialogue options, and choose the first option. And again, just exhaust the dialogue. Make sure he's repeating himself. You always want to make sure they're repeating themselves. He should give you this introduction. And then I still talk to him again. Because pretty much you just want to always make sure you are progressing that quest, or it can kind of fuck you in the end. Alright, so now we're going towards Limgrave. And we're going to go to the Waypoint Ruin Cellar where the sorceress Selene is. So you remember her from early on. And we're going to speak to her, go through her dialogue with the letter of introduction that Celivis gave us. And then the next option, which is Lusat's location. And she'll give you a Starlight Shard at the end of it all. So I guess thanks for that. And then after that, we can leave. So we're going to open our map back up, and we're going to click R3 to go back underground, and we can go to Siofra Riverbank. Now once we're back here again, we're going to mount right back up, and we're going northeast. And you're going to see a teleporter on this island, just right here at the start. You're going to run past it, keep going. That way you can kind of use that as a reference point. We're going east, around this pillar here, and we're still going east. And again, so going this way has made us dodge all of those enemies, so we can just quickly come back, speak to the NPC, go through his dialogue, and we just don't have to mess around with any enemies. So go ahead and click the top option when you speak to him, and just keep going through all of his dialogue. And you'll see he starts repeating himself to meet at the castle. So once he's done that, we'll open up our touchpad. We'll open up our map rather to go to the Rountable Hold. And we can stop here and just do a quick, upgrade to our weapons. So I recommend doing the staff first, since that's kind of like our cheese weapon. So upgrade the staff as much as you can. And then we can go back to Sorceress Selin in the Waypoint Ruins, which is in Limgrave, towards the bottom of the map. And what we're actually doing is, I'm going to mark it on the map here. We're going southeast to this trail over here. So you can mark it if you'd like as well, just to make sure that you can get there easier. I'm fairly familiar with that spot. So we're just going to go south. So what we do is we jump out. We go from the east exit here, and we're just going to go out the back. And we're just going to start heading south. And again, there's some more, coffins there if you want to grab some runes, but you really shouldn't need to, since we farmed a lot of levels. And keep going south. You're going to see that camp with the enemies from before, way back in the beginning of the guide. You might remember it. And we're still just running straight past them. We don't need to worry about them. You can hug the right side as well if you want to try to avoid aggro. And still going south. Now we will have to make our way downwards. So what I do is I go off to the side here, and there's a spirit spring. Jump into that so you don't take fall damage, and then continue going down the path south. You're going to see sort of like a fort barricade kind of setup. There's going to be a giant ass ballista in the middle, so you just want to try and avoid getting hit by that. But we're just going to try and speed through really quick before they really know that we're there. And there's a smithing stone here on the left side, a smithing stone 1 you can quickly grab. And then we can grab the stone sword key right there as well. There's a site of grace to the right, which you can grab if you feel like you might die, so you don't have to run all the way back. It is worth it, I think. So grab the site of grace. And then keep running south. Especially because right here has a fair bit of enemies, and you never know. Maybe you just mess up and they destroy you. Unlikely, though. You guys are fucking gods. So go south. Keep going south. You can loot some of the shit along the way. They're pretty much, nothing too special. And just keep running south. And then past here, if it's nighttime, you're going to see that boss there. You can just avoid him. He's that guy on the horse over there. He's actually kind of a fun boss. I mean, you can kill him, but there's no trophy for it, so just grab the site of grace. And before we leave, we'll speak to the merchant here at the campfire. Now, the merchant has a stone sword key you can buy. Other than that, there's a talisman as well if you want to raise your max HP. And we don't have the talismans that we want for our setup just yet. So, I mean, by all means, you can buy that talisman from him and get some extra HP out of it. So why not? After you've done that, call your mount and start heading southwest through this broken castle wall. And if you keep heading down the path, you're going to eventually see a pillar with those maps that are on the side of them. So quickly grab the map. There is an archer that's going to be shooting you from a distance. You can see him down there. So you want to keep moving at all times. Otherwise, he can ruin your whole day. There's going to be a golden seed here. So get on your mount, of course, and then jump up here. Now, I did wait a second to bait him out because I figured he was about to shoot. And then we can grab the golden seed or get stuck on the tree as well if you're trash like me. And then we can run down southwest. It's always nice when you get stuck on shit, isn't it? So make your way south. You can use this kind of like to block yourself from his arrows. And we want to make our way into this castle back here. So again, we're just running south. You can just run right past him. And you're going to find a site of grace at the entrance. It's going to kick you off the mount. And activate the site of grace. And then there's going to be a lift just straight ahead. So go up the lift. And once you're up the lift, you're going to see a lot of enemies there to the right and some dogs there. But we're going to run kind of in the middle here to hopefully not really aggro any. I think at most you should really just aggro one dog. And we'll just keep running past him. We're going to run here to the left. We're going to grab this item. You don't have to grab it. It's a smithing stone 1, but I mean, the more smithing stones you have, the more upgrades you can do, essentially. And there's a ladder here at the back, and actually that dog that was chasing me did what I've been wanting to do this whole time. Bite that ass. So, yeah, I just ate shit. Just quickly kill the dog if this happens to you, and then climb up the ladder. Alright, so once you get up the ladder, there's going to be this enemy just fucking rushing you. Go ahead and run away, because he's pretty quick. And just head southeast over this bridge. And we want to be a little bit quick here because you got 2 of them that can, you know, shoot you from range, and then you got the other 2 chasing you. So you want to run over here to this gap and then jump off. And then you want to quickly sprint over to this wall and then jump over the wall and activate the Side of Grace here. Definitely want to activate it. They shouldn't be able to follow you down here. But if they do, if you have that Side of Grace, at least if you die, you can respawn. And we'll just keep making our way down the cliff and then jump this gap. And then we're going to roll down into this kind of jail cell type thing. And we'll go out the exit. There's going to be some enemies here. We can actually just run right past them. We're going to go halfway towards the bridge here and then jump off the left side. Land on this pagoda type thing and then go down southwest. Keep dropping. We're going to go over here to this cliff. Make sure you jump because there's actually a gap here. I almost kind of missed that, so make sure you give yourself enough clearance. Keep running. We're going to jump down again. And then you want to be careful with this jump. Make sure you fall here first, and then you can go down on the wooden beams. Lucky wooden beams. And then go ahead and drop down. Keep going down. There's going to be a lot of rats in here. You can actually avoid them. You can quickly run out here, go around the left side. And if you're really quick, you can activate the Side of Grace. And then you can rest to reset them. If not, you can kill them, but either way, we're just going to run and skip past them if we're quick. We're going to go off the bridge and jump down. These jellyfish won't mess with you, and you can just make your way towards the boss door, and we're going to see our next boss. Okay, now you can kind of cheese him if you're really, really quick. He's pretty fast, but when you enter, you just want to drink your flask. And then just start casting Comet Azur right away because he's going to come fucking rushing you. And you can start blasting him. As you can see, we did about half damage. I tried to get another one off, but he just like shoved his crotch in my mouth. And you can see you kind of cheesed him, you know, most of the way. And then even with just the special from the katana and even normal attacks, you do a lot of damage. So despite him being aggressive, you'll smash him out pretty easy. And that'll get you a trophy. After the trophy, we can activate the Side of Grace. And then we can open up our map and we're going to fast travel. Okay, so we're going to go to the Castle Morn Ramparts, which you remember this spot. It's where I showed you that boss and we went through the castle there. However, this time from the Grace, we're going to go to the right and we're going to go north and up this path on the cliffside. Keep running north on this path. And once you see a pond with some dogs kind of drinking out of it, you'll see a Side of Grace to the left on a cliff. Just double jump up there and then activate this Grace as well. After you've done that, we'll go ahead and get back on our mount. We'll continue down west against the cliff and you'll see a bridge in the distance. Make your way over this bridge. You can just ignore the enemy. Just go ahead and keep going over the bridge. And we're just going to keep going west and following this whole path down the cliff. So keep making your way down. You can again ignore all of the enemies. Just stay clear of them. Jump over the rubble and things like that. And now we're heading a bit north again. And you'll come up this path. So we're a bit higher on the cliff now. And we'll start turning left. And we're going to just do a sharp left turn and you'll see an archway there. And you know you're going the right way if you're following that archway. Just had a cut there so you can see. This is the archway, and then behind that archway that you can see there is a door. So just keep looking for that archway, and then you can find the door behind it. Alright, once you're in here, activate the Side of Grace down below on the stairs. And then you can allocate your flasks. I have 6 heals and 4 restores. We're going to go south and then to our left. We'll run down the stairs. We need to get that door open, so we need to find a lever throughout the dungeon. Alright, so we're mainly just going to speed our way through this dungeon. We're going to run south, down the steps. And there's actually an entryway on the left. Make your way left, go through here, and you can pick up the gloveworts as well throughout the dungeons. Anytime we're in a dungeon, it's worth grabbing them because they upgrade your ashes. Now you want to be quick here, otherwise you will get hit by the fire. And sometimes an enemy will follow you in here as well, so just be aware of that. And then after the fire goes away again, quickly run to the end of the tunnel. And then you just want to attack the pillar here, and it's going to go down. And when you jump on it, you can see that it didn't go up. You have to actually jump and kind of scrape against it, and that triggers the lift to actually go up. So make sure you do that. Then we'll go up this way. We're going west now through the tunnels. And then we're going to make a right. And again, we're just running past all of that. You'll find a statue here with a flame, and it has the lever in front of it. So go ahead and pull the lever. Make sure none of the enemies are following us from behind. And then we're basically back at the start of the dungeon. We're just going to run north up the stairs. And we're going to grab these gloveworts that I missed here. Well, I grabbed one of them, but yeah, they're definitely worth grabbing because they level up your ashes. And then now we can fight the boss in the area. Now he's really easy. You guys don't even need to use the cheese. And you might not even be able to as well. I think he dodges it, but as you can see, we'll go in and yeah, like the katana just wrecks this guy super easily.
Now that's a lot of damage!
So go ahead and finish him off. And there it is. We got one of our first legendary Ashen remains. We need to get all of those for a trophy. So after you get that Ashen remain, again, make sure you kill the boss. We're then going to open our map and fast travel to the Liurnia Lake shore, where it's got the nomadic merchant there. So fast travel there, and we're going to mount up and start making our way north. We're going to hug the cliffside here to the left. Keep going around the left side. You're going to see a spirit spring. That's how you know you're going the right way. And we're going to use the spirit spring with the mount. And you go flying through the air, and you're going to find this circle with a purple platform in the middle. It's called Malefactor's Everjail. You want to enter that. And in here is going to be another boss that gives us something we need for a trophy. So it's going to be a legendary spell or incantation. And he has some iframes when he first spawns in, so just be aware of that. He does dodge a fair bit, but for example, when he goes to cast, he's left himself really wide open. And you can kill him in almost 4 hits with the special. So just make sure you fill up on your special. And you could even use the flask if you wanted for that, for just some easy hits. And again, just keep doing that until he's dead. And then once he's dead, you will get yourself another legendary spell. Alright, so that's 3 of 7. And after we kill him, we can leave the Everjail. It just kicks you out automatically. We can open up our map to fast travel yet again. We're going to go towards the center of the lake. We're going to the main Academy Gate site of Grace. And we're going to head up the lift. So make your way southwest towards the lift and then go up it. And you know, I always carry this thing on me for my protection. Get some light source going in here. Now we're going to go southwest. And if you had that shield trick that I told you about, this might help you here just because there's 2 sorcerers that just start blasting at you once they see you. You just have to be careful. As you can see, one of them broke there. But it kind of just went and did some damage on him. It's not going to do that much damage now, I'm pretty sure, since the fix. But it might stagger him enough for you to get some kills. Or for me to completely fucking miss. And then just open the door. And you want to be quick here because there's a lot of enemies that are dropping from the ceiling. We're going to run to the left, make another left, activate the Site of Grace just in case we die. Now, once your iframes are done, you're going to quickly try and roll away. And if you do that part pretty quick, they won't follow you. Just head down the stairs here and make your way down through the cemetery. You need to be careful because these guys can grab you and do a fair bit of damage. So just keep rolling past them if you need to. We're going to go across the bridge. And then to the left there's a cliff you can drop down. So drop down the cliff and make your way around the side here. There's going to be 2 enemies that you can take out. Somehow that guy didn't get hit, but okay. So just make sure they don't kill you. And I went around the corner here just to hide and get a heal in so I can quickly take them out because they're a bit quick with their attacks. After that, you can grab the soldier ashes if you want. They're not needed for a trophy, but they are a decent one. And then we're going to run southeast up through the cemetery here. And again, watch out for these assholes because they will grab you. And we want to be quick here as well because, again, there's going to be a lot of enemies kind of rushing after us. You can take these guys out really quickly, or at least the dog. That's kind of the main concern, really. These guys are too slow, so you don't really need to trouble yourself with it. I do recommend at least taking the dog out so you're not kind of panicking, trying to, know where to go. But when you come through this door here, there's actually a ledge that you can drop down on the right side. And we're going to make our way around here to the west. Keep hugging the wall. You can see that's where we're going to go after. And we're going to grab ourselves some fashion. We got to have some fashion ring going on. So we're grabbing the Carian Knight Armor set. And we're going to run back up to where we came from. There's going to be a little hole in the cliff here. And then when you jump out, it's going to be right back where we were, where we killed the dog on the stairs here. And watch out again for the enemies. You can see they came in there after we had gone through. And then we want to run up over to this water lift, and we're going to try and land on the platform. As long as no enemies are chasing you, you can take your time with this so you don't have to, feel rushed. And we're going to ride it up to the very top and then quickly jump off once you get to the platform. So you can just roll or jump off, whatever you feel comfortable with. I recommend jumping, to be honest. And then go through here and we can activate yet another Side of Grace. You can also take a moment here to go ahead and equip that Carian Knight armor set so you can be a true Chad. Absolutely. You got to look good while you're playing this game, So we'll continue on through the doorway. We'll start heading west up the staircase. I recommend running and kind of, bobbing and weaving through here because they're all casting spells. We're going to quickly run up the stairs to the right. And then we're going to go around the stairs to the left. Again, dodging their attacks. And then you're going to see a bookcase on the left side of here. You just want to smack it. It's going to be an illusion. And then we can make our way through here. You can see a chest and an item there that you can grab if you'd like. But we're going to go up this ladder here. Make your way all the way up the ladder. And when we get up to the top, you're going to go to the very back of this area here. And you're going to jump over the banister or the railing. And then you'll fall down through this hole. And then jump down to this hole as well. Now there's a lot of enemies in here. They're pots. You can't really tell because they're kind of hidden. But if we just run over here and quickly grab this, we're going to get a talisman that's going to be good for us. Now the pots will come to life, but if you're quick, you can open up your map before you get into combat. And you can fast travel back to the classroom, the schoolhouse classroom. And then once you're back here, we're going to go through this doorway again, run to the right, go up the stairs like we did before basically. Except for instead of going to the bookcase, we're going to go to the boss room. So run up the stairs here. And again, have your cheese weapon ready and make sure that you have your physic ready as well to drink. And you can drink it before you enter also, since he's a bit of a quick boss. But let's go ahead and meet him, shall we? The Red Wolf of Radagon. Now, he's actually a pretty cool fight. You might not really be able to get a cheese amount of damage off on him. As you can see, he kind of ran to the side. He kind of ran into it a little bit, but not much. If you get lucky, you might be able to do some damage there, but he's not too hard overall. Now, you just want to dodge his magic attacks, and then you want to dodge this slam. And right when he slams down, you can get some hits in there as well. So you can see we do a fair bit of damage, and he doesn't do too much damage to us. And his attacks are pretty predictable. Like the magic ones especially, you can just avoid them. Or you can get hit by them if you're trash like me. But yeah, just keep doing that. And as you can see, we're still eating through his health bar. That special attack with the katana just does so much damage that we should be able to slam him out pretty easy. And the range on it is nice as well. Again, he's going to do that slam. I'm going to dodge, get a hit in on him. And then we're going to get ready to back up or, get hit. Apparently I was a bit greedy. And that's pretty much it. Even if you are greedy, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a trophy and you're also going to get a memory stone, which is another slot for our spells. After that, a Side of Grace will appear in the boss room. Activate that, and then we can head through the doorways to our left. So make your way down the hall, and then once you come out on the other side, we're going to turn right. And to the right here, there's actually a railing that you can jump over. and there's a ladder at the very end of this walkway. Climb all the way up the ladder, and eventually you're going to find a shattered window that you can go through. So you can see this window is broken. We'll jump through it and go on the right side, go up the stairs, and there's going to be a chest to our left with another talisman. So that's our second legendary talisman, so make sure you grab the Radagon icon. And after that, if you want, you can go ahead and switch out the HP talisman with the Radagon icon. And that's going to shorten spellcast time, so that way we can get that Comet Azur off quicker. You can then jump over the railing to be back where the boss room was. So as you can see, there's the Site of Grace. We can allocate our flasks, so now I have 8 heals with 2 magic restores. And we're already going to be going to another boss, so instead of the staff, we're going to equip the Reduvia dagger, which was that bleed dagger. And we're going to use that on the boss instead of the staff, because it's a little bit easier to cheese with that. So we're going to run back outside here. There's going to be a fountain in the middle, and there's a stone sword key on the second level of the fountain. So if you just jump up there as well, you got to kind of parkour off of this bit. Grab the stone sword key, and then we'll make our way to the staircase on the right. And the only way to get across is by these little pillars that are holding it. So walk across them. And then there's going to be a giant boulder that comes down the steps, so just be ready to dodge it. Now, I kind of went the wrong way. If you go to the right side, you'll actually dodge it, so don't follow me. I'm trash. And I quickly run through and make it before the next one hits me. And there's an enemy ahead that you can kill, and he drops a Carian Knight shield, which is a better shield than what we have. So if you're doing that one trick with the shield, you can use that instead. So yeah, upon killing him, you're going to get the shield, but then you can just run past and go up the lift. You can do that as well. You don't have to kill him. And then once you get to the top of the lift, we can go up the stairs and we can meet our next boss. Alright, so at the start of the fight, guys, there's going to be these students that are singing, and they have a gold aura around them. If you attack them, it's going to stop the gold aura from being there, and you need to do that to 3 students in order to break her barrier. Once the barrier is broken, you can just go in with the bleed dagger and just start wailing on her. And she's going to take a lot of damage from when the bleed procs, basically. So you'll see the bleed chunks just going like that. Now, after a few hits, she's going to eventually explode, and you just want to back up. So you'll likely have to do this twice. One thing to note as well, if you do this fight on co-op, it might still be bugged, but you have to actually summon the player and then run in. Otherwise, the gold aura around those students, they just don't show. So make sure you do it that way if you are doing this fight on co-op. But again, after she's got her barrier back up, just look for the 3 students that have the gold aura again. And once you've done all 3, she's going to fall right back down. And when she's vulnerable, the students actually won't attack you, so you can just start wailing on her. And once you've killed her, she's going to go to phase 2. Now in phase 2, she's going to be here. You just want to run up right away and try and dodge this magic attack. And then you just want to start wailing on her again with the dagger. We're trying to get that bleed build up, because she does take a lot of bleed damage. You can switch to the katana here and there as well if you'd like, but I do find that the bleed dagger works really well. And you just want to try and dodge the magic spells. Being up close and personal is pretty good on her, to be honest. And rolling forward is better when dodging a lot of her spells, as opposed to rolling, left and right. As you can see, she summoned some wolves, so I did a quick katana special, horizontal slash, so then it took out most of the wolves just right there. And they don't last long anyways, so just be aware that she can summon, spirit ashes to help her. And you don't want to get caught in between that, because you can die. Again, just hug her a bit close, and you can just start wailing on her. You should be pretty over leveled here for the most part anyways, because this boss is pretty early on, or it's supposed to be. And there we go. We have killed the boss, and you're going to get a trophy for that as well. After you defeat her, you're going to be back in her room next to a Site of Grace, and she can actually be used to respec your stats as well as change your cosmetics. But we're going to go ahead and activate the Grace, And then we're going to open up our map so we can fast travel. We're going to go towards the bottom of the map to the right and go to the chamber outside the plaza on the very southeast side. And make sure you equip the staff instead of the dagger again. So we're switching the dagger back to the staff. And speak to the wolf here on the right side. He's the one from that kind of dungeon we were in before, the Siofra River. Alright, go through his dialogue after he's repeating himself. We can just run up the staircase to the north. And we're going to turn left immediately and speak to this guy up on the stadium. Tell him that you'll be ready as you'll ever be on the first option. And we will be fighting a boss here shortly. But before we do, we're going to turn around and go over to where all these chairs are behind this guy. And there's an item in this corner, which is a smithing stone. It's going to be a smithing stone 5, so we get another one of those. And then you can run back to the Rountable Hold if you'd like to upgrade the katana. But if you don't want to, you can do it after the fight or the next time that we're at the Rountable Hold. But to get to the boss fight, you come at the very back here and you go down the lift. Once you're down the lift, you're going to see a statue of Marika. That's going to be a checkpoint for us if we ever die on the boss. And once you go through this teleporter, that's going to initiate the boss fight. Alright, so once you're in here, you can actually run to the summon signs, and he's going to start shooting arrows at you. And if you're actually behind these, then the arrow that he shoots will just drop. The timing is a little bit tricky to get used to dodge that, so just be aware of him shooting at you. You can grab the other summon signs as well, and then once you have, a few NPCs summoned, you can have pretty much 6 people beating on him with you, which is really good. We're going to start mounting up from back there and then run towards him with our mount. And you can even wait until he aggroes on someone. That way you can use the cheese. You can get a hit or two in, but he does hit like a fucking truck, so just be careful of that. But as you can see, he has aggro from them now. So we're going to drink our physic and we're going to try and get some damage in with our spell. Hopefully he doesn't move too much. Like right there, I didn't really get too much, but I mean, it's still better than nothing. And then you can try and hit it again. He interrupted it, otherwise I would have done a bit more damage. And then we ran out of the buff. So we ran out of the actual buff there. That's okay, we can start using the katana. You're just going to be seeing the NPCs die, one after another. But they do help a little bit, and they keep them distracted. Then you can go in with the katana as well if you didn't get lucky with the Comet Azur spell. And then just make sure your health is full most of the time. And you want your magic full so you can do that attack. Try and avoid his melees. Now he's going to eventually launch up in the air at some point. Now I like to mount up so I can run away. But you're going to see like a shooting star coming at you kind of thing. And I ran into it. So that's going to be coming out. And that guy just got fucked up by it, as you can see. And then now we have no more NPCs helping us. So if you're quick enough, you can kill him before all of your NPC companions die. But he's still not too bad. You just got to be careful not to get hit, because he does hit pretty hard. But overall, with that katana, you're going to be able to do a fair bit of damage. And if you get lucky with the Comet Azur spell as well, then you'll be able to clear him out. This was my first attempt on this playthrough, so it wasn't too bad. And I'm pretty average overall, so I know you guys can smash him out. Hopefully you get lucky with the Comet Azur, though, because it just deletes him. And I actually ran out of focus flasks here, so I'm trying to get a visceral on him. Since I actually broke his posture, and I'm just going to try and finish it while I can. And he literally needs a tap, which was a bit annoying. That's okay. I ran out of magic, so make sure you have magic at all times. If you find that you're not needing to heal as much, make sure you have more, magic flasks as opposed to healing ones. But then you'll get the Shardbearer Radon trophy. Okay, so after we kill Radon, there's going to be the NPC spawning into his boss arena. And there's going to be a Site of Grace as well. Go ahead and exhaust his dialogue and activate the Site of Grace. Now we're going to run to a dungeon that's in this area before we leave. It's to the very north, up against the beach here. So we're going to mount up and run all the way north. So get on your mount, keep running all the way north. And again, it's against the beach. So you'll see this area here, and then you'll see a doorway. And once you're here, open the door. and make your way inside. Now, we're getting the Side of Grace here, but I actually do the boss a bit later because I do find that he's a bit tricky at this point in time. You can try him if you'd like and go through it, but I recommend just following the guide, and we come back here a bit later. After that, we'll make our way to the Roundtable Hold, and we're going to upgrade our katana if you haven't done that yet, because you might have done it before you fought Radahn. So go upgrade your katana, fast travel back to Redmane Castle, which is the plaza, and we're going to make our way all the way to the very back where we spoke to that guy before. Except this time he's in the building at the far back, so we're going to go up the staircase. Go all the way straight. And you're going to see him sitting in a chair in this room. Exhaust all of his dialogue. After you've done that, we're going to fast travel right back to the plaza again. So chamber outside the plaza, and it's going to trigger our next boss fight. Now this boss fight is a double boss fight again, and it's a Crucible Knight and a Misbegotten, so you can drink your flask and then try and cheese one of them really quick. So target him right as you enter and just start casting. He should hopefully just run into it and get deleted, which is pretty much what he did. I mean, he's almost dead, so then we're going to quickly swap to our weapon and dodge his attacks, or get hit by it, try and do better than I am. And you can see we took him out. That way you're only having to worry about the Crucible Knight, and you can hit the Crucible Knight with our attacks, but you want to also make sure that you're dodging because you're not going to stagger him. I mean, this dude is a tank. So you can keep using the Katana special and then backing up. This method I gave you guys, since it was fixed, it won't do that much damage, but you can still try it as well. Make sure you dodge his tail swipes, but again, see how much damage that katana does. It still does really good damage, you just have to make sure that you know when to use it. After that, and you kill them, you're going to get a Side of Grace in this area as well, so we go ahead and activate that. And also for that fight, again, don't forget you do have ashes, so if you need to, summon the wolves or something on the Crucible Knight. You know, every bit helps. Alright, so after that, we'll run south from the Side of Grace in that boss room. And we're going to make our way south past all these enemies. And once you go south down these stairs, you're going to see a teleporter. So go ahead and go through the portal. And once you spawn here in Caelid, there's going to be a Side of Grace to your left. Activate that. And then we can go ahead and mount up, and we're going to head northwest through this camp. So over these firewalls. And then we're going to go down the path northwest. You can dodge all of these enemies. You can keep running as well to get past the dogs, or you can try to avoid them entirely. Again, if they aggro on you, don't worry about it. Just keep running. We're going northwest on the path. Okay, keep going northwest, and then sort of to our right, you'll see a golden seed next to a tree. And that's a good reference point as well. So from that tree, we're still going on the path. We're going northwest still. And eventually you're going to see this pillar on the right side, which is going to have another map on the side of it. So grab the map, and then we're going to turn left. And you can see once I aim the camera view back again, we're going to the west. So southwest towards the left side. You're going to see a church in the distance. That's where we want to go. So go southwest to the church. And at the church, we're actually going to grab another legendary spell towards our trophy. Again, we can use that cheese thing here if you have it. This is good even just for stagger, not even so much damage. Sometimes it makes these enemies easier because there's going to be a knight right here at the entrance. And then you can just finish them off. So when you come into this cathedral here, there are some items you can loot as well as a Side of Grace. So grab the cookbook and the Side of Grace. And then the spell we want to buy is on this altar over here, this little flame altar. And you need a dragon heart. Well, you need a few dragon hearts to buy the one we need, which is the Roar. And there we go. We've got 4 out of 7 legendary spells. So make sure you grab that Roar, and then we can open up our map and we can start fast traveling to the Roundtable Hold. Now, right when you get into the hold, if you go to your right, which I for some reason went all the way around the table, so just ignore me. But if you go all the way around the right into this doorway, you're going to find the finger reader. And when you go through all of her dialogue, she's going to give you a talisman pouch so we can wield another talisman or equip another talisman. Okay, she wants us to become Elden Lords, so yep, cool. You can go into your equipment now if you'd like as well, and you can equip the talisman for equipment load or whatever you really want at the moment. It doesn't really matter because we don't have the other talismans that we want. And then once you've done that, we can fast travel towards the left side of the map. We're going to go to the Grand Lift of Dectus, which is sort of near an area we haven't explored, so that way it'll make it a bit easier to find. So fast travel here, and then we're going to make our way towards the actual lift, which is up over this way. So head up towards the lift, and we have that medallion from the 2 pieces we got throughout our playthrough. And to activate the medallion, you just need to press triangle on that circle, and then there'll be a cutscene and you'll spawn here. Once you spawned here, go to the right side and jump over this railing. And we're going to make our way southwest towards the cliff, and we're going to just slowly start jumping down the cliff. We're going southeast now, so just keep going down the cliffside, following the path east. And then jump down, and you're eventually going to see one of those purple platforms again. So make your way here. Now this one actually requires one of the stone sword keys. There's not many Evergaols that actually do. So look for the gargoyle statue, which is there to the north. Use a stone sword key to open it, and then the platform in the middle will activate and it'll be purple. And then we can actually enter and then start the fight. So enter the Evergaol. Okay, and once you're in here, you can drink your physic right off the bat. And you can aggro him and then just start blasting him. So as you can see, he's just trying to melee me. So while he's too busy doing that, we're going to just try and do some damage. And we want to roll forward on those. And I got them about halfway, so that's not too bad. You can also wait a little bit when you first come in the room, and they'll eventually just spawn, and you might be able to get more hits than I did. So again, I'm just comboing here. You can hug him for easy damage because a lot of his attacks are melee. Just avoid that whirlwind. He's going to do that roll that we remember from the beginning. You can back up, and then you can kind of go in with a hit, and you can see like the range on that thing is just ridiculous. Make sure you restore your focus whenever you need to. That's a nice easy dodge. Okay, this is awkward. For real though, guys, that's an easy dodge, so don't be like me. Seriously. You can get some nice hits in there, and you just dodge at the very last second when he does that. And again, those things, like I said, they're probably still fixed, so they won't do that much damage, but they are helpful in certain situations. Just probably not these. You're probably better off just using the katana. And eventually you will kill him. So once you've killed him, this is actually to get a legendary talisman, one that we'll be using as well. So you get the Godfrey icon. Now I recommend equipping it because it does enhance your charge spells, which is basically Comet Azur. And you can get rid of that equipment load one that we had on earlier. Alright, so we're going to mount up once we leave the Evergaol and just head north through the woods. And you're going to see a cave here, so just keep going north. Go through the cave and you can just avoid all the enemies. And once you're on the outside, you're still going north, kind of around this cliffside, and then outside of the woods, and you'll see this sort of encampment on the left. That's when we want to go northeast, almost east really, and then through this camp, avoiding all of the enemies, and then running straight up. Now you'll kind of know where we're at in a second, because you can use the path as like a reference point. So I'll just kind of show you there. You can see that's like the main path with the statue pillars. And then as we go east, and then back down a little bit to this main path, you're going to see a site of grace off to the left. So you'll see that main path here with all those pillars and those statues and a lot of enemies as well that are patrolling on that road. You want to get the Side of Grace, mount right back up, and then start heading north up the path. And on the left of the path is a golden seed next to a golden tree. And keep going north again, and you're going to see a pillar off in the distance. You can avoid those enemies. And this pillar has a map on the side of it. So pick up the map as well. Okay, after you grab the map, we can go ahead and open it and fast travel right back to the Side of Grace that we got. So that's the Atlas Highway Junction, and then we're going to head east up this giant staircase. You can just see it's a massive staircase. There's a fair bit of enemies on here, but again, just make your way towards the very top. There is a boss at the top, but you can run right past him and then through the doorway. Now, this place is awesome because there's going to be they're going to be shitting golden seeds like it's nobody's business, okay? So there's going to be a Side of Grace. You can go ahead and rest there if you need to restore anything or reset any enemies. And there's going to be 2 golden seeds here. And there's also going to be a map. And you're like, oh shit, 2 golden seeds? That's fucking awesome. Well, hold on. Go up this staircase. And when you get all the way to the top, they put some more fucking golden seeds here for you. So make sure you grab both of them because there is 2 here as well. And you just got 4 golden seeds. Look, that alone deserves a like on the video, even though I had no play in that. That's all FromSoft. So we'll head up the path and go north. Keep going all the way north. You're going to run past all these enemies here. There's some enemies kind of sprinkled through this area, but you can just ignore them. We're mainly going to this doorway up ahead. And once you go through this doorway to the north, we're going to immediately go left, stay on the cliffside. And you want to just carefully go through here to make sure you're not going to fall off of a ledge that will kill you or anything like that. And then we're going to start making our way down west. And then you'll see sort of a path that we go on by going southwest and then down a cliff. And then you'll see another kind of dirt path, but we're going to stay off to the side so we don't aggro any enemies. And we're still sort of going a southwest direction. Then we eventually go on to the path once we've passed those enemies. And we're going to keep following this path now, so we're going west. There's a Side of Grace here to the left. We can quickly grab that in case we die or, we just want a checkpoint. Perfect. Mount back up after grabbing it and then head back west onto the path that we were going on. You're going to see a bunch of lightning falling from the sky. And we're going to go towards that statue in the distance with a doorway. Now, there's a mini boss before him, but we can kind of cheese him for the most part. So get your Comet Azur ready with your staff and your physic. And you want to get close enough, so I'd say just look where I'm at in the video. We're in the middle of these red flowers here, almost to the rock. So we're right at the rock, we're going inwards, and we can blast him from here, and he's going to start rushing us, and he's just going to get fucking deleted. And he actually hit me with that attack, which does burn damage, so you want to quickly back up and heal if that happens to you. And then we'll start attacking him with the katana.
Nope.
Not with the staff. What the fuck am I doing, guys? Now, make sure you guys do switch to your katana, because as you can see, I'm struggling right there. He does kind of put a lot of pressure on you because he's very aggressive, but then he'll just stop randomly like that. But he can go invisible and teleport, so make sure he's not behind you, and that leaves you kind of vulnerable. But eventually you'll be able to kill him. Just get some clean hits like that with the katana, especially with that special attack. And we can knock him out. After you've killed him, we can go through the doorway that he was guarding. Now, if you're lucky as well, your Comet Azur might even just kill him right at the start. But go down the lift and then activate the Side of Grace. And we're going to go through a bit of an interesting dungeon here where the enemies only take damage when they're in a light source. So we'll go down the stairs, and if you go all the way to the end, it's a dead end, and there's some glove words there if you want them. But we're going to actually go to the right, so the first right. We'll be going south. This is sort of your tutorial type hint at the enemy. You can see he's in the light, so he'll take damage. And then as you progress here, you're going to see some more shadowy ones that you're supposed to bring towards the light. We're not going to bother with these ones. We're just going to run past them. They're not the ones we actually have to kill to progress. So again, even these ones here, we're just going to keep running past. Just make sure they're not beating on you. You can kill them if you want. There's a light source there as well, but we're going to run through this doorway. we're going to go down the steps. And you don't want to run into the middle because it's going to drop and you're going to miss out on an item here that you might want. So there is an ashes here. It's not for a trophy, but you might want it. And then you can go ahead and fall. It's going to bring all of those enemies into the light and we can slowly start taking them out. After you've killed all of those enemies, we can activate the lever to open up this door. And we're not quite done with the dungeon yet. We're going to head north through here and avoid these blades that are dropping down on us. You can clear the enemies here if you'd like, or we can just avoid them. They can grab you, so just be careful. And also make sure you grab the gloveworts. They're pretty useful. I'm sure I've said that enough in this, but just so that way you guys aren't stuck having to farm them later is the main thing. So we'll keep going around the corner here. There's going to be an enemy that's actually on a horse. Now, I let myself get grabbed, so try not to do that. Go ahead and take the guy out that's on the horse. Otherwise, he might be a bit of a pain, especially with the wraith balls that he throws at you. Once he's dead, though, you can ignore the rest of everything and just slowly make your way through this. You can see on the side there where the blades drop down, so just try to avoid them. Grab the glovewort here as well, and then we can climb up the ladder. Now, don't grab that item on the left, because if you do, this son of a bitch is going to spawn behind you, and the item is not worth it. That guy there that I'm showing you, so don't grab it. I'm warning you now. And also, we're going to come in here, and this is me from the future. But make sure you grab this glovewort behind this shadowy guy. Otherwise, you have to come back later if you want to upgrade your ashes, and we don't want to do that. So grab that one there, but also the one behind him. And again, that's why you don't want to summon that guy. Then we're going to lure them over to this bridge. We're going to go to the south direction, because this is where the light source is for that big guy. Now, that one that I accidentally spawned, he won't follow me down here, but I still wanted to tell you about him so you don't accidentally spawn him. Now, this guy's fucking annoying sometimes because he just fucking stares at you instead of rushing you. So you might have to kind of bait him into it. And as you can see, I just rolled into the back of the blade. So you really want to be careful because now he can just come in like a little bitch and get the killing blow. So be really careful when you're backing up into those blades. Keep luring him into this light source. Now, again, he starts to be a little bitch. If you go too far away from him, he's fucking annoying. Try and just lure him. And then I got lucky and he came to it. And just start wailing on him with the special. Now, eventually, once you kill him, that's going to be the final one. And it's going to say a heavy door has opened somewhere, which will be for the boss. Now, to get to the boss room, we want to just go straight back through all the blades. So I'll go ahead and cut forward since you know how to do that. And as you get to the end of the hallway, instead of going right like we did last time, you can actually see the doorways open now. So we're going to make our way through the doorway. I think there's one random ass enemy on the right side, so just be aware of that. And there's the statue of Marika. Yeah, you can see him there. There's also a glovewort there on the side if you want to grab that. And then we can go ahead and go into the boss room. Now you can drink the physic before you enter, and then right when you enter, you can just start blasting him. Now he'll likely dodge it. That's okay. You can quickly try and cast it again, but if you're unlucky, he'll likely dodge it again. Oh, what do you know? Who knows? But that's okay. He's not really hard or anything, so you can then stop. You can also summon your ashes. Don't forget, you always have your ashes. Oh, sick, Rune. Some fucking noob died in here. But yeah, just keep using the katana special. That's pretty much all you really have to do for this fight. The cheese method with the Comet Azur might not work, but you do a lot of damage with the katana. Like, look at that. You're probably looking at maybe 10 of those to kill him. But yeah, he's not too bad. Just keep doing that and you will eventually kill him. And once you've killed him, we're going to get another legendary Ashen Remain. So that's our second one now. So we have 2 of 6. And after that, we can exit out of the dungeon by going to this little blue beam thing here and hitting return to entrance. Alright, once you're back at the entrance, you can fast travel. So open up your map. We're going to fast travel to the Erdtree Gazing Hill, which was to the west of us. And we're just going to mount up and start heading east. There's that golden seed if you haven't grabbed it, so make sure you do grab it. And we're going to jump down the cliff and start going towards the north side through this like wood type swamp area. And just keep running north. And again, any enemies, you can just run past them and completely ignore them. Alright, so we're just going to keep going northeast. Keep going through all the trees. Eventually you're going to come to like these rocky sort of cliffside areas. And there'll be some titans and things like that. So there's a titan there on the left. You can just run past him, and you can run past that horse enemy as well. and then keep going north. You can double jump up this cliff and then make your way at the path in the back, and we're going to keep going north. Keep running all the way down, and eventually you're going to come to this castle type area. Now here we actually want to go to the right side, and since we're on our horse, we're not going to get poisoned whenever we walk in that stuff. And right here you can see a way we can get in. So you can go up this rock and then jump up with your horse. It'll dismount you, and if you want, you can go up the ladder right here for a Site of Grace as well. So you can activate the Site of Grace, and then we can jump back down and continue on. And you want to try and just run through this part here. If you're quick, you won't get poisoned as well if you're just jumping on the ledges. And run through here. We're going west. We're wrapping around here, then going to the right of this building. And then there's going to be a ladder. We're going to go up this ladder. And then once we're at the top of the ladder, watch out for the enemies on your left side. Go through the hole in the castle wall right here and jump on this building. We're going to run east, make our way down without taking damage. Keep going east. And you'll come around this way and then go north up the staircase. And again, you can just run past everything. And then to your left after the first staircase is going to be a ladder. Make your way up this ladder, and then we're going to go to the right, and we're going to activate the Site of Grace here. After we've done that, we can then go ahead and use our golden seeds and allocate our flasks. So we have 9 heals and 3 restores, and we've also upgraded our flask with the golden seeds. After that, run north and then make your way to the left. Go up this ladder, and go all the way up to this ladder. There's going to be a fair bit of enemies through here, but we can just run past them all. Go into this building. Watch out, there's quite a few that jump out and ambush you. There's one to the left here as well. Keep rolling. Then we're going to go out onto this bridge. You're going to see a knight, and you can run past her. Then we're going to make our way into this building. Go up the stairs, and then up the stairs and around. Go to your right. There's going to be some enemies here, so just be careful. And then there's going to be another knight, and you can go ahead and bait an attack and then roll past, and then take the lift up towards the top. Now, if you were quick enough, you should have been able to do that without taking too much damage. And then when we get up to the top, we will basically be going to another boss. There's a statue of Marika here as well, so it's a checkpoint. But other than that, have your physic ready and your staff ready, and we can meet the next boss. Alright guys, so as I said, you can use this item as well before you go in to boost your poise. It's going to only take a little bit of focus. Then you can drink the physic, and as you enter in, you can quickly spam the Comet Azur spell to hopefully get a cast off. You might be able to cheese some of his health, but not a whole lot, because he's pretty aggressive. He'll get to you pretty quick, especially in such a small space. His attacks are fairly easy to dodge. And as you can see, the katana still does put in a lot of damage, but you do have to make sure that you have an opening, so that way you're not leaving yourself vulnerable. Again, don't forget you have your ashes that you can summon. And we're just going to keep going in with the katana. And you can see that shit still did so much damage back then. But you'll be fine with just the katana. You guys can do this. You have more than enough heals, and then you'll get a trophy. Alright, so after that, a Site of Grace will appear in the boss room. Quickly activate that, and then we can move on with the guide. We're going to open up the map so we can fast travel to the Volcano Manor. So it's only to the west of where we were at. And then we're going to head west down this hallway, and then we're going to open this door on our right. So it's the very first door on the right. And you should be able to open this door and then go to the painting back here on the right. And then when you bump into the wall itself, it's going to get rid of the illusionary wall. We can make our way down this tunnel and through this doorway. And we're just going to run past all these enemies here, so just quickly run down the stairs. And then in this room is another enemy that we want to avoid aggroing. So we're just going to crouch, and we're going to quickly sprint to the side. And we can run through here, and then go up the staircase, and we found another Site of Grace. Okay, so activate the Site of Grace and then head through the doorway. And once you've opened the door, 20 minutes later, I'm just fucking with you. Okay, and we can start crossing over the rooftops. So we're going to make our way west. And we're just going over the rooftops here. We're going to drop down and then go on this little ledge here. Be careful of that enemy up on top. Make sure he doesn't knock you down. So we're just going to roll by him. And then we're going to drop down off this north side onto a dung beetle. And if we're quick, we can quickly kill him. And he's going to give us a smithing stone. And then you can jump up here. And you want to avoid those guys that are chucking poison. And we'll make our way southwest down these staircases. And then we're going to go south. You'll see one of those snake type enemies in the distance. And we'll go left since we can't go through that doorway. And we'll jump over the railing onto this rooftop. We'll jump over this railing. Then we can make our way into this doorway. Now it's pretty dark in here, so if you have the lantern, I recommend putting it on. We're going to avoid the enemies here and then jump off the railing to our right. Now there's these creepy enemies in here that like spray white stuff at you. I call them semen demons, so just avoid them. And then we can go to the right. And then there's another doorway here that's kind of tucked away to the right, and that has a Site of Grace inside. So quickly activate that. Alright, so after you grab the Site of Grace, we're going to exit back from the door we came through and head to the right. We're getting close to fighting another boss, but we're going to activate a shortcut first in case we were to die. And then that way you don't have to run all this way every single time. So you can just roll off the edge here and then jump over the fire or the lava and then keep running east towards the stairs. We're going to make our way up the stairs, just running past everything. There's an enemy up here that you can try and avoid depending on where he's at, so you can have like a quick look. I didn't see him, so I just quickly dipped, and then he was like, "What's up, bruh?" But if you're fast, you can make it to the lift, and if you have a shield as well, you can turn around and block, so that way he's not damaging you. And then we'll make our way up the lift, and there's going to be a knight on the side here, so we're going to kind of cheese him if we want. We can use this, which again was fixed, so it might not do as much damage. Either way, you have the katana, so you can use the katana, and that still does a fair chunk of damage, and then just get him killed. Progress up the stairs and then go to the left. You don't want to go into that room yet. That's the boss room, but we're going to activate this bridge because that's actually a shortcut, and you can see a doorway down there where the bridge was, and that's for the Prison Town Church, which is where we got. And then you can come up the bridge, and then that way if you die, you only have to run from the Prison Town Church up to the bridge. Alright, so now we're ready to fight the boss. We can get our flask ready. You want to drink the flask when you're at the third bench, and then you can do the cheese method. So let's go ahead and meet our next boss. Now, as you can see, the Comet Azur still did a fair bit of damage, so you might get lucky, and you might be able to cast it again, but he threw a fireball at me. But either way, we still almost had him half health, which isn't too bad. After that, we can start using the katana only. If he does this roll move, it's actually easier to roll into him instead of away like I was doing. So roll into him, and you actually have enough iframes to dodge the attack. Other than that, we'll just use the katana the rest of the fight. Whenever you have an opening, you can go ahead and do the special. So again, I'm getting a bit careless there. But we're going to run away. We're going to quickly drink our mana flask, and then we're going to go back in with a special. Okay, I can't hit through the wall, but he fucking can. That's awesome. And then we're going to kill him, and we're going to get our trophy. Okay, so after the boss, there's going to be this lift here that you can go up. Make your way to the top after you got the grace, and then you're going to see a balcony. So run forward and take a look over the balcony. You want to go over more, kind of more toward the northeast side of it. You'll see a ledge you can drop down to with some lava and also some of those slugs. So just make sure you land in the right spot. And then we're going to have to cross a bridge with a bunch of slugs over it. You can quickly take them out or try and jump over them. They die pretty quick with the katana special anyways. Okay, then we can go up to this ledge here, and we're going to want to drop down to that ledge. You can grab the item over here as well if you'd like. And then drop down, go up this side of the cliff, and then up here, and then we're going to jump over the lava. So jump over the lava onto this little platform, and one of these pendulum dudes are going to come out, so you can just quickly run past him. You want to be quick here and then jump through the window. Watch out for his pendulum thing. And then go through the doorway. Once you're outside here, there's going to be a snake enemy. You can just run past him and go up the staircase. And then we can run to the right side here, out this exit. And we're going to run all the way straight down. You're going to see a bunch of poison enemies and things like that. We're going to keep going north. And we're going to run past these enemies here. And you want to try and roll a little bit better than I did there. That's alright, we made it into this building here. There's a doorway to open at the end, which will give you some invincibility frames as well, because they'll likely chase you in here. After you open the door, run up the stairs to the left. Then go up and then to the left again. And you want to be quick here because the enemies will be aggroed. You want to go out here and there's going to be a portal that you can interact with. Quickly do it before they catch up to you, because as you can see, they were already on my ass. Now this leads to a boss, but we're going to activate the Side of Grace, and we won't do the boss yet because I'm going to get you another item you can use to cheese the boss, which might make it a bit easier for you. We're going to head all the way to the south side of the map to Fort Height West. So as you can see, it's on the southeast side in Limgrave. We'll go to Fort Height West. You're going to see some rock and debris over there in the sky. We want to start heading towards there, which is northwest. You can hug the ledge here. So we're going alongside the cliff northwest, and then you can drop down or you can keep going until you're at a safe spot to do so. And then you're going to see that it wraps downwards on the west side. So keep going down, and we're just going to keep going down. And we're going to start trying to drop down to these platforms. So slowly drop down onto this one, then jump over, and then look for the next drop down, which is here to the left. And then you'll be into this tunnel. Now once you're in this tunnel, it's going to dismount you. And we're going to go to the left side. And we're going to try and drop down. So just find a spot to drop. And then we're going to go to the left side again. Drop down. So we're just basically dropping down up to this point, and then you're going to see a doorway that we can go outside to the north. We'll be on top of these rooftops. We're going to make our way down the roof, go down this part here, and then we're going to jump over to the building to the right. You want to dodge the enemies here. Some of them can throw stuff as well, so just be careful. Jump over to this building down below, and then down over to this building that's laying sideways. Now keep running. Jump onto this rooftop. And then on our left side, as you're hugging it, there's actually an entry spot that we can go into. So jump through the window. You'll see we'll be in this kind of area here. And then at the very back as well, if you want, there's a smithing stone. Grab the smithing stone and then make your way back over to the ledge and then drop down. You want to be on the very left side, otherwise you'll fall. And then you can run northeast past all of these guys, and we're going to go into this building here through the doorway, and there's going to be a Side of Grace.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Okay, and those guys clearly followed me, so quickly if that happens, kill them, activate the Grace, and then head northeast. You can grab a bell bearing right here as well, which is for gloveworts, so that way you can buy the gloveworts at the handmaidens back at the round table. Only a certain amount with that level of bell bearing. You're going to head to the east, go down these stairs. It's going to be 2 flights of stairs, and then we're going to go to the right, and then we're going to go down the stairs again, and we're going southeast, and there's going to be an enemy here, so just quickly take him out. There's going to be 2 enemies, actually. And after you kill both of them, there's an item in the middle of this pagoda thing, but you want to be quick because there's going to be blobs that drop down on you. And it's just a larval tier in case you want to respec your character. And then you can drop down, and there's an item behind this rock as well that you can grab. It's a really good one as well. It's a rune arc. Other than that, we can get our cheese item weapon, so get your staff out and your physic, and let's meet the next boss. That's right, you're going to be fighting yourself for this one. It's going to be basically a ditto that turns into you. And you can drink your physic and try and hit him with the special attack. I found that it was a bit hard to even land that, especially since he doesn't trigger until you're up close. But you can try and land it. Oh, you can just hit the ground with it as well. Amazing. So I recommend just using the katana, to be honest. He also hit the ground, so he's pissed. But yeah, just go ahead and whip out the katana. You can never go wrong with the special on that. Now, they have literally your moves as well, so, you know, it's not too bad. You kind of know what to expect. So look at that katana special. I mean, it just does so much damage. Oh, okay. Yeah, and be careful that you don't get parried as well, because it is smart enough to parry you. It also has flash, so it can heal. It only has a limited amount, of course. And whenever they're trying to do Comet Azur, you can just quickly back up and dodge it, and then restore your magic if you need to. And again, just keep doing the katana special mixed with, you know, you can do those again. I don't know if it's worth it after the fix. This motherfucker parried me twice. Are you kidding me right now? You're making me look like shit. So anyways, that was just for, you know, instructional purposes. So you guys could see that even I can struggle at times. And yeah, so again, we're just using the katana special when we can. And we're just slowly getting the enemy killed. It's really good if they have that, because then when they're going to cast it, it just leaves them open. That'll get you another trophy. Okay, so after we've killed ourselves, I should probably edit that. Like, I mean the boss that looks like us, okay? And then we're going to mount up and go northeast over the bridge. Wow, this is embarrassing. This is fucking embarrassing, dude. So yeah, Smithing Stone, Somber Smithing Stone 5. Again, I was just showing you that even something like a dung beetle could be pretty challenging. Keep going all the way down the bridge, going northeast after you kill the dung beetle. And look, I know it's called a scarab, but I just call it a dung beetle, okay? You'll get to the bridge point where this part's broken and open, and you can run down here. Don't worry about the enemies, you can ignore them, but we have more flames that we need to light like before. And again, you have those iframes whenever you're lighting the actual flame, so go ahead and light that one right at the entrance. Then across from there, going northeast on the cliffside, is going to be another one. So quickly activate that. We're actually above the dungeon where we had to light the flames before. So this is just a top level of it. After you light that one, we'll start heading west. Again, you can skip all of these enemies. And we're going to follow this path west. Keep going all the way to the back. You're going to find this little like cult meeting here. And there's going to be a pillar we can light in the middle. So we're going to quickly jump off. We're going to light it. And then we're going to roll out of the way. And then we'll remount and we'll start going to the west again. Or northwest towards the top and then west. At the very back of this area is going to be another pillar that we can light. And I believe there's rats again. Yeah, so there's some rats, but you can just quickly light it. And they're pretty slow at attacking, so you can roll away, mount back up, and then go southwest. Now southwest behind that tree there to the left is going to be a pillar. And we can light that one as well. We're just trying to light them all quickly so we can just have that part done. Don't have to really explore the area. We're going to remount up and we're going to go north, east, and then east. And that way we don't aggro all those wolves. And then we're going to start going southeast. Sort of back to where the cult meeting was, but towards the right. And you're going to see a pillar up on this ledge over here. This will be our final one, so go ahead and light that. After that, we can mount back up and go southwest. Because there's going to be a site of grace here we can use as a checkpoint. So go ahead and grab that. Now we're going to also rest at the site of grace so we can allocate our flasks. We're going to have 8 heals and 4 restores. And then we'll mount up. And we're going to head to the right. We're going to go northeast where those flames were lit so you can see them in the distance. Go over this path and then you'll see the staircase with the fire. And then we're going to go north. And we're going to run all the way to the end, and there's going to be another one of those ancestral type bosses. We've already fought them before. It's the exact same. There's really nothing different to expect. It'll spawn you back into a room like this as well, and then we can go ahead and start the boss fight. And much like the last time we fought this guy, we're doing the same kind of method. We're going to drink the physic, cast Comet Azur, and hopefully he'll just keep running into it instead of jumping in the air and, you know, charging towards us. But again, he did do that. So we're going to quickly try and stop casting so we can dodge, but we didn't do it in time. And then you can just go in with the katana. So there we go. Just start hitting with the katana. Again, you have so much reach. He's really an easy boss. You guys shouldn't struggle at all. And there you go. So it's just like the other fight before when we fought him, so don't worry too much, and you'll get another trophy. Okay, and after we beat him, we can then open up our map, and we can fast travel back to the Ancestral Woods, which is that side of Grace we ran from. And now this time we're going to mount up again, and we're going to run towards the northeast side a bit and keep going straight. Then we're going to go north a little bit and keep running north. We're going to go past these trees, past the cult meeting there on the left, just as a reference point, and you'll eventually start seeing these jellyfish. That's how you know you're going the right way. And at the very end of the northeast path is going to be a ledge you can jump down to. Jump down and then go into this little tunnel, and there's going to be a Side of Grace up ahead. So activate the Side of Grace, and after you've activated it, we can remount, and we're going to keep going down this tunnel. I don't actually think it was letting me mount back there for some reason, but now that we're mounted, we're going to jump down. It's going to dismount us here. You want to watch out because there's a knight that patrols there, so just make sure he's not near you, and then you can run past and go out the left exit here. And we want to kill that knight that's up top there. And you can use these as well as, you can just use your Comet Azur on him as well. Might make it a bit easier if you don't want to sit there and fight him with the katana, because there are some enemies from that doorway that come out. So you can use that. You can use the katana as well, but you won't stagger him because he's pretty beefy. But once you do kill him, and again, like I said, you could use the Comet Azur. That's another method if you're struggling with him. But that'll get you a Somber Smithing Stone. So that's our 6th one. We only need 4 more for that trophy for upgrading our weapon all the way. And then after that, you can go back and rest at the Grace or fast travel to it if you need the Comet Azur to be restored. Because we're going to fight another boss right now, and it does come in handy, so I recommend restoring it. So just fast travel back, and then we can come over here, and as long as we have our physic, we can use our staff and have Comet Azur and get ready to fight the boss. Alright, so we went back to the Side of Grace, we restored our physic, and we're going to try and drink it and just cast Comet Azur really quick. As you can see, I didn't even have the physic there, so I'm going to try and drink it now. And I might get lucky and get some hits in. We only got him about half health. You really want to try and kill the first one as quick as possible, because the only thing that's really hard about this boss is when you have to fight 2 of them at once. When it's just one of them, it's not too bad as I get hit, but it's not too bad. You know, you can kind of focus on just one and try and dodge his moves. But when there's 2, it does make it fairly tricky. So a good method is to kind of stay close and hug him, and then whenever he goes to swing, just dodge forward. A lot of the attacks in the game are kind of like that. You want to dodge forward to hit them, or to avoid them rather. And you can see the katana does a lot of damage, so even if you don't get the Comet Azur off, you want to just quickly try and dispatch him with the katana special. So as you can see, I already have the second one here, so things might get a bit hectic for me. So I'm going to quickly try and take him out, and now we just have to focus on this one. And we should have more than enough mana restores to basically kill him. So it's the same method. I'm just kind of hugging him, dodging when I can. Then I try and get an attack in if I can. And again, I recommend dodging towards them, not away like I was doing. It's just way more effective if you go towards them, because then they usually hit over you. And watch out for those delayed attacks. And again, just keep dodging. Then when you have that opening, get an attack in there. When he's screaming like that as well, you can get an attack in, but once you've done that, you've killed both of them, and you'll get another trophy. Now after you defeated them, you can head towards the back on the west side, and you can see a Side of Grace in the distance. So we're going to want to grab the Side of Grace. And again, you can use your ashes on that fight as well. Soon we'll have a cheesier kind of ashes to use. But after that, we're going to fast travel back to the Ancestral Woods. And we're actually about to get a better ash now, which is going to make the game even easier. So if you've been struggling, get ready to have that struggle go away a bit. After jumping on the rooftop and going to this ledge, we're going to make our way over here. Some noob fell, so just make sure you don't end up like them. And then head over here, and you want to jump over to this small rounded roof. Then jump down to this roof. And then you want to quickly run away from these enemies, otherwise they will chase you. Make your way down this side and then across the ledge or this side of the building. And then you can jump down on this broken rubble here. Keep running across, and we're going to make our way through the window. So as you can see, they stop following me. Jump through the window, and then go to your left up these stairs. You can also loot a black wet blade there. And then we want to have a stone sword key for this spot, so that's why I've been telling you to loot the stone sword keys. So use the key to enter this area here. There's only one enemy and then a chest. So kill the enemy really quickly. The targeting was really dodgy there, and he just kind of whipped me. Alright, so kill him and then open the chest. And it's going to be another legendary ash. And it's not only a legendary ash, it's actually going to be one that's going to help us cheese some bosses from now on. So it's going to be really useful for us to make the game a little bit easier. So we'll head back out this way from where we came. And there's a scarab here as well you can kill if you need to refresh on supplies. But we're going to go down the ladder over here. And there's a ball in the middle. You can actually just run past all this stuff. You really don't have to kill it. So you can see this ball in the middle that you can actually attack, and it moves towards you. But you don't actually have to kill it. You can just run by all of these enemies. So as you can see, I was going to kill it, and then I was like, look, what the hell am I doing? So just run out the exit, avoid the enemies, and if you turn right and go down the stairs, there's going to be a Side of Grace to your left. So we'll activate that and have another checkpoint. Now from now on, I want you to level up your Mimic tier ashes. So if you are using ashes to make the game a little bit easier, make sure you level him up, and that will be with the Gloveworts that we've been looting. Now after that, grab the Side of Grace, we'll go northeast, and we'll run through all of these Mimics. And I'm going to hug the left side so I can avoid this big enemy here, because one of them is going to turn into a Titan right here by the stairs, and I'm just going to run right past him. So now he didn't aggro, and we can just go up to the stairs, and we can loot the chest on the inside. And this is also where you can get a Great Ghost Glovewort, which will max out your ashes, basically. So it's a really good one to grab. Then we can fast travel to the Rountable Hold, and we can start upgrading our ashes. So you can come here to upgrade ashes, and we can just start upgrading the Mimic. So we should have a few of these from looting them within the dungeons, and you should be able to get him to level 5. That's already going to give him a lot of health to make sure he survives. And then now we can head over to the audience pathway, which is on the top left side of the map. Okay, so once you arrive, you want to be equipping this talisman, this Shabiri one. It's going to basically make sure that you keep aggro. We're going to allocate the flask to mostly heals, so I have 10 heals and 2 restores, and then we can fight the boss. Okay, legends, so the way that this cheese works is you go into the boss fight and you summon your Mimic. You then drink a healing flask because it costs HP to summon him. And then once you aggro the boss, you're going to go into your equipment and you're going to change the talisman. So this talisman that generates aggro, we're going to switch it to something different. You can switch it back to your spell one or whatever you want to do. And then now your Mimic should be holding pretty good aggro. So he's basically going to tank the boss for you. Now the jump R2 attacks are really effective here. As you can see, those giant jump slashes. The L2 attack is a special that staggers the enemy or the boss. That one's really good to do. The R1 attacks are really nice to use as well because they're really quick but do a lot of damage. As you can see, this is an L2 special and it staggers him. And if you press L2 again, you can do a slash upwards. Now, it's usually not really worth it. It's better to kind of just do the L2 once, but sometimes it does prove useful. And when he's staggered, you can just start spamming on him with R1 or R2, whatever, you know, is going to help you basically kill this first phase. And that's right, this is just phase 1. But as you can see, our Mimic is still over half health. So it's really good. That means we can have him for a bit in the phase 2. Phase 2 is going to sort of work the same. Again, you want to use L2 to kind of stagger him, and then you can quickly do it again, or you can use the L2 option again, and then you'll do a slash up, and you can see it took a fair chunk of his health. You don't want to get too greedy, though. You still want to be dodging and making sure that if you are basically being focused by the boss, that you dodge his attacks. He can do a fair bit of damage, but as long as you just keep paying attention, your Mimic should be carrying you through the fight. And you can see that second L2 just does a shit ton of damage. A lot of people don't really like using it. But to be honest, for myself, after the first L2 when it would stagger him, I just felt like it did so much fucking damage that as long as I wasn't being attacked, it was worth doing. So again, I do the special. I actually got staggered by the lava, so I'm too close to the boss. So you want to make sure that you're not inching too close. My Mimic's getting really close to dying, but we still have him for the whole fight right now, which is really good. And the boss is nearly dead. You can see that jump R2, it just does so much damage. So just do that, guys. I'm sure it'll make it a lot easier having a Mimic if you are struggling with him, and you'll get yourself a trophy. And after you kill him, a Side of Grace will spawn here, and there's also an item over there you can grab, which is just a shitty little torso piece. But activate the Side of Grace. We're going to open our map and go to the right side of the map, and we're going to go to the dungeon that was in Radagon's area. And again, you can use your golden seeds if you have any, and you can allocate the flasks to 8 heals and 3 restores. Now, if you didn't do this dungeon when I told you, because you know I was going to give you a cheesier method, we're going to go ahead and go through it now. So now that we have the Mimic tier Ash, it's going to make that boss fight in this area a bit better. Personally, I don't fucking like the boss. He's too damn big to be in such a small ass room. But we're going to go up the staircase at the very end. Wrap around. We want to avoid this archer by running into here really quickly. And then there's going to be another fucking archer, so we want to avoid him as well. And then we can make our way down. Just keep dodging. Avoid his arrows. Okay, and then go right. Excuse me, I've done way too much commentary. So we're going to go to the right again. And you'll see these windows. This is the wrong window we want to go through. There's going to be another window up ahead. That's the one we want to go out of. So just to make sure that you go to the right one, you're going to pass this soldier here with the two-hander. And then you'll see that soldier sitting down in the back. That's when you know this window on the right is the correct one. And you'll see a statue there as well. Then you're going to jump through the window, go up the stairs. And then there's going to be an archer from the beginning. You just want to avoid his his arrow. And then just dodge him, you fucking dick. And personally, I actually recommend killing him because he killed my ass. So yeah, don't even bother trying to dodge the arrows. Just kill him. If you want, you can jump down and then run back to the Side of Grace so you can have your full restores. That way you can have a proper shot at actually killing the boss. We're going to go down the stairs and then try and avoid all of these enemies here. Usually they're too focused on each other, but just make sure you're not caught in the crossfire. Keep running west directly through the door. And then you'll see the boss door has now been opened. And again, we want to make sure we have that aggro talisman equipped because we're going to take it off once we summon our Mimic. We're going to go through immediately. We're going to summon our Mimic. We're going to drink the flask so we're full health after we remove the talisman. So drink our flask. We're full health now. We're going to avoid some attacks first instead of going straight into it. I recommend, again, using the Carian Slicer on him. It does a fair bit of damage, and it also doesn't cost much FP. As you can see, he hits really hard, so you don't want to get hit by this guy. So as you can see right here, I drank my Physic, but I didn't try the Comet Azur. You can give that a shot as well. But I do recommend the Carian Slicer because if you're by his legs, you can usually dodge a lot of the attacks and just keep slashing. So while he's distracted with the Mimic, we can just keep slashing on him. And a lot of these attacks are easier to dodge when you're at his legs like this. But like I'm just wailing on him right here. But you just need to be mindful of when he's actually switching and attacking you instead. Like for example, that slash right there. And then he swapped back to the Mimic, so I went back in with the Carian Slicer. And like, just look at that. It does pretty decent damage for very little focus cost, which is really nice. So while he's focused on the Mimic again, I'm just going to go in. Another thing to watch out for is at half health, he'll do an explosion, which can give you Scarlet Rot. As you can see, I have Scarlet Rot on me, but that's okay. I ran out of magic as well, so that's why I said to use the Carian Slicer instead of the Katana. It just seemed to kind of last a bit longer. You can still try the Katana, but yeah, I've ran out of heals and everything. He can still be a bit difficult, but I know you guys got this. And you can always over level and come back. It's not a missable trophy. And if you do manage to defeat him, you're going to get another legendary Ashen Remain towards the trophy. But yeah, if you die on this fight, you're fucking garbage. Anyways, after that, we can go to the Roundhold table and upgrade our staff yet again. And then we can fast travel from the Roundhold table to Ranni's Rise, which is on the west side of the map. We're going to make our way up Ranni's tower, and we're going to speak with her. She's finally awake, and she will give us a Carian inverted statue, which we're going to use here shortly. Exhaust her dialogue yet again, and then we need to go to the Mausoleum compound, because we want to go down over here to this bridge and that tower. So on the east side will be the Mausoleum compound. Go there and then get on your mount and head east. We're going to make our way down this ledge. You'll likely take damage. That's okay. We're going to keep going east. You'll see all these like broken columns and stuff like that, so you know you're going the right way. And then once you can't go that way, you'll start going south. And as you can see, we're making our way all the way down, just so you can see that we're sort of on a path. Keep going south through all of this rubble and broken statues, and then fall down the ledge. And then eventually you'll come down to more of a mainstream path. Keep going all the way south through the woods. And there'll be a bear enemy up ahead. We can just run right past him. Now you're going to be in a bigger open area. And we're going to start going left. And you'll see a site of grace to our left as well. You can quickly grab that as a checkpoint. And then we can keep going southeast down to where these enemies are. We are going to run past these enemies as well. We're going to make our way right, keep going southeast, and then it'll go to this road on the south side. Again, we're running past those enemies, making our way to the tower that's to the south. You can see it in the distance now. We're going to keep going past these enemies here as well. And there'll be a site of grace on the inside, which is good. We'll activate that so we have a checkpoint. And we're going to use that Carian inverted statue that we were given by Ronnie. Okay, activate the grace. Go over to this altar and then press triangle on the altar and you have a quick cutscene, and we've actually just flipped the tower upside down. Okay, so when you're ready, we need to go to the stairs on the left, and we're going to make our way through this inverted tower. I put on the light source as well because it's a bit dark. You want to jump to the side here so you don't fall all the way through. Now we're going to make our way through the doorway, and then just watch out, there's a fair bit of hands in here. They drop the Somber smithing stones, which are, really good. Make our way around the right side so we can drop down to the ledge. Now watch out because there is a NPC there that's a magic user, so he can hit you from afar. Quickly take out the hands so they don't, kind of surprise attack you from the back. Now, I was using this to try and, at least stagger him a bit. It might not work well. As you can see, it kind of hit the wall. But there are some, like, night ghost people as well. So you want to take them out, and you still want to just avoid the sorcerer. So I took them out really quick. He kind of just sat there for a second, so I was like, yo, maybe I could hit him with this. But then he started moving again, and then it went to the fucking hand anyways. But yeah, just start wailing on him with the katana and restoring your magic whenever you need to. And make sure you dodge his attacks. Once you get him to a low enough health, he's going to teleport down to the ledge over there on the south side. Once he's done that, we can go ahead and make our way over here. And there's going to be another ghost knight for us to take out. GG, easy. Okay, we're going to kill the hands that are in the area as well, just so they're not attacking us while we're fighting the sorcerer. Like you can see, you can get overwhelmed really easily. I have literally just a smidge of health, so I was pretty much playing that very risky. And we'll quickly take these guys out, and we'll restore our magic as well since we've just ran out. And we'll get ready to finish off the sorcerer. Okay, we had the iframes from the jump, and that worked. And he's almost dead, and we got him. After he's been killed, we can go ahead and wrap around this ledge that he was on. He's going to give you a sorcery that we don't really need. It's not for a trophy or anything. But we'll come over to the very edge of this side where he was on, and we'll drop down. And then you're going to see all these wooden beams. Now we want to line ourselves up so we can drop down to this one. Line yourselves up perfectly, and then you can just run forward. Then you can jump down to this wooden beam, just line yourself up, and then jump down to the lift and then activate the lift. Okay, so after you go down the lift, it'll open and there'll be a doorway in front of you. Again, the building is still upside down, so it just looks a bit funny, but that is a door. Go and open the door, then you'll come out here to a site of grace. We're then going to mount up and start running east. Now, a copy of that Godskin Noble is going to spawn here. We don't have to kill him, we can just run by with our horse. So keep running east, we're going to go up that giant tower up ahead. But there you go, you can see the thick boys there. We can just dodge right past him. Now, a quest item that we need is actually at the top of the tower, so this is why we're going this way. So again, keep riding your horse. At least you can use the mount at this part, which is nice. So it's a bit of a run. And then, of course, you open the door, and then inside the door is a lift, and just take the lift up to the top. They do love these long door animations, don't they? We're going to take the lift all the way to the top. There's a site of grace up here as well that you can activate. Then we can go up the staircase and then grab the quest item. And the quest item is just in the center of this room. So once you're at the very top, go towards the center and you can see the item there. And you should loot a Curse Mark of Death. And it's also a Stargazer heirloom, which is a talisman. So after you grab both of those, we can go into our map, go towards the top left where Ronnie's Rise is again, so on the west side, fast travel there, and then go to the balcony. And this time we're going to jump off to the right, so that way we can go east. Okay, and as you guessed, there's been 3 towers here that we've been going to, and there's still one we haven't been to yet. So we can finally go there, which is to the east. So we had Ronnie's Rise, Celivis's Rise, and this one should be Renna's Rise. You can actually climb up here at the back, going up the cliff, and then you can go around to the front of the tower, and that's how you can enter. So we're in Renna's Rise. We're going to climb up the ladder. Behind the ladder, once you get up top, is a chest. And inside that chest is Ronnie's outfit. So go ahead and grab that. And then we're going to make our way to the top of the tower. And at the very top is going to be one of those portals. So use that so we can go to the next area. Okay, once you've arrived in this new area, there's going to be an item directly in front of you on a coffin. And then we're going to turn right and head south to find a site of grace. And we'll activate that site of grace, and we're actually going to rest at the site of grace. The reason why is because you can actually have a dialogue chat with the miniature Ronnie doll. So you'll see there's a new option there, talk to miniature Ronnie. You have to keep doing it because she doesn't talk to you after a while. She's playing a little bit hard to get. And then eventually you can go through the dialogue and exhaust it all. Once it's been completely exhausted, please make sure you have done that so that way the quest progresses. We can then start running down the river to the south. You're going to see a giant enemy in the distance, and this is going to be for a Somber smithing stone. So we want to hide behind the wall while he's blasting us with magic. And then once he's taking a break from using the magic, we can run forward a bit and then hide behind the next wall. And you got to get his attention again, so he won't cast until you do that. So there's some glove words right there as well. I recommend getting them because they're level 6. And then after he does this magic attack, we'll go ahead and rush in. And you can use the katana special and it does a fair bit of damage on him. But when he does that magic attack, you just want to be dodging. Just keep hitting him with the katana special. While you're targeted on him as well, it usually hits him pretty easy. Alright, so once you've killed him, you're going to get a new Somber Smithing Stone. So this will be our 7th one. So that's number 7 unlocked. We only need 3 more in order to get the Godslayer Armament trophy. And there's some glove worts back here as well, so I recommend grabbing those really quick afterwards. And then we can make our way through here, dodge the enemies, and then start heading southwest. And before you go down the river, there's another glove wort over here in the corner. Okay, once you have those, head southwest down this river. Restore your stuff if you need to, your health or your magic, and then progress through the tunnels. You know, I gotta have good quality, so I turned on the light for you guys. And we see some ants here. They shoot like booty juices at you, so just keep running. And you'll keep going down to the west, and you'll see some more ants on the side. Just stay on the west side so you don't have to actually aggro them. Keep running down, and you can see a glove wort in the distance to the right. You can quickly grab that. And again, those can be used, like I said before, to upgrade your ashes. So make sure you grab that. And then head your way back to the left through this staircase area with the door, and then run forward and you can drop down to get another Side of Grace. Now we're not going to do this area just yet, just make sure you grab the Side of Grace. We're going to turn around from where we dropped down, and there's actually a ladder on this left side to go back up. We want to go up the ladder, go back up to where we came from, and we're going to go back towards the ants that were on the left side when we were coming down. And we're going to go this way first so we can, fast travel a bit easier. But you see the flying ant here, you can just go south, run past them. This one should aggro and then kind of unblock the hole rather, and then you can go through. Make your way through the tunnel. And we're going southwest. You can see this guy T-posing. I'm not sure what the fuck that's about, but go ahead and just destroy him from behind. There'll be one more on the right side. Just take him out really quick. Avoid this guy's magic attacks to the left. You don't want to get hit by that, so just keep rolling. You're going to make your way down and then start climbing this ledge. So make your way up the top. Then jump down again. Keep rolling again so you don't get hit by that. And we're going to go around the side here. There's going to be a platform you can jump up on. And we're going to make our way to the very top. The magic can still hit you, so just be careful. And at the very top here is going to be another smithing stone that we can grab. That'll give us a Somber Smithing Stone 6. We can then run over here to the west. There's a chest up there as well with an item in it, but we don't need it. We can just drop down. And then from here you can drop down again without dying. You will take damage, but you won't die. And then when you're ready, you can quickly take out this guy here, the guy that's been casting magic at you the whole time. So just quickly take him out. As you can see, the katana has some fucking great reach. I know I keep saying that, but I just love that attack. Alright, that's going to restore our flasks. And then after that, you can also just run past them, really. So if you've watched this part, you can just run past them. And you can drop down, because there's going to be a Side of Grace here anyway, so you don't really need to kill him to restore your stuff. And we'll go down under here, and we're going to grab this map. And the map's next to the merchant here. But you can grab the map, and it's just going to be a map of the area here. So that way later on we can fast travel. But for now, we're not going to do that yet. We're going to keep going south on the side of this cliff. We're going to run down, and there's going to be this tunnel here to the right. So just drop down and grab the Side of Grace. Almost forgot what those are called, even though I've said that probably like 40 times through this fucking guide. 40 sounds kind of low, actually. Maybe it was more. Either way, we'll jump down from the Side of Grace, grab the glove wort, and then head southwest through this tunnel. You're going to see more of these ants, but if we go on the right side, we can just avoid them. There's going to be more glove worts in here as well that you can quickly grab. None of the ants really aggro on you, so you can just run past them. And then make your way down this tunnel. and keep running down. We're going north now. And when you come down to this area here, there's like a fork in the cave. And you can go to the right. And there'll be another glovewort right here on the side. And then we can go through this tunnel that was next to it. Run all the way to the end. Alright, so we're going to be fighting a boss here in a second. You'll come through this tunnel, so you kind of want to make sure that you have your Physic ready and your Comet Azur ready. As you can see, I had the wrong fucking spell equipped, so I went to do a Carian Slicer. I am trash, correct. You can also summon Ashes if you need to, but let's go ahead and see this boss. Alright, this guy wasn't ready, okay? Like, you guys are so close to becoming Elden Lord. You guys are boss now. He just wasn't ready. So that's going to get you a trophy. If you guys don't land that, he's still not that hard. Just to give you some tips, you can be within melee range and just use the katana. Or even the Carian Slicer as well. But you should be able to land that. And if you don't, you can just retry until you do. After you kill him, though, you can run forward and then open the chest that's under this sort of throne room. And this chest has a great ghost glovewort. I don't know why they named it that. That's terrible to say. But then we can fast travel to Noxtella, the Eternal City. And those glovewort means we can increase our ashes twice. So we can have 2 of them at level 10, which is really good. But we'll go up this way. And we're going to go to the very top of the stairs. So keep going all the way up. Now in this clip I did kill all the enemies just so I could show you. But then we go left. And in this room there's some enemies. And you can quickly take them out if you need to, or you can just run to the chest. So there's a chest in the background. I'm just going to run to the chest because fuck killing those guys. And you can grab a bell bearing. So that's to upgrade the ashes, so you can buy them from the twin-headed maiden at the Roundhold table, which is good to have. But after that, we can run back through this area here, and there's likely going to be enemies. So I can show you in this clip, for example, and then we can run through this hallway and then up the stairs. Now we're going to be crossing a bridge here, and when we cross this bridge there's going to be a boulder that kind of rushes towards us. So I put on the Carian Retaliation just for some more DPS, but again it won't do as much damage as it does in this clip. But you can just use your katana to kill it as well. So just avoid it as much as you can. And the katana still does a fair bit of damage, and it also knocks it back a little bit, so if it's rushing you it should be able to stop it. But after you kill it, you can grab the larval tier. And then we can just make our way up the stairs. And there's an item on the left here if you want to grab it. It's a golden rune. And then we'll go through this doorway here. Now there's a lot of enemies in here, so just be ready for them. There's a ball that's on top of the ceiling. I'm going to speed it up because there's quite a bit. But there's a ball on top of the ceiling. You can try and use your katana special. If the ball comes down and it comes towards you, you can block it at the doorway. You can use Comet Azur with the flask or the physic, but as you can see, it doesn't hit me at the doorway either. But after you clear all that and you open the chest, you'll get a Somber Smithing Stone 7, and then we can make our way to the right. So the right from the chest is going to lead us up this giant staircase. So make sure you have your magic and everything like that in case you need it. There's going to be a scarab here. And that scarab actually gives us something good too, another Somber Smithing Stone. And in here you can actually sneak past these enemies. So what we're going to do is we're going to hug the wall to the left so we don't have to fight them. Because those 2 mimic tiers turn into some actual enemies, and then you have to fight 3 enemies. So if we hug the wall while we're crouching, we can make our way around the side. This has become a stealth game, obviously. We're going to jump up on the ledge, crouch again, make our way inside this doorway, and then we're going to loot the chest for another legendary talisman. Alright, so that means we have 4 out of 8 of the legendary talismans. Now we're going to sneak our way back out. I mean, you can just run for it if you'd like. But there's a doorway on the right, so we'll hug the right wall, and now I'm just going to sprint. And we'll make a right out this exit, and then we'll go left, and you'll see a doorway. Make your way to that doorway, and there will be a lift to go down. So go down the lift, and once you go down, there's going to be a golden seed by the tree. And if you face south, that's the doorway we need to get to. So what we'll do is there's a few enemies down there, as you can see. But we're just going to try and roll down here. Because we're lazy. And that's fine. And we don't take any fall damage. And there's a glovewort right there as well that we're going to try and quickly loot. You just want to avoid the soldier riding on the ant, because you don't want to get fucked up by him. But grab the glovewort, which is an 8, and then we can run towards the building towards the south that I mentioned, which is up these stairs. And then that's going to be another lift that we can take. So that's going to take you down. Once you go down, there's going to be a Side of Grace right there ready for you. And in the back over there is another glovewort. So you can quickly go grab that and then come back to the Side of Grace. And that's a glovewort 9, so that's a damn good one to grab. And then after that, from the Side of Grace, we'll just go south through this tunnel. And you know I got your back with the lighting, don't even worry about it. We're going to get our cheese attack ready, the Comet Azur with the physic and the staff. We're going to grab this item and then run away from those guys. Now, when we come out of this tunnel on the other side, there's going to be an invader. It's a baleful shadow. And we're going to try and cheese him with the blast. So if you're lucky, this is going to connect and do a lot of damage. He might heal still, but at least you can, do that. Avoid the frogs from behind. As you can see, they were actually damaging me. Watch out too, he does some bleed damage there. And once you kill him, we're going to get an item that we need to progress. So you will have to kill him. So if he kills you, he can be a bit tricky, but if he kills you, you're going to need to try again. But once you kill him, we can make our way southwest towards this door. And once he stops talking, he's going to give you a palace key. We'll go through this doorway, heading south, and then go to a lift again. Now this lift is going to take us down as well. Activate the Side of Grace, and then get ready for a part that kind of sucks ass. But what we're going to do is we're going to allocate our flasks to all heals, because we don't need any magic right now. We just basically need to survive. This entire lake is literally Scarlet Rot, so it's going to tear through our health bar. But there's some items that we want to grab through here. I'm going to guide you guys, so just do your best to follow along, and I'll do my best to explain it. We're going to grab the map, and then we're going to immediately start heading southwest. So we're going to run through this shit, unfortunately. And a quick shout out, if you do have 12 faith, is you can use the Flame Cleanse Me to get rid of Scarlet Rot. So you could do that this way as well. But we're just going to do it this way as I show you, because you don't need it. But click the button to make this platform arise. And then we're going to go west. So you can just jump straight in. We're going to go southwest a bit where that item is in the distance. And we're going to grab this item. They're going to be all for smithing stones, basically. That's obviously not a smithing stone, but that's what we're going for. We'll then go northwest from that item to grab this item. That's going to be a Somber Smithing Stone 7. Now we're going to start heading south, southeast, back to that landmass over there in the distance with the pillar. And again, you want to just keep drinking your flask whenever you're low enough to where it benefits you, and so you don't die. Alright, so we're going to jump on this and hit the button for this spot. We're then going to drink our flask again because we're low health, and we're going to start running to the east. You can grab this item here. You can just run past the enemies, try not to worry about them. And then we're going to go south. So start heading south, southeast, over this platform. And just healing as you go. Again, you're going to be chugging through those flasks. And there's going to be another button here, which is south still, about southwest. That's going to raise another platform. We're just going to keep going south. And you'll see, like some trees in the distance, or what's left of trees. And keep running south, keep healing as you go. And we're almost done with our first trip. We're going to do a few trips through this shit, unfortunately. Again, drink again. And you're going to find a scarab over here. So take the scarab out with your special attacks. And once he's defeated, we will get a Somber Smithing Stone 6. Go ahead and drink so you can quickly fast travel back to the Lake of Rot Side of Grace. Now from the Side of Grace, we're going to this time go from the north side. So we're facing the northeast side. We're going to drop down and we're going to run and we're going to grab our 8th Somber Smithing Stone. Now after grabbing that, we can start running towards the southeast side of the map. So keep running through, making sure to constantly check when you need to heal. Keep an eye on your health. That way you don't have to redo this part. You're going to find this platform in the very, very back of the southeast side. We're going to jump up here, and there's going to be an item behind this wall. It's going to be a Somber Smithing Stone 7. We'll then jump off the platform and start running south. We're going to take another sip of our flask. Don't let it get too low because there's that animation as well, so you don't want to die. But if you keep running south, you'll see the rubble right here that you can climb up. Make your way up and then grab this item. It's a golden rune. You can use that as a reference as well, so that way you know you're following me correctly. And we're going to keep running south to that pillar in the distance. And we're going to heal again. We still have 6 flasks remaining, which is great. We'll then press the button here, and then we're going to keep going south again. You'll see that platform rise if you're going the right way. And you can see an item up on another sort of building that's been collapsed. So we're going to heal again. And this is our last item to get on this trip. And then we'll fast travel back to the Side of Grace. So you have to jump up to try to get this one. It's a little annoying how they put this one. So go on the side and then jump up. Make sure your health is still good because you don't want to be fast traveling and then die. Grab the Somber Smithing Stone 8, maybe heal again if you need to, and then fast travel to the Lake of Rot. Now this is going to be our last trip for items, and then we can finally progress. Alright, so our last trip we're going to do is we're going to go south again, sort of southwest, where we first initially went that first trip. We're going to jump up on the platform. We're going to make our way down this platform, which is nice because we avoid Scarlet Rot for a little bit. And then we can jump over, keep going south. You're going to see that pillar in the distance too, just so you know where you're going. But we're going to go more towards this area between the columns. And we're going to keep going south. We're going to keep healing whenever we need to. And you can see a pillar in the distance there. It's a little foggy, but there it is. We're going to keep running south past these columns and go to this pillar so we can hit the button that's next to it. Alright, so activate the button, which is behind the pillar. Now this is going to take you up sort of like a lift. And there's going to be an enemy here. You can have your staff ready and the physic ready, so you can cheese through him, which I recommend, especially while you have Scarlet Rot. I don't really recommend fighting him. Either way, you can take him out with the katana, but if you want to cheese it, go for it. So we drank our physic. He's going to start spawning in, so we're going to start casting, and we'll just obliterate him. And before he can even get to us, he just gets dominated. We're going to heal again, and then you can loot him. He just drops a sword. And then we can get our last item, which is a smithing stone off here to the right. This is actually going to be smithing stone number 9, our very first one. After that, make sure your health is full. We're going to fast travel one last time. So we're going back to the Lake of Rot Side of Grace for the very last time. And we are going to head south. We're almost going where we went last time between those columns, but we're just going to go further, sort of where those statues are in the distance that you can see. They're very high up. That's the doorway we want to make it to. So just keep running south. And again, if this guide has been helping you guys, I've put a lot of commentary into it. I've been trying my best to get it out soon. The commentary does take a lot of time, as well as all of the editing. It's all self-edited as well, and I'm not exactly the best, but hopefully it's helping you guys. Hopefully you're having a good time with me, and if you are, just leave a like, help the algorithm out, get my content out there. And other than that, we'll keep running south. Keep making our way to where those flames are over there in the distance, and then we'll eventually hit a Side of Grace. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys' time. It's been nice just going through Elden Ring together. It's going to be even nicer when we become Elden Lord. And you bet your sweet ass we're going to become Elden Lord. So we're going to keep going south. We're going to make our way onto this platform. And we're going to get to this side of grace so we can get rid of this ass cancer of a disease. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Scarlet Rot is fucking horrible, bro. Miyazaki was really trying to just give us ass cancer straight up. It just eats your health, bro. Like, if you don't have anything to get rid of that shit, you fucked, bro. Alright, so we finally made it to the Grace. We're going to obviously rest so we can get rid of the Scarlet Rot. And we'll fast travel to the Rountable Hold, and we can start upgrading our staff and our katana. So upgrade the staff all the way first, and then we can upgrade the katana. And we can also upgrade our Mimic Ashes a bit more since we have so many of those Ghost Glove words. We can actually upgrade it to 10. So make sure your Mimic is level 10. After you've done that, you've done your upgrades, we're feeling good. We're going to go to the Raya Lucaria Grand Library, which is in the center of Liurnia Lake. And in this room is a chest that we can now open. We had that discarded palace key we got from the invader earlier, and we now have the Dark Moon Ring, which will come into play a little bit later. After that, we'll then go back into our map, and we're going to fast travel to the Grand Cloister, which is in the Lake of Rot. That's the side of grace we got before we went to the Rountable Hold. We can then allocate 8 healing flasks and 4 restoration flasks for magic. And then we can continue our journey after we do the memorize spell option. We can put Stars of Ruin on there, which may come in handy. Now that we have so many memory slots, we can have some extra magic on there in case you want to use it. In case maybe, you're fighting something that's fucking you up, you can at least attack it from a distance. We'll immediately start running west. We're going to make our way down these pillars and just keep dropping to each ledge. You want to try and avoid the enemies if you can. They shoot like strings of semen at you, and they're fucking annoying. So avoid them, go southwest, jump over the lake, and then keep hugging the wall so you don't aggro anything. And then at the end of this area here, you're going to see a waterfall, but there's also a coffin that we can go up to and press triangle to rest in it. And it's going to have a cutscene, and it's going to bring us down into this area here. Now we're getting ready to fight another boss here. This boss is going to be new. There's a statue of Marika here in case you die, so don't, be intimidated about dying. And we are going to use our Mimic tier, of course, so you just want to make sure when you get to the fog wall that you have the Talisman equipped that generates aggro. So you can go into your equipment, make sure you have that equipped, and then your ashes, make sure that's accessible. So then when you go through, we have a level 10 Mimic now, so we'll go ahead and summon him, and then we'll drink our health potion. We'll probably try and dodge that first, yep, and then drink our health potion. And now we can try and take the equipment off once we get a second. I didn't want to get hit by his ability, which he actually missed, but there we go. We can take the talisman off. And once the Mimic gets aggro, we're going to try and do the cheese. See if we can get some good hits on him. You want to dodge his tail attack. He uses magic as well as his tail. And here comes the Mimic in, ready to tank the boss for us like an absolute Chad. And we're going to drink our physic and just start blasting. Okay. We're going to try and redo that again while our physic is active. Okay. So as you can see, he just swung right into it. So we're going to get some damage here. And that can happen. It can line up pretty good like that. As you can see, he's almost dead already now. So we can drink a cerulean flask to get our magic back. And then that way we can at least finish him off with the katana. He does do a grab move as well when you're really close to him. So something to be, kind of mindful of. When he does this, you can just keep rolling to dodge it. But yeah, when you're close to him, he can do a grab, and if he hits you with that, you're likely going to die. It does do a lot of damage, but other than that, he's pretty easy. He doesn't do anything too crazy. He's actually a really pretty boss in a weird way, considering he's kind of fucking creepy. But yeah, we'll just keep hitting him with the katana special, and since we got lucky with our common Azur, we're going to kill him, and we're going to get a trophy. Alright, so after you kill the boss, if you look towards the north side of the arena, you're going to see a site of grace. So we'll make our way over to the north end. And we'll just head north. Again, if you have any extra runes, it's the same with at any point while you're playing the game. If you have any extra runes, you can always use them to level up. You can always level up intelligence. That's always a good thing to level up with this build if you are following the guide. And then we can go north through this tunnel. Keep making our way to the very back of it. There's going to be a lift that we go up to return to the surface. So go up the lift. And then once you're up here, make your way outside. You're going to be through the woods a little bit. And then on the left side is actually going to be a side of grace. You can see the beams of light to the left. Activate this side of grace. Now we're going to mount up for this part. And where we want to run to next, we're going to go east. It's a little bit of a run, so just bear with me. We're going to go east all the way down to the cliffs because we want to get down a ledge so then we can go to the right. So we'll go down, and then we still can't go down without dying because it's a pretty high jump. So we'll keep following the cliffside here on the east section and then drop down. And then once we're able to drop down, then we can start running west and making our way all the way to that tower in the distance. You can see it from here. It's still kind of shadowy, but that's where we want to end up at. There's going to be a side of grace there as well. But we're just going to keep running west until we get to that tower. So just keep running west until we get there. And again, I hope you guys are bearing with me through this. I do commentary really late, like it's almost 3 a.m. I still have 2 hours of the video to do. And I'm really going to try and get it done even though it's 3 a.m. because I wanted it out this weekend. And I think you guys deserve that. So let's get this shit done. We're going to keep going west. We're still running west. We're going to jump over these cliffs or these rocks. And then now you can finally see the tower a bit clearer. So we're actually getting to where we need to be. You can see the pretty purple flowers. And then we can finally see the side of grace. Now, there is a puzzle that we need to do to get into the tower. So we'll activate the side of grace. And then what we want to do is actually go in our equipment and equip a longbow. That way we can have a ranged weapon. So equip the longbow and make sure you have arrows as well. You should have some from when we were farming way back in the beginning of the guide. Read this little book here to start the puzzle. And it'll say seek 3 wise beasts. So we're looking for 3 turtles. There's actually one hanging off the ledge right here. So you can just, smack them in the face with one of those. And then now we're going to run all the way back to the east. And I'm going to show you where it is on the map. We ran all the way back east. I didn't want to have to, show you guys or, me run there and you watch the whole time because you'd be like, dude, this guy's kind of a dick. So again, it was in that corner there. And then you can actually fast travel to the Moonlight Altar for the last turtle that we need, because he's towards the west side. So if we mount up and go west, you want to sort of go northwest just so you can avoid all of these dragons. As you can see, it's a giant pit of dragons. But we're going to make our way down this path. So yeah, there's a dragon sleeping there. And yeah, you just want to avoid them at all cost. So that way you don't have to deal with that. Make your way down. And then you're going to see this path here. And then it's going to be northwest straight into the forest. Now, I will say, I think fast traveling does glitch this turtle out because he's up in the air. He's on the spirit spring, so the things that shoot you up when you're on your mount. And I think he's invisible if you fast travel. If you don't and you actually run all the way here, then he won't be invisible. But even though he's invisible, I still ran up to the spirit spring to try and hit in that general area. And it still hit him. So it said the seal has opened. So as long as it says that, then that's all you need to see. So I went in the middle of it, I jumped up, and I hit something because it says the seal on the rise opened. Now, if that happens to you, you might not need to fast travel. You just need to try and jump and see if it hits, and then you can fast travel back to the side of grace that's at the tower, which is called Altar South. And then we can run up the stairs, and we can be in Colonna's Rise. We're going to make our way all the way up to the top where we get another legendary spell. And I cut out going all the way to the top because by now you should know how to get up these towers since we've done about 19 throughout the game. After that, we can fast travel back to the Moonlight Altar. And then we can make our way over to this circle area here, which is northwest, if I'm not mistaken, which I'm not. I'm never mistaken. Come on, guys. There's a lot of times I'm mistaken, by the way. That's a disclaimer. All right, so we're going northwest, pretty much the same route we went to find that turtle that was in the Spirit Spring that you had to jump up and hit. It's actually directly through there, and at the end of it is going to be another Everjail, and we're going to do the fight that's there. And that fight's actually good because that fight will not only give us another legendary Ashen remains, but it's going to give us what I feel like is the best ashes you can summon. So just keep going northwest. I just did the jump for, a little bit of flair. But it's going to give us, like an ash that I feel is the best ash. Because the Mimic tier is good if you have the right gear for it and stuff. But this ash is just like, it kicks ass. This ash kicks ass. Now, I will say he's a bit aggressive, but if you wait him out right now, he'll just spawn automatically. So I'm getting ready to do the cheese beam and see if I can hit it on him. Because he's like an assassin, so he's super quick. So I'm trying to get some staggers on him with it. As you can see, I did a decent amount of damage. Not too upset with that much. I tried to do it again, but it didn't really work, but it also knocked him back, so I can't really complain. So next we're going to switch to the katana and rely on our special attacks, which do decent damage on him. He can hit pretty hard, and his damage also does burn damage, so it's like dot damage. That move right there, if that hits you, it's going to do damage over time. So you want to try and avoid that move at all costs. And just keep, using your katana special until he's dead. That's pretty much it. He is a little bit tricky, but you guys got this. And he will give you a new legendary Ashen remains, and a damn good one that I would argue is the best in my opinion. I actually really like using it. There you go. Now we are going to upgrade that one to level 10 as well, so then we have that and the Mimic, which are the best ones in my opinion. But we'll do that a bit later. Once it kicks you out of the Everjail, go ahead and open up your map, and we're going to fast travel back to the Moonlight Altar. And we're going to do another part that's required for a quest. So we're going to mount up and we're going to head north. You're going to see these ruins up here that are to the north. Make your way to the back of the ruins. Keep going to the very back. And I'm going to show you where you need to find this spot to make it a little bit easier. So at the very back of the ruins, you're going to see this doorway here. If you make your way through the doorway, there's going to be an enemy. You can just quickly, one-shot him. Okay, there's two enemies, so you can just one-shot him as well. But actually, the ground right here, you just need to jump and swing. Like that, or just kind of swing at it, and it's going to reveal a path to go down some stairs. Go down the stairs, and you're going to find a chest. And in here, you're going to find a Somber Smithing Stone 8. So that's another one for us to upgrade our weapons. That way we can use, the best weapons possible and make sure that they are upgraded. After you get that, you're going to run out of the ruins and mount back up and run east. And you're just going to hug this cliff on the left side. Keep running east. You're going to see this giant cathedral type building that's been destroyed. And we're hugging the wall so we don't aggro a dragon, basically. And then you can make your way up top just by double jumping and then make your way into the building. Now, all of these items are just starlight shards. Like, as you can see, just starlight shards. You can loot them if you want. But I don't, because I don't even use them. We can go to the Side of Grace, activate it. And then after that's been activated, what we want to do next is go to our right from the Side of Grace. There's going to be a hole. You want to turn on the light if you can't see very well. And you want to make sure you're landing on these ledges. So make your way down here by landing on each ledge so you don't, die. And then we'll make our way down this dark tunnel. And we're going to see the reason for my existence. All right, I'm going to stop saying that now. But you'll run to the end, and we're going to see Ronnie, which I went the wrong way. It's actually the northeast path, so just keep going down because the other way is a dead end. And you will see Ronnie. So you're going to put a ring on her finger. Thank God, you know what I'm saying? And then we're also going to get a legendary armament. And we haven't got one of those in a while, so that'll be good. And the good thing about this one, it's actually one that's pretty useful for us since it's scaled off intelligence as well. And it does frost damage, so then we can do more damage. So you can go to the Rountable Hold and start upgrading that one as well. That way if you want to use it, because it is a pretty good weapon. You should have plenty of runes to do so. And then you can also go into the Ash tuning and upgrade our Black Knife all the way to level 10. So I recommend having your Mimic level 10 and the Black Knife level 10 because they're just too good, honestly. Especially Black Knife, like I'd argue it's the best, like I said. After you've upgraded your weapons and your ashes, we're going to fast travel back to the dungeon that had the Great Waterfall Basin, which is where we killed the gargoyles. So again, Great Waterfall Basin, and at the base of this mountain is going to be another coffin that we can go in. So rest in that. It's going to have a cutscene, and then we'll be here. And then you just want to activate the Site of Grace. And then from there, we're going to mount up, and we're going to start heading to our west. See, as you can see, the Dark Moon Greatsword, it's pretty cool looking. It's got a buff that makes it frost damage, and then if you inflict frost on someone, they take more damage as well. But anyways, we're going to go on this branch, which is to the west. We're going to drop down to this branch, which is going north. We're going to go into this cave, and I got your back with the torch. Always got your back with that. Come on, guys. If you kill these queen ants as you're just rolling through, you're going to get like a shit ton of rune arcs. So you can just quickly run through and start popping them. It's kind of satisfying too in a weird, sick way. But you're going to get these rune arcs. And then we're just going to run all the way to the end of the tunnel. The ants should not follow you here. And we're going to grab another legendary spell. Okay, so after we get this spell, we can just mount right back up. And there's a ledge we can drop down to southwest right here where the ants are. Drop down quickly and then get away by going onto the branch before the ants can attack you. And then we're going to make our way west down this branch. And then we're going to go under these tree roots. And we're still going west. Again, avoiding all of these ants. Keep going west. Then we're going to start wrapping around here to go north. You're going to go through all this cream. Why does it look white, bro? We're going to go north. And we're going to grab this item right here by the pagoda, which is a map of the area. And then we're going to keep going west. If we go past these knights to the west, there's going to be a Site of Grace. So we'll dismount and we'll activate that as well. That way if we die, we can just start here. Okay, so from here, we're going to mount up on our horse again. And we're going to jump on the building to the east. We're going to go past this monster thing that's on the branch. And we want to be quick right here because they're going to start trying to bomb you from the top, as you can see. You just want to keep running past them. There's going to be 2 more up this way as well. Just keep running past them. And then once you get to about this point where I'm at, east direction, we're going to jump up here. They shouldn't be able to get you right here, which is great. And then what we'll do is we can come over here and we can just drop down to the Site of Grace. So make sure you're high up enough to where you can drop down safely and then activate the Grace. After you've done that, we can head in here and fight another boss. Okay, so once you're ready, make your way into the boss room. Now we're going to be fighting Fia's champions, which is just a bunch of individual enemies. And Fia is that girl that, has been hugging us and making us feel like we deserve. She does a lot for us. And if you get to a certain point here, you can actually buff your weapon. For example, if you're using the Dark Moon Greatsword, you would hold L2 to buff it. And like I said, this weapon applies frost damage, which then also makes you do more damage. And it has a ranged attack when you use the R2 attack. Dude, some fucking noob died here. I gotta stop doing that. Now, admittingly, I hadn't used the Greatsword before, so I kind of did die, but these guys aren't bad. Like, I don't see it taking you long. But look how much fucking damage that thing does if it hits. So if you like a heavier weapon, it's pretty good. It's not too slow for being a heavier weapon. And again, it has a ranged attack and it applies frost damage, which then makes them take more damage. You can also still summon your ashes, which I didn't do this fight. So even if you are struggling, you can summon the ashes, which for some reason I didn't. And then you can just switch the katana, whatever weapon you really like. So now we're fighting the sorcerer and he's kicking my ass. But that's okay. We're just going to back up, get some distance. We're going to wait for those to trigger so we can dodge them. And then he's going to summon that, which is going to, cast a bunch of magic attacks at us. And we're just going to keep dodging. We're going to hit him with a special. As you can see, the katana does a fair bit of damage. And we're going to dodge that. Try and get him with another special while he's casting. He's really good to hit him when he's casting because it leaves him, very vulnerable. And when he does this, I just, kind of dodge it. And then once he stops is when I try to get an attack in if I'm, full health. But right there, I kind of had to heal. He dodged my attack. Okay, and as you can see, I'm just backing up to get some more magic. Keeps dodging my special. That can happen as well, but you guys got this. And then just try to finish him off. Okay, after I killed him, now there's going to be 3 enemies that spawn at once, so you just want to be ready for them. This is why I save my special attack for this part, and then I try and just blast one of them if I can. It didn't really work there, to be completely honest. I tried to do it again, and it actually did work decently there. I got a fair bit of health off. And what we're going to do is we're just going to try and back up, and as you can see, that guy just got deleted, and we're just going to try and pick them off one by one. So dodge the skulls that are coming at you. And then again, you want to try and get a swing in there when you can. Like for example, I just did over 700 damage. That just one-shot him because he was squishy. Oh, he still has health apparently. But as you can see, they're almost dead. If you can get them lined up as well, your special is going to hit both of them, which is always good. This motherfucker just copied my move, you know what I'm saying? No, but he's got the Moonveil Katana as well. And he knows how effective that is because he just smacked us with it. But we finally killed him. Now we only have to worry about Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda. Nigga stay sipping on that Fanta.
Okay, we're just going to keep dodging him. He'll occasionally do that skull attack and things like that. And yeah, once you just keep dodging here and there. You can dodge forward on these as well. That works really well. And then you can pull out the katana and hit him with the special. And there you go. Once they're gone, hit him with that special. And finish him off. Skadoosh. Alright, I'm done with the Kung Fu Panda shit now. Okay, so after you kill them, you'll see the Hug Mommy over here. And go through her dialogue and basically, again, just let her know that you really need to be held. And as she's doing that, you're going to have all these dialogue options, like give a curse mark of death to her. We want to make sure that we give that to her to progress this quest. We're going to activate the Site of Grace here. And then we're going to fast travel to this same Site of Grace. That's going to refresh the area after we've given her that mark. Then you're going to be held again. My dream come true. And again, through all the dialogue, she's going to talk about bearing a child. And then we're going to fast travel again. And you can do it during the hug animation if you want to save yourself like 15 minutes of just hugging. So you can fast travel after the dialogue. Now you want to get ready for the boss fight. So you want to have your Comet Azur ready, your staff, and your physic, because right when you go in there, you want to kind of run to the right here, and then you can line yourself up, drink the physic. He's going to just keep roaring, and we're going to just try and blast on him. Now, if you're lucky, he could just keep running straight into it. Sometimes he charges you, or other things like that. But as you can see, the fire kind of hit me as well, but we actually just destroyed him with the Comet Azur, and we got our trophy. Now, if you don't get lucky enough to do that, if you die, you can just keep trying, or you can just, hug him and use the katana. That's the best way to do it. But after you do beat him, you can see Fia's body is here, and we're going to grab the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, and then we're going to use the teleporter that's near her now that's been activated. Now, when you arrive here, you can loot the item behind you and then run to the south up the stairs. And we're in a new area entirely, so we're going to run all the way down. Keep running south. And then we're going to turn right. And through this doorway is going to be a Site of Grace. And we are going to rest at this Site of Grace because it's going to restore all of our stuff, but there's also going to be a bit of dialogue. So once you've activated it, go ahead and rest. Go through all the dialogue options so then we can progress with the story. Okay, after that, we're going to open up our map, and we're going to fast travel to the left side over here. We're going to go to Manor, Upper Level, which is, again, on the west side, and we're going to go down the lift. And once you're down the lift, you remember this area here where we ran past all of those kind of ghost knights that were spawning in? Well, we're going to go around to a secret to get an item. So we're going to run back. And again, just run past all the enemies. Watch out for the crossbow bolts and things like that. Just keep bobbing and weaving. Look at that. Skillful dodging as I got hit. We're going to turn right at this area here. Go over this bridge. And then we're going to go right again. Now you're going to see that area down there. If we jump over to it, and then you can see the walls broken on this north side, we can jump down. And then we can jump down again, and you won't die. But in here is going to be a chest and another legendary armament. So we can get another one of those. Alright, so after we grab that, we can go ahead and open our map again, because we're going to fast travel. We're going to go south to the lake over in this area, which is the Temple Quarter side of Grace. You remember we ran past this dragon before because we grabbed a key way early on in the guide. Instead of going that way this time, we're just going to run north. And we're going to keep going north. And again, just run past all the enemies. We can disregard all of that. And then we're going to stay on this right side. And we're going to start going east. And there's going to be this dungeon here. Or, you know, a place where you can use the stone sword key. I've got my light on for you so that way you can see. I've been doing a Dark Souls 3 guide as well in the background, and you can see how many times I press X to interact with like things instead of triangle. So yeah, sorry for that. And we're just going to run through this tunnel here, or this crystal cave, and there's going to be a site of grace here. Okay, so go ahead and activate that, and then afterwards we can make our way through the cave. I'm going to turn on the light again for you so that way you can see. Now there's a lot of rats here, and then further on in there's those sorcerers, so we just need to be careful because they can do a fair bit of damage to you as well. But we're going to go east to our left, and you'll see them there. We're going to run around the right side, so just follow the same path I'm going. We're going on the right. We're just trying to dodge all of the spells that are being shot at us. There's going to be 3 that aggro on you, unfortunately, so keep rolling. We're going to go around this right side here, which is through a tunnel with a little lantern hanging on the ledge there. And then we're going to go this way. You're going to see a doorway. Open this door and then run through. You're going to see 2 more enemies. You can just run past them. And then if you're quick, we can make it into the boss room and not have to worry about them. Now summon your mimic for this fight. And then heal up after you've summoned your mimic. And these guys aren't too bad, to be honest. They don't even really do much damage. You're going to not really do any damage on them at first. So as you can see, like my special attack, it's not really doing any damage. And the reason why is we have to break their poise. Once we break their poise and then do a visceral attack, or even just keep attacking them, they're going to be more susceptible to damage. So as you can see, we're still smacking on this guy, just trying to get his poise damage up. And as you can see, my mimic just did a visceral. And he not only took a lot of damage, but from now on, he's going to take a shit ton of damage. So as you can see, our attacks actually shred through him now. And then you're just going to rinse and repeat for the other guy. And the reason we did that is because we're going to go up this lift. We're going to go all the way up this tower. And we're going to get another spell up this ladder. And this spell isn't for a trophy, but it enhances our magic. So I think it's worth grabbing, to be honest, because you can put it down on the ground, and when you're standing in that area, you get increased magic damage. After you grab that item, we're going to fast travel back to the East Capital Rampart Grace. Alright, so we're going to run out the doorway here to our west, and then go around the left here. You're going to run past a bunch of these marshmallow-looking motherfuckers, and then run south. You can just ignore all of them as well. So just run south, skip all of it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to dodge this enemy here by jumping off the ledge to our right and landing on this ledge. And then we're going to jump down again to land on the rooftop. And then we're going to keep going forward over the rooftops, doing some hardcore parkour. And keep running northwest. Keep going down the rooftops. And then you can drop down right here. And then jump down again. And then you can use that planter to get over the railing. Then we're going to head to the left, and we're going to go southwest, and there's going to be a boss that spawns here, or like, it's not really a boss, it's a mini boss. So you can see it's like those Erd Tree mini boss avatar things, but you can just run through and avoid it, or get bitch smacked, whatever you prefer. But make your way through the doorway, and then activate the Site of Grace. Okay, so after you've activated it, we can go to our next area, which is down the stairs here. And we're going to exit out of this doorway. Now there's going to be an archer. You just want to try and avoid his arrow. And keep running northwest to go past him. And again, we're just dodging his arrows. Then we're going to climb up this dragon's wing. So keep jumping up, making your way all the way to the top. And then go up this part here, and then up the actual wing part. And then you're going to jump off to the left. You can grab a rune arc right here to the left as well, and then you can go up this ladder. Once you've made it up the ladder, you're going to go up the staircase. You can use this item to boost your poise. There's going to be a fair bit of like knights right here that do a shit ton of damage. But if you're really quick and you stay to the right, you shouldn't get hit. Just keep running. Avoid the enemies. He did a lightning magic spell, but it didn't do too much damage. And we're going to activate the Site of Grace really quick. Now, likely they're going to still try and attack you, so you're going to have to kill them. After you kill them, rest at the Site of Grace, so that way we can ensure you have your Comet Azur. And then sneak up on this gargoyle. We're going to drink our flask, and we are going to cast Comet Azur. You can use Terra Magica as well if you have it equipped. But as you can see, we're just obliterating him. It just makes it so much easier than trying to fight a fucking gargoyle, in my opinion. And then by these marshmallows, you got the golden seed. So we can just take those guys out. And then you can run back to the Site of Grace, so that way you can rest and restore your flask and things like that. And the quick way to do that is just open up your map, and then you can fast travel right back to the Site of Grace, the West Capital Rampart. And then now you're going to have all your stuff back. And then we're going to make our way back to where the gargoyle was. And he doesn't respawn, thankfully. But where we want to go is past where he was. Keep going south. You're going to see a tree branch that you can run up. There's going to be some enemies up here, but we're just going to run straight past them. So again, just run straight past all these tree enemies. And make your way down this branch here on the south side. And then jump over and start going up this branch. At the very top is going to be another boss battle. So get ready for the boss. We're going to quickly jump over to this balcony and then go into the boss room, so that way none of the enemies follow us. Because as you can see, they all want to just fuck me up. So as long as you're ready, you can run in, summon your mimic, and let's see this boss. Okay, so now with this boss, he usually focuses on the mimic pretty well, especially if you have that talisman that, generates aggro. So once he's on the mimic, you can try and drink your physic and then start blasting him. So as you can see, I'm not really quite getting him, but I kept doing it, and then I just decided I may as well recast it. So now I'm recasting it again, and it's just deleting him. And thankfully it was right as I ran out of magic. So he's pretty easy to cheese with the mimic, and even so, you can just bounce back and forth with the katana special with your mimic and yourself. But that'll give you another trophy, and it also gives you another talisman slot, so we can equip the Stargazer heirloom, which raises your intelligence. And again, activate the Site of Grace, and then we can head west outside the door. And then we want to head down the steps and then into the door on the right. And inside here is going to be a lift. So we're going to make our way down the lift. And once you're down to the bottom, we're going down a lot of steps again. So go down the stairs. We're going to grab a missable legendary armament. This one is missable, so you have to get it right now. If you don't, then you can be locked out of the trophy. So you'll come over to this area. You'll see this giant stone kind of statue spear looking thing. And I don't know who the fuck even thought to do this. But you can jump down onto it and start working your way to the top, just walking. It's a little bit dodgy, but just try not to fall. And then you can grab it. And that means we only have 2 more legendary armaments that we need for the trophy, and we got another missable out of the way. After that, fast travel to the Erd Tree Sanctuary where we killed the boss. And then this time we're going out the exit to the east, and you're going to see a tree root or branch. Climb up that branch. and make your way to the top balcony here and then go to the right. Now keep running down this path, and at the end there's going to be an enemy and a site of grace. Now the enemy you can just cheese with Comet Azur if you want. You can just, hit him with the katana, whatever you want. Just kill him. Or you can just run to the side of grace and completely ignore him. It's completely up to you. That's a incantation on there. It's not for a trophy or anything, but you can grab that as well. And then we're going to jump right into another boss. So we're going to go up the stairs. You want to have your physic ready, your Comet Azur, your staff as usual. And honestly, if you want, you can use the Black Knife Ash instead. But once you're ready, let's see the next boss. Okay, that smash screen was a little bit lazy, but that's okay. Alright, so as long as you have your Mimic tier summoned or the Black Knife, which again I recommend Black Knife instead because of her damage is just crazy and she plays very aggressively and my Mimic is getting fucked. But that's perfect. We just need the Mimic to tank because we're going to try and get our cheese blast going. And while he's doing shit like that, if you can get that spell off, it's going to do so much damage. Like, look at that. We're just melting through his health bar. And we ran out of our buff, so we have to use the rest with the katana, which is fine. And we're just going to switch between, our Mimic attacking and myself attacking. Try not to get too greedy. And when you're up close, you can just do the dodges. As you can see, we do so much damage with the katana, so you should be able to kill him pretty easily. Now that I could have easily dodged if I wasn't being greedy. So again, just make sure you're not being greedy like myself. And then there you go. You will kill him and you'll get another trophy. Alright, so after you kill him, you actually need to go up the stairs. The site of grace isn't going to spawn until you try and go up the stairs to open up the tree roots here. So you need to touch the wall of thorns. It's going to say nope. And then as you turn around, there will be a site of grace at the middle of the room now. And you just want to activate the site of grace and then rest at it for more of the story dialogue. Okay, she's going to give you a rolled medallion, which we're going to use to go to a different part of the map. And after that, you can use all of your remembrances that you've been getting throughout the game and get all the souls from it and use them on intelligence or whatever skills you want to level up just so you can be even more overpowered. And then we can fast travel and go to the avenue balcony. You don't have to use the remembrances and level up, but if you'd like to, and it makes the game easier. So from the avenue balcony, we'll go down the stairs. We'll jump off the ledge to the west, and we'll jump down here to the west, and we'll hug around this wall, and there's going to be a well. You just want to jump down into the well, and then there's going to be a doorway to the left here. So you can grab the rune arc and then open the door. And after you've gone through the door, we're going to be going through the sewers, and we're going to make our way down this path and then go to the right. And we're going to keep going down, and then we're going to go down these steps past all the rats. You can just quickly run past them if you're quick. There's going to be another door that you can open. Once that door is open, we're going to quickly jump down and go to the left so we can avoid all the enemies here. So there we go, he didn't aggro, thankfully. And then in the left room here is going to be a site of grace. So now we get to go through the sewers. What we want to do is come out of this room. We're going to go to the left. We're going to go northeast, basically, is where we're going. We're just going to run past the enemies, and we're going to drop down into this hole. We're going to make our way northwest in this tunnel, going past the rats, and then into this tunnel to the right. So now we're going northeast. We're just going to follow the tunnel, and we're going to avoid falling in that hole. So make sure you jump over the hole, and then we're going to go right, and we're going to go up through this tunnel. We're going to dodge that hole as well. So again, make sure you jump over the hole, and then we'll go right through this gate. And now we're going southeast, avoiding the slugs. You can slow this part down if you need to with the playback option on the YouTube button. And then we'll come to this room here where we got 3 big boys to fight. So normally 3 big boys come down here. I recommend just blasting one with one of the cheese thing if you can. He dodged me a little bit. And then I did Stars of Ruin, which is pretty good as you can see. Like it basically just goes straight to him. It does cost a fuck ton of focus though. And then you can just finish him off with a katana. The third one didn't actually come down, but just so you know, he usually does. So just expect to fight 3 of them. I just got lucky. So there he is. Just prepare for 3. That's all I'm saying. We're going to open up this gate as a shortcut. So that way if we die, we don't have to do all that again. So open up the gate for the shortcut. And then we're going to sneak back over here. Or you may not have to if you did kill him. And then we're going to open this wooden door. Okay, so once we go through the door, we're just going to head forward. And then we're going to go to the left. You want to carefully drop down onto this ledge. And then we're going to kill the scarab. And he's going to give us a Somber Smithing Stone 6. We can run down the stairs. And there's going to be a doorway to our right. We can grab the string as well, because you know who doesn't want string. And you're going to run through this tunnel here with these enemies. You shouldn't really be grabbed, so just run through them. Then we're going to turn left. We're going to go down the stairs and then to our right. And there's going to be a gate that we go through, and then we go through a tunnel. We're going to go right once we're in this tunnel. And again, we're going straight down, all the way down past the big-eyed frog thing. And then you'll see another one that we're going to go right. And then we're just going to run through here. There's going to be another big boy that we take out. So go ahead and quickly take him out with however you feel more comfortable on doing so. And then climb up the ladder that's nearby. Once you're up here, make your way across the bridge and open up this door. And it's going to lead back to that side of grace. So you can restock or refresh everything by resting at the side of grace. And then now if you do happen to die, you can just run through these doors and we're back where we started. Okay, so we're going to run through these doors. You might want to kill these enemies. And then we're going to go up this pipe to the right. And again, just slash the enemies. Sometimes you can get them to knock off, which is always nice. So I usually hit them with a special attack and then just a normal swing, and that kills them. We're going to go all the way to the end of this pipe. We're going to kill this one as well. And then we're going to jump down to the ledge on our right. So just roll down. And then you can jump up here and kill this one as well. If you're out of magic, make sure you refill, because there still is another enemy in the area right here as well. After you kill him, you're going to go through the door here, and you want to line yourself up so you can jump through this pipe up ahead. So line yourself up right here and then jump. If you miss the jump, you'll likely just land on the pipe and then you can jump in there. But carefully follow me in this next step. We're going to run straight ahead. You'll see a rat run away, and you can turn left right at this first corner. There's going to be an immediate left. This is where the rat's going to be, so you know you went the right way if you see the rat. And then you're going to see a hole in the floor. Jump through that one or fall down into it. Keep running down, and there's going to be an enemy that tries to attack you from behind, so just be ready to kill him. Okay, after that, we can keep going down the pipe. There's going to be a ladder, and you just want to slide down the ladder, so go ahead and climb down it. And then we're going to keep going forward. These pipes, dude, I'm so tired. Those pots will eventually aggro is what I meant to say, but you can just run down the lift. Or run down and take the lift, down. Activate the Side of Grace. And now we're going to fight another boss. So make your way through here. You can try and get your Comet Azur ready. You might not really land too much here, to be honest. It's a very small room for a boss. But try and drink your Physic beforehand. Right at the fog wall. And then you can get a little bit more time in. So see how I drank it and then he came to me? I would drink it beforehand, so don't follow my dumbass. And then I could have probably done a fair bit more damage, to be honest. But even then, we still got a few bit of damage there. As you can see, I'm getting my ass kicked, though. So we're going to run away to heal up. And don't forget, you can summon your ashes. So we're going to summon the Mimic, and then we're going to heal up again. And that's another thing, too. If you have that Talisman on, you can do that. So I went ahead and casted that, and that didn't work for me. So I'm going to heal up. I'm going to switch to the katana and fill up my magic. And then we're just going to go in with the magic special, or the katana special rather. And whenever he's focused on the mimic, I'm just going in and doing some damage. Or if I feel like I have an opening, I'll do a quick little hit. Dodge his blood shit, because it's just going to raise your bleed damage. And then you'll take some bleed damage in general. And yeah, just keep swinging on him. That's pretty much it. He occasionally gets pissed off at you when you hit him, and he'll aim the attack towards you instead. We'll just keep doing that, filling up your magic when needed. And then dodging his attacks. He doesn't really do anything too intimidating. And then eventually you'll kill him. You'll also get a trophy for killing this guy as well. Okay, and after he dies, go ahead and activate the Grace. There's a chest right here as well that you can open. And you'd think that's all that you can get in this room, but it's actually not. So there's a secret path here. If you jump towards the altar thing here, it's going to go down, and then a staircase will be revealed. Make your way down the staircase. We're just going to unlock this area because it's used for one of the ending trophies. So what you do is you go on this wooden beam, you go to the middle of it, and then you jump over to this side here on this big kind of, piece of wood. And then from here you go back to the middle of it again, and you jump to the right, which is that bigger platform that you can land on. And then from here we're going to jump forward onto this little coffin. And then I recommend right here that you're going to see that coffin that's a little bit further down. That's where we're going to try and land. So you just want to line yourself up carefully. And for this part, I actually jumped, but I found that rolling seems to be a bit like easier if you're having issues with it. But I made it, and then I'm going to line myself up this way. And then we're going to roll. That way I have a bit more, I guess, momentum. And then for this one as well, we're just going to do a roll. We're going to loot this item. And then we'll go inside this area here. We're going to run down the steps, and then here you can just drop down and you're not going to die. So that's the easiest way to get down. It's going to break, and then you're going to find a site of grace. You're going to see a doorway up there. Do not interact with it right now. If you do, you're going to lock yourself out of the endings, and there's 3 different endings for trophies. So again, we're just getting the site of grace for now just to make our life easier. And then we're going to go back to the avenue balcony. So fast travel after you've gotten that site of grace. We're going to head up these stairs to the left where that one mini boss spawned. And now we're just going to run the opposite way. So we're running northeast down the path, just avoiding any enemies that we see. We're just going to keep running. It is a little bit of a run. We're running to those doors over there. But honestly, we only have, a little bit over an hour of the guide left, so you guys are killing it. We're going to go through these doors and continue down the path once you've opened the doors. I'm trying to dodge the enemy there by going to the right. You can't mount up in this area, unfortunately, so you do have to run. Keep running up the stairs. There's going to be a lot of enemies right here, but if we're quick, we can run past them and activate a lift. You're going to see that doorway up ahead with the statues. That's where we want to go. There's going to be a lift inside, so the moment you go in there, you just want to quickly press the lever to go on the lift. It's right at the center, so just press triangle. And thankfully he didn't follow me up there, so just be, cautious in case they can. And then we're going to run east up the stairs. And you can grab a talisman right here as well. But dodge those guys. Again, you still can't mount here for whatever reason. So we're just running. And we're going to keep running east, avoiding all the enemies. Damn, I even dodged that arrow right there. It's like I had a sixth sense, and I can feel it coming into me. So yeah, just keep running east. Damn, you guys have had to put up with a lot of commentary from me, so I appreciate you guys. You guys are the real ones. We're going to keep going east, and we'll eventually hit this big room here. There's going to be a lift directly in the center. We're going to take that lift downwards. Once you're down at the bottom, you're going to exit the door outside the northeast direction, and to our left is going to be another Site of Grace. Activate the Site of Grace. And from here, we're going to open up our map. We want to go kind of where that red, lift is, basically. That's the main objective. So we're going to go northeast. We're going to run through like all of these enemies. You don't have to worry about any of them. Just be cautious of ledges in case you're going to fall off a ledge. And we're just going to keep going northeast. I've got my light on for you guys. I'm always over here trying to take care of you. It's just how we do it. Now up ahead is going to be a jump you have to do or you're going to fall. So you want to jump. And then you also want to jump again. So just be careful there so you don't fall. It'd be a shitty way to die. Keep going northeast. And down the path, you're going to see a lot of scarabs in this area. You don't really need to worry about those ones. And eventually you'll come to these pillars or these columns and then a cliff. And that's when you want to go left. And then northeast again, back up the path. And you'll know you're going the right way if you see a golden seed. Grab the golden seed and then progress up the mountain by going north. And we'll keep going north. And there's going to be a boss that comes down here. What do you know? It's another fucking gargoyle. And you can just run past. So run straight past him. Fuck fighting that guy. And then there's going to be a Site of Grace inside here to the right. So go ahead and activate that. You can rest as well if you need to. Okay, so once you've made it in here, we can use that medallion that we were given to go up towards the center. And we can press triangle to hoist that medallion. So it should say hoist medallion, press triangle, you'll have a quick little cinematic. And then when we come out of here, you just want to go north. And we're going to start going northeast down this path. And there's a map right here we can grab on our way down. And then there's a Site of Grace just a bit further up. So grab the map and also grab the Site of Grace. After we've done that, we're going to mount right back up. We can ignore that NPC. We're going to go up this cliff. We're going southeast right now, so just jump on over. And I'm just going up the cliff just to avoid a lot of those enemies down there. You'll see a pigeon there. You can just avoid the pigeon. And we'll keep going northeast. And then around this cliffside. And you just want to make sure you don't fall off. Keep going there. There's going to be a statue of Marika here if you do fall or if you do die. But we're going to go north off this ledge. Or on this bridge, rather. I don't know why I said ledge. Probably because it's 3:30 a.m. And we'll keep going. And there's eventually going to be a giant that's going to aim his bow at you. He doesn't do it until you're at a certain point on this bridge. And if you see him in the distance there, you can see he's trying to load his bow now. So what you can do is you can drop down right here. And then that way he doesn't even hit you. Because he's just going to shoot the wall. There we go. And then we can quickly run through while he's reloading the bow. So really you only have to dodge one attack and it goes behind a wall. So you're pretty safe on that part. Now up ahead, you're going to see it in the distance. There's a scarab there. We're going to kill it for a smithing stone. Just make sure he doesn't hit you with an arrow from behind. So try and use the rock here as like a cover. Quickly dismount and do your katana special. Perfect. Once you kill him, you're going to get a smithing stone 8 for that, which is going to be nice for our weapons. And then we can go up this hill here to our right and then start going north again. We're going up the mountain to the north. And you can see a Site of Grace there if you want to grab it. So grab it right there if you want. And then we can keep going northeast. I recommend grabbing it if you feel like you're going to die, honestly. It only takes 5 seconds. But where I'm going is going to be pretty quick. There's going to be not really any enemies. So you should be okay. We're going to make our way down this frozen river all the way west. You know you're going the right way if you see these archways. And you'll see a bunch of bats fighting some enemies over here. So while they're fighting each other, we're just going to kind of slip past them, go around the left side on the cliff, which is southwest, and there's going to be a spirit spring that we can jump up on. So use the spirit spring to jump up, and then once you're up here, we can even double jump if you get fancy with it, and you can just come up here. And as you can see, we're right here. We want to go to this bridge. So I showed you on the map really quick, just so that way you're in the right area. And we're going east over this part. And if you hug the wall there, you can see that the bridge is there. And it's going to be the right bridge because there's an item on a dead body here, which is a Somber Smithing Stone 9, which is beautiful for our weapons. We're going to keep going east. Okay, we're going to keep going straight until we hit the cliff. And it's this cliff on the right side. And we're going to use it as like a reference so we don't get lost. We're going to keep going northeast. And just follow alongside the cliff. And you're going to see that kind of castle in the distance. But keep hugging the right side. And then that way you're following the cliff itself. So then when it turns around this area where that castle is, when you go left, you're going to see a bridge. And that's the bridge we want to go over. So see it there? Just to make sure you guys don't get lost, because a lot of the area kind of looks the same. And then we'll go ahead and jump down over this area. So northwest off the bridge, we're going to do a risky jump, and then we're going to go to the Grace. You can go all the way around if you feel a bit safer, that's fine as well. But there it is. We're going to activate the Grace. Now from this Grace, we're going to go get a legendary sorcery. So we're going to go northeast once we're mounted up. Just run past all these enemies. You're going to see some enemies on a broken bridge. And we're going to jump over to this rock and then go onto the broken bridge. Now there's actually an invisible wall or like floor here. So we're going to run up until about this point. You can see because of the blood stain. You might not have those depending on if you're online or not. So you kind of just have to follow my path. If you're quick, there's 2 enemies in here. But if you're quick, you can go up the stairs and then go up the lift before they even get to you. And then there's 1 enemy right here, right after the lift. You can just take them out really easily. And then you can go grab yourself a new legendary sorcery. It's also going to be our last one if you've been following the guide. So pat yourself on the back for that one. That's another trophy knocked out. After we grab that one, we're going to fast travel back to the Snow Valley Ruins Overlook, which is where we initially were before we went for the sorcery. Now this time we're going to mount up and go northwest. We're going to turn left here and then go west. And we're going to make our way down. You'll know you're going the right way if it says the Beast Eye quivers, and if you see all of these gravestones and then these skeletons popping out as well. So these oversized skeletons will come out and they'll start trying to blast you. Just keep running to avoid them. They take a while to cast, but they can do a lot of damage. Go northwest to drop down the ledge. You'll know you're going the right way if you see a summoning stone there, or a summoning pool. And then look for a spot where you can drop down here, which is northwest again. And then make your way down. We're going to dodge the lightning, and we're going to head northeast towards this fort, or this castle. And we're going to keep going until we see the Site of Grace, which is just located outside of that fort. We're going to dismount, and then we're going to activate the Grace. Now, if you want to kill these 2 lion enemies easily, you can just rest, get your Comet Azur, and then just blast them. And then for the second one, you can do the same, just re-rest at the Grace. Or you can trap them at the doorway. They don't follow you through the doorway, so as you can see, he's going to start rushing me. Okay, I missed. That's okay, but yeah, see, he's going to rush me, and he can't come through here, so I'm just going to blast him. And then you can just rest, get your other one back, and then kill the other one as well. So there's 2 of them, just remember that, so that way you don't just run in and the other one wrecks you. After you kill both of them, we're going to make our way up the stairs to the back. And then we're going to go up these stairs as well. And we're going to run north, past the wolf, and past those enemies as well. We're just going to completely skip them. We're going to go into this building here and go to the right, up the staircase. We're going right through the door, and we're going to go run straight again, just avoiding these enemies. And we're going to go straight through this doorway. Watch out for the night. And there's going to be a site of grace. You can see the beams of light to our left. Now, if you are quick, you can rest before they get in there. But they do teleport. So as you can see, they just kind of came in and fucked me up. Go ahead and upgrade your flask. And we're going to grab another legendary armament. This will be our second to last one if you've been following the guide. Okay, so after you've got that, we only have one left, which is great. That'll be another one knocked out for us. But once we grab that, we can go to the Rountable Hold and upgrade our katana if we want. And then we can head over to the Church of the Eclipse, which is back where we were at. So if you don't go to upgrade the flask, you can just continue from where we grabbed that item. And then you're going to head out this door to the left. Now we're going to go straight ahead through this door. We're going to go up the up the stairs. Guys, it's almost 4 a.m. now. Just bear with me. We're going to go up the stairs, and we're going to run through here, and we're going to make our way to the boss room. Now, you have to run past a lot of enemies to get in here, but the good news is we can really cheese this boss. We're just going to enter the boss room. We're going to drink our physic, and while he's busy summoning his knights or whatever you want to call them, we're just going to start blasting him. They're going to meet at the center, and we're just going to have this triple beam of fuckery, and it's just going to start destroying all three of them. And then you're going to get a trophy. After you kill the boss, you can activate the Site of Grace. If you don't kill him that way, you can always retry until you do, because he can be a bit tricky since he has that help. But you guys should be able to do it. Now make sure you have the Comet Azur equipped as well as the Terra Magica. So you want to have at least those two equipped. You don't have to have the Stars of Ruin, but you can if you'd like. Terra Magica and Comet Azur. We're going to head towards this area here and go up the lift. Now once we get up to the top of the lift, there's going to be an item that we loot. Now the item is a secret medallion, and if you remember, we got another one of those earlier, which was the right half. So what we'll do now is we'll fast travel back to the Snow Valley Ruins overlook. And now we're going to go northeast. So again, this is back where that bridge was with the invisible path. But this time we're going past that. We're going northeast. We're not going to use the secret medallion yet, but it's good that we got that because now we don't have to backtrack. Make our way down the path. Again, still going northeast, running past all of the enemies. And then you're going to curve around the right side here. And you can see where you can drop safely. And there's going to be a Site of Grace here. I recommend grabbing this one just in case you die. It's just a little bit less of a run back. Because we're going to have to cross over this frozen lake and a dragon will spawn. You should be able to run past him. There is some big lobsters and other enemies, so you just want to be careful when you're crossing. I recommend just hugging the right side of the wall. And then that way you can kind of keep on the same side as me. So all this side with the jellyfishes and things like that, you can just run straight down southeast. We're on the very right side. So keep running through. Eventually it's going to get, very stormy and hail and all of that, and the dragon's going to spawn. So there he is. But we're going to be like, peace. And we're going to keep running. Again, we're like, because you lose the compass when you're in combat, but we're on the right side of the map. And we're just sort of hugging the cliff. And as long as you're doing that, you should be able to navigate out. You might see a lobster come out, but we can just avoid him, and we can go around these cliffs, and eventually we can see a bit better as well. And then you're going to see a church in the distance. That's how you know you're going the right way, and then eventually you get the compass back. So we'll be going southeast again. We're going to make our way into this church, which will have a sacred tier as well to upgrade our flask. There's a bell bearing outside, and there's also a Site of Grace. And make sure you grab that tier for the flask upgrade. Grab the Grace. We're going to remount up. And then we're just going to start heading to the west. There's a path that goes around that cliff over there to the west. So just keep making your way west. And you'll know you're going the right way if you see some dogs. Like that dog there on the path. And then you'll start seeing some bigger dogs. Like those. Like these are Scrappy Doos. And then you start seeing Scooby Doos. Dude, I feel so bad for you guys. So yeah, just keep making your way west past the dogs. Okay, and try to avoid the dogs as best as you can. We'll keep going northwest. And we'll just get past these dogs. And you can see a Site of Grace there up ahead. So we'll try and activate that before they end up killing us. And you can rest as well if you need to reset aggro, but I don't think they come this far. Then we're going to mount up and we're going to go southwest through this encampment. And again, we're just skipping past all these enemies. We're going to go to the very back. So again, just jump through. Nothing's really attacking us there, which is good. So you shouldn't have an issue running through there. And then we're still running southwest, and then we're going to run over this giant chain. Once you get to the other side of the chain, there's going to be this map that we can grab, and then also a Site of Grace. Perfect. After you've done that, activate the Site of Grace. We're going to mount up again, and we're going to start running southwest. So now we're in giant territory. And we'll keep running southwest. We're kind of hugging on the left side. And then keep going forward. Still southwest. And then we're going to go left a bit more south. So now we're more going south. And you'll see this cliff here on the side. And this is where you want to kind of wrap around, because there's a path down here. So keep going south. And then wrap around this cliff. And jump to the right. The reason you want to jump to the right is that giant ass hand is going to like fuck that bird up. And that hand is like a damage sponge. So we're just going to quickly avoid it. We're going to activate the Site of Grace that's just past it. And then we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so after we grab that Site of Grace, we're going to start heading towards the next boss, which is northeast from the Grace. And we're going to use the Comet Azur, but we're going to use it on phase 2. That's when it's going to be most effective. So run down this chain and then go through the fog wall. So head through the fog wall and prepare yourself for a boss. This is the fire giant. You can summon an ash for this boss as well if you'd like. If you do, again, I recommend Black Knife for the bleed damage or the dot damage. Now when you run in, he's going to right off the bat do that like flick move, or he might jump at you. So how he jumped at me like that, or he might flick like rocks at you. But what you want to do is roll up to him, avoid his stomp right there, and you want to be smacking this weak leg right here. So you can see he has kind of like a makeshift splint on his leg. You don't want to roll into the stomp like I did. But once you hit him enough, he's going to kind of stagger from that. And if you keep hitting him, you can get him to stagger again. I don't think I actually capitalized on that very well, and he rolled away. But if you're like really quick on it, you can keep hitting him and you'll end up staggering him and he'll fall down. And then you can get even more damage in on him. So we're going to just run up with the horse. Keep doing that until phase 2. Now with phase 2, we're going to try and cheese it. So you got to be quick. What you want to do is drink your physic. Put Terra Magica down so you do more damage. And we're going to be behind the boss. So then he puts his back right on our beam. So he's going to be like, oh yeah, give me that back massage. And you're just going to start fucking him up. And it's going to feel glorious, trust me. The fire giant can suck my ass. Now, we didn't kill him, so we're going to quickly drink a magic potion and then finish him off. And you'll get another trophy. Okay, so after that, we can make our way up to the Site of Grace here. And you can activate it. And then we're also going to head up to that giant bowl over there. So mount right back up, head northeast, and then you're going to go up the chain. Now it feels a little bit dodgy to climb up this thing, so just be careful. Especially right at the end when you need to jump up, it just feels like you could fall pretty easily. So we're going to make our way up the chain. And then once you get to the very top, just carefully jump onto the head part of the statue. And then we want to make our way around the left side. You don't want to fall in there or you're going to die. And we'll just keep going around the left side until we hit the Site of Grace at the very end of the path. Now we're going to activate the Site of Grace, and don't interact with the Grace at all. It's going to eventually progress the story, and we just want to basically have that Grace open for us to travel to for when we need it. So what you want to do is open the map, and we're going to fast travel to the Grand Lift of Rold, and then we're going to head up towards the lift area, so you can mount up and go towards the lift. And when you're here, if you actually look at the D-pad control, you can switch action, and you want to make sure it says Hoist Secret Medallion, and then press triangle. You'll have another short cinematic, and then we'll be in this area here. And you just want to head north through the door. We're getting really close to the end of the guide, guys, so just stick it out with me. We're nearly there. Okay, and there's a statue of Marika right there, so that way you can, have a checkpoint. We're going to go through this door here, so open the door. Once it's open, there's an enemy on the staircase here to your left. So just try and target him, which it was not letting me do, which was kind of AIDS. So I just casually waited, and then we smacked him and finished him off. And then where we want to go is up here. There's going to be another enemy. Try and kill him quickly as well. Okay, after you've killed those two enemies, we're just going to run straight past. And we're going to go to the staircase in the back here. And you can just run past all the enemies. Just keep rolling. And then run past all these enemies as well. Go to the right and then activate the grace. And instead of resting here, just keep running outside. So you want to keep rolling so you don't get hit. And then just run outside. There's going to be another grace not too far from here. So there's not really much point of, resting at the other one. We're just going to go north. It's going to be very hard to see here, so just bear with me. I'm going to try and guide you. So again, going north, you're going to see the grace off to the side. So grab that one. Yeah, this place is terrible to navigate. But then mount back up, and then we're going to go north again, but we're kind of off to the side of the path. And we're going to keep going north. And you kind of want to go fast here because there is an enemy that has a bow, and he's pretty quick with it. And he's also riding a wolf, so he can catch up to you pretty quick. So you want to keep running. Just keep running past him. We're going north. You just want to make sure you don't fall off a ledge, so just be careful as you're running. And we'll keep going north. Now we're going a little bit northwest. And then you'll see a ledge. Once you see this ledge, you want to start going west or southwest. Drop down. And then go north. And then drop down again. And then go northeast a bit past these spirit balls, and then line yourself back up to go northeast. And then if you followed me correctly, you should see another side of grace, and also it'll start to be a bit more clear in this area as well, which is great because the other area sucks to navigate. So from here, we're going to go north, and we're going to grab a map of the area. So up ahead there, you can see the pillar in the distance, and that's got the map next to it. And we're just going to quickly grab that map. And then we're going to turn around and we're going to go south. And then we're going to start going southeast. We're going onto the frozen river. And we're going to start going east down the frozen river. So again, make it to the frozen river and then just go east. And we're going to go all the way down. And you'll eventually see a ledge or a cliff here. And we want to jump over. And we don't want to get stuck by the crab. We're just kind of hugging the left side. And then keep going on the left side. And you're eventually going to come to an alcove with a cave. And there is an enemy there, but if you're quick, well, I got hit, but if you're quick, you can try and get some iframes off of using the stone sword key. So use the stone sword key, you're going to have those iframes, but then you want to start spamming roll so you don't get hit. And then make your way into the cave. Now we're just doing a little side kind of thing right now for a trophy. So what we'll do is we'll activate the grace in here. And we'll try and skip a lot of the enemies in here as well, just to make it nice and quick for you guys. And if we head east through this cave, just follow the exact same pathing as I am, and you won't really have to fight anything at all. We're going to come through here. We're going to still be going east. So it's just east through the cave, and then we're going to go left, which is starting to go more north. And then we'll go north, and then through this area on the left. And then once you're in this area, you can climb up the back over here. There's kind of these steps. And then you can jump over to this ledge. You can start making your way down carefully. Make sure you don't fall or you can die. You can drop to this ledge, and then you can drop from here. And you won't take any damage. You can then make your way past these angry jellyfish. These ones will attack you. That's why they're red. So just roll past them and keep running. You'll come to a hole in the middle after these guys here. There's some items here, but nothing really good, to be honest. So I'd just honestly ignore it. Go through this way over here. And then this is where you'll find a hole in the middle of the room. You want to carefully start making your way down the ledges. So that way you don't die. Safely go down. And again, there's some items there, but they're pretty useless. And then once you're at the very bottom, you're going to fight another boss. Okay, so when you're ready, we can go through the fog wall. Just make sure you have your staff, your physic. I would drink your physic first before going through as well, because it's a misbegotten, so they're pretty fast. And then start casting the Comet. And if you're lucky, you'll do a fair bit of damage. As you can see, I almost killed him. But you do want to back up, give yourself a chance to heal. And we're going to get a legendary armament here. And you want to just use your katana special after you've done your Comet at the beginning. And whenever there's an opening, just keep hitting him with the special. And once you kill him, again, just dodging, waiting for it, and then bam. And he's going to drop our last one. That's actually a pretty fun sword to use as well if you're looking for a great sword, or if you ever do another build or anything like that. But then after killing him, we'll use the return to entrance option. And we will open up our map right when we're at the entrance, and we can fast travel to the inner consecrated snowfield. We're going to remount up, and we're going to start heading northwest. We're going to go to a little village up northwest. And again, there's going to be some of those wolves, but there's also that guy that's on the wolf that uses the bow, and he's pretty intimidating, so I try to avoid him. We're not scared of him. He's just, he's a little bitch. There you go. You can see him right there. So I'm just going to, conveniently go this way. So we're going northwest, jumping over the rocks here so we can try to avoid him. And there's another one here on the left anyways, because this town is pretty much just aimbot archers. Like any kind of aimbot you can think of, these motherfuckers have it. But anyways, come here to the north, and outside of the town is going to be a site of grace. Now you definitely want to grab this one because the likelihood of you dying is pretty high here because of the aimbot. But I'm going to try and make this as easy as possible. This is where that thing that was fixed that I told you about may come in, handy right here. But anyways, you go to the back of the village up here, and there's going to be this book you can read, and it tells you to light the 4, flames in the Everjail. So we're going to enter the Everjail. Now, the first thing we want to do when we come in here is we're going to put on our Carian retaliation. This is what I recommend. You don't have to do this, but we're going to jump down, and we're going to go through this path here, and we're going to make our way over here. There's an invisible assassin right here, and this kind of just shows where he's at. And you could kill him if you want, but I actually just said, fuck that guy. We'll just light the flame, which is right here to our left. So quickly light it. And then again, he's trying to attack us, so we're going to quickly roll away. And you're going to see this railing over here to the left. You want to jump onto it, make your way up to this ladder. And we're going to climb up this ladder. Now, the assassin shouldn't follow us anymore anyway, so you should be safe if you didn't kill him like I did. Or didn't, rather. And we're going to climb up the ladder again. And we're going to find another flame for us to light, which means we need 2 more after this one. Now, the other 2 are a little bit trickier. Well, at least this third one is. Now, for this third one, what I did was I put on the Carian retaliation. I jumped down. You want to make sure that you don't have them aggroed on you, so I'd just be careful. You can see them off to the distance to the north side. So I put on the Carian retaliation. I'm going to try and sneak up over this way. There's 2 of them. You can see one already saw my ass. And they just fire at you like crazy. So just get ready for this, guys. It can be a bit tricky. We're going to try and rush this guy on the left. So he's already seen me. I'm going to try and dodge everything as I can. I used that so it staggered him a second. And then it gave me a chance to use my special. He was already going to reload his bow. But as you can see, even though I was getting close to death, it was that stagger that pretty much gave me the kill. So that might come in handy there for you. If not, try and bum rush him. It's just this third one's a bit tricky, as you can see, as my character's covered in arrows. But we'll go up the ladder. We'll light the flame. And after we have that one, the next one is pretty easy to get to. There's no kind of enemy aside from an assassin that's there. And even then, like, we can just run past him. So after the third one that we grabbed, we can jump down to this floor here. And then from this part here, we're going to jump off again. And we're going west, basically, through this village. And we're going to jump off this railing here. Now, the assassin is somewhere about here. So you just want to watch out for footsteps. You can usually hear them. But just keep rolling is a good way to do it. And then you can climb up the ladder. And you can see he's right there. He was up my ass. But if you climb all the way up to the very top, it's going to be the last one that you needed. And it's going to teleport you outside of the Everjail. Now, after you've done that part kind of sucked, but you guys can do this. It's going to teleport you out, and then you can go up the staircase. So we're going to make our way to the top, and we're going to use the portal to go through to a new area. So interact with the portal. And once you arrive here, you're going to be on top of a tree, so just be careful you're not running straight off a ledge or anything like that. We're going to activate a Site of Grace. Now, unfortunately, we can't mount here, so we're going to have to keep running east. And we're going to jump this way. Past the marshmallow dudes, you can just ignore them. Just be careful because they do try and like attack you and blow you up and stuff and knock you off the ledge. So we're going to want to fall down right here. We're going to jump down. We might take some damage, but that's okay. We're going to just quickly roll away. We're going to try and heal as well once we have a second. And then we're just going to sprint down. So now we're going north. And then we're going to go a bit northeast. You're going to see some ants. So if you're going the right way, you'll see 3 ants that are on the branch. We're going to heal up to full just in case the ants kind of like, gangbang us. And then we're going to keep going north. And watch out for their booty juice, of course. And then keep running forward. We're going to run past these flowers. You want to be careful because they can give you scarlet rot. We are nearly at a Site of Grace, so it's not a huge deal if you get it. But if you can avoid it, that's great too. You'll come to this platform here. And if you go to the right side, you can roll down and you can just fall and you'll be okay. And you'll make your way in here and you'll grab the Site of Grace. So we'll activate the Grace. And then from here, we'll head out the doorway, which is northwest. And then down the stairs here, there's going to be some enemies. So just get ready for them. You can run past them. We're going to skip through here. We're going to drop down by jumping. So you can jump over there, avoiding that enemy. And then we're going to try and avoid this enemy too by just running by the ladder and then jumping from where the ladder is onto this platform. That helps us skip all of those enemies there. Now there's an ancient dragon smithing stone here, but it's not used for weapons like our katana and stuff, but you can grab it here for the basic weapons. It's just not the one that we need for the trophy for our given weapons if you're using my build. We're going to run through the southwest so that way we don't have to kill that Misbegotten type enemy. We're going to run over the bridge and activate the Site of Grace. The reason we're going to do that is because now we don't have to fight that enemy or the other adds that were next to him. And then we can rest at the Grace to reset them. And then if you want, you can run back this way, take out these 2 little, mini enemies, and then just go up behind this guy, stab him, finish him off, and then you can get a Somber Smithing Stone 8, and then you can just head back to the Grace. So you can do that for a free smithing stone, which is always nice. We're going to then jump to this rooftop, and we're going to roll down and then jump into this building here. Go to the very back, avoiding the enemies, looking like cordyceps and shit. We're going to get a Somber Smithing Stone 9 inside of there, which is definitely worth grabbing. We're going to try and avoid these enemies by running over and then jumping. You don't want to jump too early like I almost did, because you will fall. But jump to this rooftop and then to this rooftop, avoiding their magic. And if you do a big enough jump here, you can run and then jump across. If you don't make it across, it's not a big deal. You'll just be in the building and then you just make your way out where I'm about to drop down to. And then you go down the bridge. And I recommend opening this shortcut so then if you die, you can try the boss again. So you want to make your way down this bridge. Just keep rolling because there's a lot of magic being tossed at you. But I recommend getting this lift because it's a shortcut to this Site of Grace, which means you don't have to run all of that again for the boss. You can literally just go down the lift and try again. Just in case you die, it's just a nice way to have, a way back without having to run all that. And then we can go to our left. And when we're ready to try the boss, we can have our physic ready, and our Comet Azur and all that good shit. And we can take on the boss. Now the boss is literally just a clone of the Royal Knight Loretta. They're the same thing basically, same attacks. So you can spawn your Mimic, and then while your Mimic has aggro, that's when you can do the, you know, the cheese Comet blast. But we want to dodge the magic attacks, dodge the melee attacks, and then hopefully my Mimic gets aggro, and then once that happens, we can put down Terra Magica, which is going to increase our magic damage, and then if the enemy stops moving, we can hopefully get in some attacks. So right now, the enemy is just out of range, and then it started getting like actual hits, and then he came up to me. So I didn't really utilize that too good, but we did still get her to about half health. So you could probably do a lot better than I did there. And now what we'll do is we'll just fight with the katana, just doing that special attack, and then also using our Mimic to our advantage. You can see the fight's nearly over, and the Mimic's still at like just under half health, so it's really good to have those ashes. And there we go. Then you get another trophy, and we can move on. And right here, I had that visual glitch happen again with the Grace, where it's not actually where it looks like it is. So it's just a visual glitch. Just be mindful of it. I was trying to activate it like an idiot, and then it was over here to the left. So there you go. Now once that's activated, we're going to make our way through the doorway. And again, you can rest if you need to recover your stuff. But we'll run down the steps here to our right. And we'll just keep going all the way down. And then there's going to be a ladder that we can slide down. There's going to be a chest down here as well. So the way to get it is to go up the staircase after the ladder. And then once you're up here, you can run all the way at the back, and there's going to be a chest. Now in that chest is another ancient dragon smithing stone, which upgrades the normal weapons. So again, if you're using my build, it's not really useful for us, but it's still nice to have if you decide to change builds afterwards, if you're still going to play the game. After that, make your way inside here and go down the lift. Once you're down, you can make your way outside here, and there's going to be one enemy and then the Side of Grace. If you feel, you know, that you won't be able to take out the enemy, you can always cheese it and use Comet Azur, which is what I tried to do. And then I just took her out. After that, go ahead and activate the Side of Grace in this room. And after you've done that, what we'll do is we'll open up our map, and we're going to press R3 to go down into the dungeon type view. We're going to go over to the Siofa River, and we want to actually go to the other Grace here, the Dynasty Mausoleum entrance. And then you can't use your mount here, but I'm going to put on the light for you guys because we're going to go through a dark tunnel soon. You want to just avoid these enemies. They give you blood loss. They don't do crazy amount of damage, but they do just start like suicide bombing you like that. So just avoid them. And we're going to keep running through here. And again, this guy's just running out to suicide bomb. And we'll just keep running up. There's going to be a giant blob. You can actually jump over him. So if you go around the right here, you can just jump over him. And then we're going to run past all these enemies. We're going to go into this dark-ass tunnel. Thankfully, we have a torch. There's a statue of Marika there as well. So that should activate. Now, once you're inside of here, we're going to go west, which is to the left. And then when there's a fork in the road, as you go up, you're going to go right. And then you'll see this rune here as well. You'll see a Lord's rune. That way you know you're going the right way. You're then going to hang a left from the Lord's rune, go up the stairs, and then go right. And then you should be able to see the outside from here. You want to quickly run because there's a few enemies that are coming up behind you. And if you're quick, you can activate the Grace and they won't even catch you. But if you're not, then you might have to kill one, which isn't a big deal. But just so you're aware so he doesn't catch you off guard. So you can see him right there. He was pretty far up my ass. But I managed to rest and reset him. Now after you've done that, we are going to cheese these guys up here. So we're going to drink our physic and we're just going to blast through them. And you can just keep blasting. So it's a limited amount of time. So you want to just keep using it as quick as you can. And once you actually kill all of them, then you can get the chest that's up the stairs over here to our left. And this will be our first Somber stone that we can use to upgrade our weapon to max, which will also be for a trophy. So we got our 10th one. Now, after you've grabbed that, we can make our way to the blacksmith at the Rountable Hold and upgrade our staff to max, and that's going to give us the God Slaying Armament trophy. We can also upgrade the Great Sword to +9. And other than that, we can leave. We can fast travel right back to where we were by going to R3 and then going to the Dynasty Mausoleum midpoint. Okay, so now we're going to get ready to fight a boss. We should be able to kill this boss super easily. We're going to run back to where we fought all these little guys, but on the right side is going to be a lift. Take that lift up, and then when you enter the boss room, we can initiate the boss. Now, the way to do this is to cast Terra Magica and drink your Physic. But you don't want to use Comet Azur when I did. You want to wait till he's about halfway at the stairs. So then that way, by the time it casts, it'll hit him perfectly on. And then you'll be able to kill him in just one shot. So I did it a little bit too early there, but just so you can learn from my mistake. Because he's going to do this ability here now. And it's going to do random damage. So you want to have your flask ready to heal. Because he's going to start attacking me with it. And it might get me. So yeah, as you can see, it got me there. And we want to quickly heal before he does his last one. And then I'll heal up again, and then I just finish him off with the katana and dodge some of his melee attacks. So he pretty much does the same moves as that one guy we fought in the small room. His name was also Moog. He's pretty much just a copy of the boss. And don't forget, you also have your ashes. So if you do mess that up and you're struggling, summon your mimic or summon the black knife. Again, I recommend black knife, and then you guys will smash it out. You guys are beasts. You got this, and that'll be another trophy. Then make your way north up until the site of Grace, or just directly in front of where the boss came out. And then we can go ahead and open up the map, and we're going to fast travel towards the very top of the map, back to the prayer room where we left initially. And now that we're back here, we'll just make our way outside of this door. And there's going to be a lot of enemies here, but again, we can just run past them. So try to follow me. We'll run past those 3 enemies there. And we'll make our way down the stairs on the right. And we're going to try and jump off the railing here to the right where this body is. Jump off of the railing, jump onto this platform. There's going to be an enemy out front, and then there's going to be a knight on the inside. Take both of them out, and we will then have a chest we can open, and we're going to get our final legendary Ashen Remains. Okay guys, so after we grab that Ashen Remains, we can then make our way outside of the door from where the chest was. And we're going to go back on that ledge we were on to the right. So jump over to it, and then jump onto that pillar, and then make our way down onto that trail where the Erdtree avatar is. And we're going to try and cheese her. So all you have to do, it's not an actual boss, it's just, like a mini boss version. So get close enough to where you don't aggro, but get Terra Magica going. Drink your Physic, and then cast Comet Azur. You should be able to hit her, and you should be able to wreck her as well. There we go. Just dodge the magic, so that way you don't get fucked up by that. And as you can see, that magic actually did a fair bit of damage, so make sure you do dodge that if she gets that off on you. And the reason why we wanted to kill her is so we can come down this way, and we're going to get another talisman. I'm going to show you an easier way to get it by going this way. There's also going to be a smithing stone here, another somber one, which will be for our katana, which is great. But if you drop down right here, you can actually, kind of just drop down here. You want to be very close to the wall, or you'll spawn an enemy that's annoying to kill. So I'm showing you this way because you can do it without fighting any enemies. You see where that ground right there is flashing? That's where the enemy spawns. But if you do it this way, you don't even have to fight him. And we're going to go ahead and get our 5th talisman. Now the game actually wants you to go another way, and I'll tell you that it's fucking AIDS. You have to kill 10 different enemies, and it just sucks ass. So definitely do it that way, and then fast travel to the prayer room again. That way we'll start right back up on top. We'll run past all these enemies again. Just make sure you don't get hit by them. Keep running past. We're going to go down the right stairs again. And we're going to jump off where we did before. And then we're going to jump off onto this platform like we did before. And then this time we're going to the left side. We're going to jump over to this ledge. Go up on it. And then you're going to find a chest inside here tucked away. Quickly loot that. That's going to be another Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, which you can use on the Dark Moon Greatsword if you'd like. If you ended up liking that weapon, of course. You can grab this item here, and then we're going to drop off to the right. So drop off, make sure you're lined up pretty good so you don't fall. And then avoid the enemies, so just roll off. And then we're going to jump to our left, avoiding the arrows. Then we're going to jump off the ledge over here. We're going to avoid this enemy as well. And there's going to be a guy on the ballista. They can't get to us. So then we can just run up over here, make our way up, and then jump off to the right. There you go. They can't get us. We outsmarted them. We'll grab this item and then drop down. But this guy over here needs a fucking raise or something, because he came in here from down below, and he was smarter than the rest of them. Let me tell you, like, what the fuck? But kill him. He wasn't smart enough because he took on us, and we're going to be Elden Lord. All right, then we're going to head south and down the stairs. And I apologize, guys. We're so close to the end of the guide, so I just want to finish it. But I noticed my voice is giving out, so if I sound shit for the rest of the guide, I apologize. But we're going to push through. We're going to get it done. We're going to go up this branch through this area here. We're going to go through a fucking waterfall of scarlet rot because I know you guys love that stuff. I just know you do. There's an enemy on the side right here, one of those seaman flingers. So avoid him. You might have an item that gets rid of Scarlet Rot as well if you don't have that incantation. These guys are fucking annoying sometimes, so I'd probably advise at least killing him. So as you can see, he shoots out the stringy white stuff. Knock him out. Fuck that guy. And then we can run through the Scarlet Rot to the east. And there's going to be enemies in the Scarlet Rot. You can just avoid them as well. I found rolling is just slightly quicker. So if you want to get the fuck out of that stuff quicker, start rolling. And you want to go over to this platform on the right side, which is sorted to the south. And then we can go down this tree branch. And be careful because I almost fell. So you want to make sure you're lined up a lot better than I was. Jump over to this tree branch as well. And then we can make our way over here. And then jump down the stairs. You don't even have to use them. And then make sure you're watching your health so you don't die. But then there's a site of grace in here. And you can go ahead and rest and get rid of your Scarlet Rot. So activate that, do a quick rest. And then we can make our way out the door over here. We're going to go over this tree branch. We're going north. Running alongside this against the wall. And right here you're going to want to jump down. And then head east, and then you'll see this branch here. You want to use the branch to go north, and then drop down to this little ledge here. Go up, and then we're going to try and jump to this branch here. And then we'll be able to jump to that rooftop with the hole in the wall, or in the ceiling rather. And we want to use like Stars of Ruin, something that you can kill the enemies down there with because they're fucking annoying. So what you can do is you kind of like block them with the platform there, and you can use the Stars of Ruin. So there we go. We're going to try and use Stars of Ruin again if they stop interrupting me with their fucking stringy white shit. And then eventually you'll kill them all. Now they were guarding a chest, and inside that chest is, you guessed it, another one of our talismans. Okay, so after you've got the talisman, we can start making our way to the next side of grace, which we can just fall down the ledge here, and then fall down again, and just run past the enemies if we're quick. Go through the double doors and take the lift down. And then once you're down, you can activate the side of grace, and we're going to fight a boss. Now you want to allocate your flask, and I recommend doing about 8 heals and maybe 5 magic restores. And then this is where I'm going to actually show you what the Black Knife Ash is capable of, since we have enough magic to actually use it. So without further ado, let's enter in and see the next boss. Now, the vast majority of the community have said that she is the hardest boss in the game, and she definitely can be because she heals and so much other bullshit. But with Black Knife, as you can see, Black Knife's already going in. Like, Black Knife don't give a fuck. And whenever Black Knife's doing that, you want to capitalize by getting that Katana special in there. The only other really big move that Malenia does do that you have to kind of watch out for is her, like, swirly dance blade shit. And if you dodge towards her at the last possible second, your iframes will cover the entire attack. Or if you run back and dodge the first two, then you only have to worry about dodging the last one. Now, just keep doing that until you get her to phase 2. Now, when she's in phase 2, if you're quick, you can just start drinking your physic and then cast Comet Azur. So you want to save it for phase 2 so we can just start destroying her. Now, again, you don't want to get greedy, so because she heals whenever she hits you as well, so that's worth mentioning. But as you see, I'm running back, and then I went to dodge forward, but I actually fucked up. So the timing's pretty unforgiving there, so make sure you give yourself enough, leeway on the actual dodge for it. And then now I'm just using my pure magic just to do it. So I drank my magic, and then used Comet Azur, and then I did it again. And then we finished her off. So once you kill her, you get another trophy. But again, use your Ash, use your magic, use all that to your advantage, and you got the trophy. Okay, so after you killed her, a Site of Grace will appear in the boss room. So go ahead and activate the Grace, and you can use your runes to level up if you need to. You can level up Mind or Intelligence, depending on if you need more focus, anything like that. But what we'll do after we activate the Grace is we're going to fast travel to the Forge of the Giants, which is in the southeast side of the map. And we want to rest at the Grace and then talk to her so we can start the next part of the story. She's going to have some dialogue and then ask if you want to commit a cardinal sin. Now, we're obviously going to just say yes because, who gives a shit, right? I'm ready. Let's commit this sin. So hit I'm ready. You're going to have a cutscene with her, and then afterwards, we will continue on with the guide. You're going to get a trophy for that part as well. And then after the cutscene, you're going to wake up in this area. Now in this area, we just want to head straight to the very end. Go all the way to the very end. And then there's going to be a way you can exit, which is to the right. You can grab a smithing stone there as well. But use the ledges to go down and then jump to this balcony. We're going to make our way through this area here. Of course, I got your back with the light. And we're going to go to the left here and then drop down. Like down the stairs. And then there's going to be some enemies here. So what you can do is you can actually just run past them. So southwest, we're going to run straight past them. You're going to go into this hallway. There's going to be like 1 or 2 enemies in here, but we're just going to, again, skip past them. And then there's going to be this way to the left, and that's where a Site of Grace is. You can try to quickly rest, but I think they're pretty fast, to be honest, so you might have to kill one. So go ahead and kill them and then rest if you need to, and then we can head out the left path. You're going to go down some stairs and then jump to a ledge or a platform. And as you go through this area, there's going to be a smithing stone here, but there's also going to be a dragon that comes down. So you just want to run past him. We don't actually have to fight him. Just grab the smithing stones and get out of there. And we're going to run to the very back over there. So you can see the arches in the background. That's where we want to run to continue. And you can grab another smithing stone there and then get the Site of Grace. So activate the Grace here. And then we can go through the doorway. And then we can make our way to the left past these enemies here. Just run past them. Go through the doorway. And then go down the steps. You can make your way to the right down the steps. And there's a prayer book in the middle if you want to grab for some incantations. It's not required for any trophies, so you can just run past if you don't want it. And then northeast is going to be where this Site of Grace is. You can activate it and then rest. But they're probably going to be beating on you, so I'd probably just run. And then you can run down these ledges here. And we're going to jump over to this ledge. And then jump over the gap. And then we're going to go on this right side here so we can jump to this bit. And then jump over again. Make our way down, avoiding the enemies. And then go down this column. And then make our way all the way down to the next bit of like ledges. And then go all the way down, dodging the archer. Go to the left a bit here so this guy doesn't jump out and hit you. And then we'll keep going straight. We're going east now. There's a Somber Smithing Stone 9 right there that we can grab. And then we can grab the Side of Grace and activate that. Okay, after activating the Grace, we're going to run to the next boss. So have your staff ready. You can have your Physic ready as well, and have your Terra Magica ready. When you turn the corner here, you actually want to dodge through so that knight doesn't smack you in the face like he did to me. Then we're going to make our way right. You don't want to go through that fog wall there. You want to come down this way. Go down the stairs. You want to be kind of quick because the knight should still be chasing you. And then when you go through this fog wall is where the boss is going to be. Now the best way to tackle this boss is to come in on the left side over here. Cast Terra Magica, so that way you have a spot to get your buff. And drink your Physic. If you're quick enough, you could have already been blasting this guy, but I wasn't quite quick enough. And yeah, so that didn't really work out. But as you can see, he missed me and I was still able to get him. So I'm trying to get back in the Terra Magica to blast the other Godskin as well. And now I just ran out of magic. So the Physic ran out, but we already got halfway down. So while he's distracted, I'm going to quickly summon my Black Knife Ash. And she's just going to put in work. And then what I can do is I can drink my magic potion to get back to full magic. And then pull out the katanas. And we're just going to keep attacking before he summons that boss back. So you see how he's almost dead? That was kind of the idea. So that way you're only always fighting one of them. Because they're only really tricky when you're fighting two. When you're fighting one, they're pretty easy. Even two is not too bad. You can kind of kite them around the room, you know, and dodge the attacks. They do the fireballs. But yeah, basically once you do enough damage to them, they share the same health bar. And then you'll kill them and you'll get the trophy. It's pretty much that easy, especially with the ashes. You got this, guys. Okay, after that we can activate this Side of Grace. And then after activating it, if you look to your left, there's going to be a doorway. So it's to the north. It's a bit dark again, so you can chuck on your light if you need to. And what we're going to do is we're going to run over here to the left and then roll down. There's going to be an enemy here, so you just want to try and roll away. And we're going to go down through this doorway. And you normally jump out the windows to the left, but we're just going to do a super jump over here. And there we go. So yeah, if you just run and jump over here, you should land on that pillar. Kind of show you where it's at. Or you can go through the window and then off of those ledges there to the left. And then we're going to run over here, go to our right. And then quickly jump down the ledges so that enemy doesn't follow us in case he aggroed. And then we'll go down. You can grab a talisman here if you'd like. It's not for a trophy, but in case you like it. And then we'll run back onto this path going north. We'll go through the doorway. And we're going to keep going straight. And you go out this doorway here. Now you'll see an enemy in the middle of this room. But you can avoid him completely if you just hug the right wall. And then you can jump over this railing. There's going to be a Side of Grace here as well, so then we can activate it. And this next part is pretty much just going to be a running simulator, because we're going to dodge a lot of enemies. We're going to walk around the ledge here, and then roll down so we don't take any damage. There's going to be some pigeons that we want to avoid, so we're going to jump down onto this roof. We're going to keep rolling, and then we're going to jump down to the ledge below. Once we're down here, we're going to keep running. And we're going to drop down to the next ledge. And then keep avoiding the lightning and the pigeons. That dragon looks fucking cool though. Like, I'll give him that. He looks badass. But keep running. We're going to go southwest. Give yourself a chance to get some stamina back as well while avoiding the dragon fire. And then keep running southwest. Heal if you need to. Go up this path. If you hug the wall to the right, you can make sure you don't aggro those enemies. And then if you're quick, you can run past these guys. And there's a little bit of platforming we have to do right here. So you can kill them if you need to, but if you're quick, you can just run across this. We're going to then make our way to this doorway here on the right. There's a lot of enemies in this room, so you really need to run. Go to the right, and then go up the staircase and dodge if you need to. Like right there, I should have been dodging. So dodge if you need to. Make your way up the stairs, and then there's going to be a lift right here. And as long as you make it to that lift, you should be safe, because there's going to be a site of grace at the very top. Activate that. And before we fight this next boss, if you want, you can go upgrade your Moon Veil to level 10 as well. And you can upgrade your Dark Moon Greatsword to level 10 as well if you decided to stick with both of those. Well, definitely should have stuck with the Katana, because it's really good if you're following my build. You can also use all your Remembrance and Runes and level up if you need to. And then we're going to fast travel back to the Beside the Great Bridge Grace. We're going to run down past this room where all those enemies were. And then run outside here. And actually go outside the room to the west. And the cliff right here is where you want to be. You want to be careful that you don't fall, because you want to land on that ledge right below without them coming up behind you. And I sped this part up since it seemed a bit unnecessary. But basically, you're going to make your way down over to that ledge there, and then you're going to lay down, and it's going to trigger a cutscene, and we're going to be at our next boss. Okay, so this boss, when you first arrive, he won't aggro until you're close enough. So this is a good chance for you to summon your Black Knife, drink a flask to get your magic back. And then what we can do is we can run into the fight. And when he's not paying attention to us and he's paying attention to the Black Knife, we can try and do a Terra Magica and Comet Azur combo. Or you can try the Mimic as well with the Talisman that holds aggro, so that way he stays on them. But once we think that, you know, we can kind of get this off, we're going to put down Terra Magica, we're going to drink our Physic, and we're just going to start blasting him. And thankfully he's casting a fire attack right now, so he's just going to sit there and let me like blast on him. And as you can see, we're doing increased damage as well because we're in the Terra Magica circle. And then he started to fly off, but you know, we ran out of magic anyways. And you can see the Black Knife's bleed damage is just going nuts while he's flying in the air. So he'll do this swipe attack. You just want to dodge at the last second. And then he'll do that where he reappears and kind of does a slam. And that's pretty much his moves. It's like a fire, a slam, and then he flies away and lands on you kind of thing. So that's pretty much it. You can see he's almost dead, so I just kind of run up and do the Katana move. And I do that twice, and then he's dead. And you guys will get a trophy for that. Alright, so after you've killed him, a Site of Grace will appear at the stadium in the center. We can go activate that. Okay, and after you get the Site of Grace, we're going to travel back to Beside the Great Bridge. So go up and then Beside the Great Bridge, but instead of going down the lift, we're going to go up. And I recommend using all of your runes right now because we're going to kind of suicide them. So we're going to go up the bridge or the stair path here and then to the left. So we can go north down the bridge. If you kill the enemies in the area, you don't have to suicide the runes. But if you want to just quickly grab the talisman and get out of there, then we're just going to suicide. It just makes it a bit quicker. And the runes are kind of, they're good for leveling, but with all the farming we've done and stuff, you don't really need them. So we'll come through this area, go down the stairs, and then go right. And on the outside here, you can grab a smithing stone as well if you'd like. So number 8, Somber Smithing Stone. Then you can go down the ladder, or you can just jump off. And then as you go down, you're going to see all these dead bodies. And then there's a doorway up ahead and a chest in the middle of the room. There's 3 enemies guarding it. So if you kill them, you don't have to suicide. But we're just going to run in there. We're going to grab our talisman and get out. So as you can see, after you open the chest, you do lose your invincibility frame. So you want to quickly grab the talisman as well, since it doesn't automatically grab it and it only opens the chest. So as long as you grabbed it, or you killed the enemies and grabbed it, then you can fast travel back to this bridge, or you'll automatically respawn. And then we're going to go up the right path instead. Now, if you don't want to have to keep running past this enemy for this boss, you can kill him because he doesn't respawn, and you can just use Comet Azur to, kill him if you want. And then you can just get your Comet Azur back by resting at the bonfire. The Site of Grace, which is the same thing, let's be honest. I'm surprised I managed to say Site of Grace this whole time. So there's a Somber Smithing Stone at the top of this bridge as well. And then we can go into the next boss room. Now, if this is your first attempt, he doesn't rush you right away, so you can put Terra Magica down really quick, drink the Physic, and then start casting Comet Azur. If this isn't your first attempt, then he comes rushing at you pretty quick, and you might not be able to get him into Phase 2. Now, when he's in Phase 2, I recommend hiding behind one of the pillars and at least summoning Black Knife. Black Knife will do that bleed damage on him as well, and you can see it just eats away their health bar. Like, it's ridiculous how much damage it does. And she's at half health too, so she's still living. And then what you can do is you can use magic. And even though you don't have infinite magic, you can still blast. Or you can try to use the cheese method there if you didn't use it in the Phase 1. But again, you can kind of hide behind the pillars and use them to your advantage. And he does a few type attacks where they're ranged, but you can dodge them fairly easy, like this one here. So you just want to dodge them. And then eventually he's just going to die. The Black Knife does some serious work here. So if you're struggling, use Black Knife and you're going to get a trophy. Okay, so after killing Malekith, it's going to have a cutscene and take you to this area here. We're just going to activate the Site of Grace here. And then what we'll do is we'll open up our map. And we're going to fast travel all the way to the east, which is the Forbidden Lands. And what we want to do is run back into this building behind us, where we ran initially. And we're going to get our last talisman so we can get that trophy as well. Go up the lift and then run all the way down. And I'll just speed this up because I know it's kind of aids to watch all of this. So we're going to just run all the way through. Get to the very end. The enemy should stop when you get to this point, but you want to pull the lever so we can get the lift back up, and then immediately just pull the lift to go back down. And then once you're down, you're going to see that off in the distance over there is a talisman, but to get over there we have to actually go down the stairs here. So you can see it over there. It's on that rock pillar over there, but there's a giant worm thing there too. Or tree spirit, whatever the fuck you want to call those things. I hate those bastards. But you want to just run down here. You can jump down once you think, you can jump down without taking, a lot of fall damage. And then we can just crouch, kind of run our way back here so we don't aggro him. And run all the way down to the south end. Skipping all this stuff. And then we'll run through the back area here. And then jump over the railing. There's going to be another one that jumps out of the ground here. But he doesn't actually aggro to you unless you kill him. Or I'm assuming unless you maybe run in front of him. He just kind of sits there. So don't panic. He just kind of comes out and just sits there. So we're going to leave him. I'm going to hide in the corner over here for a second so this one doesn't see us. And you can see the talisman on that kind of branch looking thing there. And once he goes away, we're just going to go in and get our trophy. So this will be our 8th and final talisman, and that'll be the trophy as well. Okay, and if you're quick, you can open up your map and travel back to the capital of Ash before he aggros to you. And then now we're just going to run south. And then as we run south, you're going to go past all of these buildings. And there'll be a stairway that we go up with a lift. So we'll start making our way there. And there's a rune arc right here as well that you can grab. Then we'll go around the building here and then to our right. And you can see the stairway there now. That's where we want to go up and then ride the lift. I'll turn on the light. So I think it's dark up there off memory. But either way, we'll go up there. The light makes us glow, and we're that much closer to being Elden Lord, guys. We have like literally maybe 10, 15 minutes left of the guide. But go up the lift. We're going to go up this staircase and up this staircase and then into this room. And actually, when you come into this room, you can have your, cheese ability ready. And now you can find out what the boss does. Okay, and this boss, if you're quick about it while he's talking, just lets you beat on him. So yeah, go in there with Comet Azur and your physic, and there you go. You'll just absolutely destroy him. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't give us a trophy, but once he's done talking, there'll be a site of grace that appears, and we can activate it. So he doesn't think we're worthy of being Elden Lord, but I mean, we literally just annihilated him. So, okay. We're going to listen to you, bud. All right, so we're going to go east. We're going to go outside, and this place looks familiar to you, hopefully, because this is the branch we went up before. But now it's a bit different after we lit the Erd tree on fire. And we want to go up this balcony. We're going to go all the way down the path. There's not going to be an enemy at the end this time. It'll just be straight into a site of grace. And then we'll go up some stairs and we'll fight our next boss. Getting really close to the end of the guide, guys, so thank you for sticking through it with me. We're going to grab the site of grace here. You can tell I'm struggling. It's 5 a.m. right now. Like, fuck, dude. Okay. Get ready. We're going to go up the stairs. We're going to have our black knife out. She's going to put in some serious work. So why don't we go ahead and meet this boss. Now, immediately once you come in the boss room before he aggroes to you, you can summon Black Knife, and then you can start doing some katana smacks whenever she has aggro. And then, of course, fill up your magic whenever you need to. So we're not going to use the Comet Azur at this point in time. We're just going to keep using the katana. I recommend trying to do as much damage as you can during this first bit of his health, because he eventually starts doing this annoying stomp that AoEs the entire area, and you have to actually roll or jump over it, and if you don't, you take damage. And it might be a bit tricky for some people to dodge, and it's this one right here. So as you can see, I actually dodged it, but he's going to keep doing it until we get him to about half health, and then we'll hit him some more and he'll go into phase 2. Now his phase 2, he'll try and grab you, so make sure you keep your distance, keep rolling back, and if he's on you, I wouldn't really risk it unless you really feel like you have an opening. And you might want to get out of that stuff as well. If you keep rolling, your iframes might save you. And he's going to keep trying to grab me. He's pretty intimidating in this phase. It's a pretty cool fight, to be honest. But just keep running back. And you'll see Black Knife is going to do some damage from behind. And Black Knife actually finished him off as well. So if you're using the Ash, you'll kill him and you will get your trophy. Alright guys, after that one we're going to activate the grace here. And then what we'll do is we'll head up the stairs. And we're going to go fight the final boss of the game. Now after we kill this boss, we're going to be using save scumming. So make sure you have access to either PS Plus, or if you're on PS4 you can use a USB. Can't do it on PS5 for some reason. But at the start of the fight, all you do is just run up to him, start attacking him, summon your Black Knife. Black Knife's going to go ham on him as well. You'll start learning the way to dodge the attacks. Like that. You can see dodged. And then she'll pull aggro off of you. And then you can get maybe a swing in. And then you can watch out for that attack. So you can see I used the iframes from the jump to dodge it. And we're just kind of trading blows. So Black Knife is attacking, getting aggro, and then we're kind of alternating. If you want to cheese him as well, if this isn't patched by the time you're watching this, right when you enter, if you just run straight up to him, He just like admires you. He thinks you're really pretty and you should be the Elden Lord. So what you can do is you can then just use Comet Azur and you can blast through his health, or you can actually use, you can just like drink your magic. Don't use your physic on it. I don't really think it's worth it since, you know, he's gonna die. But if you have like a few magic potions to spare, then you can do that. You can use the Carian Slicer as well, but you have to like take breaks in between. Otherwise you can stagger him and it'll break him out of his like trance. And then right at the end, you can just start hitting him normally, finish him off. And then that way you can save your Black Knife for the second phase. So then when you get into phase 2, you can summon your Mimic and, you know, have them tank the boss if you want, if that works a bit better. Or you can have Black Knife. It just depends on what you think you prefer. Usually I still go Black Knife, but for some reason here I chose Mimic. And I think it was mainly just to try to get him to tank him while I try and use Terra Magica. And then I can use Comet Azur. So whatever you're comfortable doing. So I tried to do it here while he's using all these magic spells. And you can see I stopped the cast early because he moved, in hopes that I can quickly start damaging him again, which kind of worked. As you can see, I'm kind of melting through him, and then I ran out of the flask, and then you can see he's at half health, which isn't too bad. My Mimic's at half health. So now, from now on the rest of the fight, I'm just going to use the katana. I'm going to try and close distance, and stay behind his legs is a good spot, and you can usually get some special hits in. When he does this move, you just want to quickly roll out of the circle before it explodes. Otherwise, you'll end up like my Mimic, who just got blasted. Now this move, he's just going to shoot out a bunch of those little kind of stars, and it's on my Mimic, so I can, you know, avoid that. And he's just slamming on my Mimic. So while he's doing that, I'm just going to run up to him. I'm going to start doing some damage with the Carian Slicer. You can use the katana, or like I really just recommend the Carian Slicer. It takes no magic at all, and you can see the amount of damage it does. It's just insane. So now my Mimic has died, but I'm still going to get the boss because we're hugging it, and then there you go. You're going to kill the boss. You guys are literally Elden Lord now. But we still have a little bit of things to do, right? Yeah, we still got a few trophies to clean up, so why don't we do that? Now it's going to kick you out, but do not touch anything in here except for what I tell you. You want to touch the grace to activate it, and then we're going to press options, and we're going to quit out of our game. So quit the game. This is where we're going to make the backup save. If you make the backup after killing the Elden Beast, then you don't have to keep beating him. So we're going to go into our save data. I'm playing the PS5 version for this guide, so I can save it to the cloud storage. If you're doing PS4, you can do that as well. PS4 can use a USB. For some reason, they didn't let PS5 do that. I don't know why. Sony's kind of a fucking idiot. But upload to the cloud storage, and then that way we can use that backup to get all the endings. I want you to turn off auto upload for both PS4 and PS5, depending on what version you're using, because you don't want your auto upload to save over it, and then you have to rebeat the whole game. So again, see, I disabled this for PS5. And if you're on PS4, you can disable the auto upload. Otherwise, it's going to fuck you out of the platinum, and you're going to have to do multiple playthroughs. So what we do is we reload the game after we backed up our save. Now we're going to go directly north from where we're at to the Frenzy Flamed projection. And what you want to do is get naked. Just unequip that stuff right there. That's all you need to unequip. This is the one time in the game where I wish I played a male character. What are you talking about? And for this ending, you have to be naked, and you go over to this door, and you go ahead and open the door, and you're going to have a cutscene. I won't play the cutscene here, so that way you guys can watch it yourself. And after that happened, that cutscene there, you can then fast travel back to the Fractured Marika, which is back in that boss area. And you can interact with this statue up here that says, "Become the Lord of the Frenzied Flame." And it's going to die like a Sims character. Like, legit, that was a Sims animation. Booty. And after that happens, you guys are going to get Lord of Frenzy Flame. So now, once you've got that ending to pop, you're going to reload your backup save that you created. So again, this was done after the boss, so that way you didn't have to fight him again. So you want to use the option download if you're using it from the cloud, or transfer, you know, from the USB to the console if you're on PS4 and using a USB. But you want to download it, and then this time we're going to choose the summon Ronnie option. So there's a blue summon sign on the ground. I'm going to skip that cutscene as well, but that's going to give you the Age of the Stars. Now we're on our final trophy and our final ending. And what better way than to get the platinum and our final trophy than becoming Elden Lord? So you'll reload your save again, and this time you'll come over and interact with the Fractured Marika, and you can just hit Mend the Elden Ring. You can do either one. The other one just has more of a deathy look, but I say just go with the first one. And there it is, clan. There it is. You've become Elden Lord. You have all of the trophies and or achievements depending on what platform you are playing on. And while the goal for us may have been to get all the trophies or achievements, or maybe even just become Elden Lord, I want you guys to remember, it's not so much about the destination, right? It's about the journey, the friends we made along the way, and to never really forget where you started. And as always, guys, if you're one of my real ones who made it to the end, why don't you leave a comment below that says, I am the Elden Lord. Other than that, guys, I hope you had a really fun time with me. I really appreciate your time. Make sure you leave a like. Congrats on your platinum. It's well deserved. And last but not least, I want to give a huge shout out to our platinum tier subscribers for Patreon. Now, these legends are Stud Fox, Master Ayler, Mathew Bryce Llama, and my 2 veteran supporters, SamuraiZwei and Richard Watts. Guys, seriously, huge shout out to you guys. I appreciate your support, and I can't wait to make more content for you all. I'll see you guys very soon.